Suavecito, muy rico se siente. Cada vez que te veo en mi mente, solo pienso en ti. No lo quiero admitir. Puedo ver que te pones nervioso, tu carita en tonos de rojo. Cuando estás junto a mí, yo te tengo así. te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is our show. You either can get down and lay down in sometime wherever we go. We rock and re-roll. The people that way down the playground, we poppin', just look at our glow. Baby, we all in the game. Lately we all on the chain. Crazy, we soft on the plane. When they start calling our name. Straight from the bottom, we started with. Now we're becoming the parliament. We came in, we saw it, we conquered it. Now we welcome you to our conglomerate.
Welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, where we are speedrunning through the Super Week because this is the last week of the regular season when we are seeing how the last places for the playoffs are going to be distributed between the teams. There are much less places than we have the teams, so the fight is absolutely intense this week. My name is Solari, I am joined here today by Magvayer, and we're going to guide you through today's games. Hello Magvayer, how are you feeling? You need to unmute yourself. Okay, we're waiting. We have some technical difficulties on the side of Magvayer. His microphone has been acting up a little bit already, so it's nothing new. No, we can't hear you still. Alright. While Magvayer is fixing the microphone, because that unfortunately happens to the best of us. It is on now! You're back with us, amazing. Welcome!
Yeah, the microphone has been acting up today, but finally we have it all sorted out. And well, answering your question, I'm feeling amazing. I cannot wait for the rest of the games to unfold because we still have some scenarios left and still 4 teams are in the fight for the playoffs. And besides them, we also still have some competition when it comes to the top 2. Orbit Anonymo today is looking to secure the 2nd place, and if they win, they will be able to do so. Some other scenarios include Illuminar Gaming. If they manage to score a win, they will also be locked in for the playoffs. However, if Iron Wolves wins and if Illuminar Gaming wins, then we have everything sorted out, because then Illuminar Gaming and Wolves will have qualified for the top 6, and Exceed as well as ESCA will be out of the playoff contention. So we still have, some scenarios left, and we might have all decided today, but I would love for us to, be excited about it until the very end, and, for some scenarios to be still unfolding even tomorrow.
Actually, production, can we have a look at the standings? Because I think it's rather important to talk those before we jump into the games that we are going to have today. Hopefully, the games, by the way, are going to be as explosive, but a little bit less chaotic than what we had yesterday, because that was a little bit hard to operate through. It was a lot of bloodbath. We even had a Penta, the 2nd Penta in this season for Ice yesterday during the last game of the day. But I would really love to see the standings, if possible. Lovely production. Thank you very much. So, the situation is like that, as you said. Zero Tenacity, Normal pretty much chilling. Normal maybe not so much, because Alior Bank Team and Maturalni Forsaken are looking at a possibility to contest the 2nd, maybe even take it away from Normal. But for Wolves and for Illuminar Gaming, today's going to be pretty much the decisive day. Especially for Iron Wolves, because their game is going to be very tough. They're going against Alior Bank Team. If they lose this one, their chances of getting into the playoffs are going to be very compromised.
Yeah, like you were saying, and also an important matchup, the direct one between Illuminar Gaming and the Exceed. For Illuminar Gaming today is going to be crucial, because if they win, like I've mentioned before, they secure the top 6 and they are safe and sound when it comes to the playoffs. If Iron Wolves and Illuminar Gaming wins today, they both qualify for the top 6. But as you were saying, Alior Bank team right now looks like a really strong team, especially if they are playing up to their standards, because they are one of the strongest teams when it comes to the execution. They really have the ability to close those games in a clean fashion. For example, yesterday you have watched their game. They were pretty much impeccable. They didn't make any mistakes and the game was super clean. So today against Iron Wolves, it will be a really important game for both of those teams, because Alior Bank team is still out there and want to get better of Orbit Anonymo. Of course, not everything is in their hands. They need some losses on the side of Orbit Anonymo to still contest the second place. But just keep that in mind. It is still possible for Alior Bank team to secure the second place.
And we're going to get somewhere a little bit less fortunate places decided today, because we still have only 2 teams who are out of the playoff round. So Grypciocraft Esports and Komil Friends are just staying here for the last 2 days, for the last 2 games, and for potentially some upsets against the enemies who are above them. But 2 more teams, will have to join them by the end of this week. And we have the predictions for today. A little bit of wild guesses here and there. Somebody production actually is really voting for the Wolves production. Who was doing the votes for you today? Was it the vote from everybody? Was it the vast majority of you thinking that it is the Wolves are going to win today?
Our main production person, Carl, saying he was responsible for the predictions for today. However, we are mostly on the same page when it comes to the predictions. It is the first game that is the most exciting. However, only 3 of us have voted for Exceed, and I think rightly so. Yesterday, their game wasn't spectacular. They also have been struggling lately. Out of 8 or 9 last games, they've only won twice. And I remember the interview that we've had with Mystiques during the last week, where he was telling us some worrying things about the current state of Exceed, where they are not scrimming that much, where maybe the atmosphere within the team isn't perfect. And well, he was confident that they can overcome the obstacles as well as their rivals. But so far, he has not been on point when it comes to the scores, to the outcomes of most of the games. They've of course collected 2 victories since then, but they still need much more to achieve top 6 and to achieve the minimum goal. I believe that is for Exceed this season. They have upgraded heavily on this roster, and missing out on playoffs would be another huge blow to the organization in their first year in Ultraliga.
Actually, let's use this moment to talk a little bit more about the first game, because to me it's going to be the most exciting one, quite possibly for the majority of you ladies and gentlemen watching this. It is also going to be the most exciting game of today, because it can shake the scoreboard quite a bit, and we have some bullet points about it that our production is going to be throwing at our screens, to be or not to be for Exceed fighting to avoid the promotional tournament and enter its first playoffs. And both of these things are super crucial if you look at the storyline for this game, because yes, Exceed are facing the promotional tournament. In the end of the regular season, we are going to have the promotion for 2024 season, where 2 top teams from Division 2 are going to be fighting with 2 lowest teams from Division 1, and somebody might just, shake up their places a little bit. And Exceed definitely would like to avoid this. This is the goal for any team that is on the bottom of the scoreboard, to avoid the national tournament at all costs.
So let me walk you through the, possibilities and scenarios when it comes to the relegations. We've had Team ESCA Gaming going last in the previous season, so they've scored a total of 0 points for the previous one. Then we had Komil Friends on the 9th place with 12 points, and then Exceed with 18 points to their name. However, in the 10th season of Ultraliga, which is a summer season, the points are distributed a little bit differently, because the summer season is a little bit more important, so you get more points for placing even in the 9th place, where it's not 12, it's 16. So we for sure will have Komil Friends in the relegation tournament because they've scored 9th place in the previous season, and now most likely they will be going as the 10th team in the season. However, we have Grypciocraft, who is struggling right now, but in the previous season they scored 2nd. So it is between Team ESCA Gaming as well as Exeed to make sure who is going to be the second team in the relegation tournament. Right now, Exeed and Team ESCA Gaming are really close in the standings, so it is really important for the Italian organization to score higher than Komil and Friends in order, Team ESCA Gaming, in order to avoid the relegation tournament.
But it's not going to be easy. However, yeah, that's a good point actually that we have on the screen. Nothing worked for Exeed yesterday. Will they draw instant conclusions? Instant conclusions are the only thing that is going to save them right now, to be frank, because yesterday, going against Alior Bank team, it's not like they just had a tough time. It was a really hard game for them, an excruciatingly hard one. And unfortunately for Exeed, this is the team that has been suffering quite a lot throughout this season. Definitely, we see an improvement compared to the previous season, but it doesn't look like it has been enough to help them skyrocket themselves into the promotion. But right now, why I decided to put my vote in the predictions for this team is because if this win actually happens for them, just imagine how much it's going to shake the scoreboard, because this is reducing the chances of Illuminar Gaming of getting into the playoffs. It is giving Exeed a chance, a miraculous chance of having their playoff run, and it also increases chances of also getting into the playoffs. So it means that even if Wolves lose today against Alior Bank, which is quite possible because the game is going to be tough, their playoff run is not over.
Yeah, only one win separates Illuminar Gaming and Exeed right now, and in the previous matchup between those two teams, it was Exeed that managed to score a win, so it is really important for them to get another one on the board today. However, most people voted for Illuminar, and I believe that is a correct prediction. However, it is not like 70-30. For me, it's more of a 60-40, maybe 55-45, because Illuminar themselves, they've been struggling a couple of last weeks. I was just highlighting how Exeed has a poor record in the last few matches. Same goes to Illuminar Gaming. They've been on 3 games lose streak in the previous 2 weeks, losing against the ESCA, Alior Bank team and Iron Wolves. However, yesterday they've managed to bounce back against Grypciocraft, who is also performing just a little bit better, looking towards the end of the season, but still they are the second worst team in the league when it comes to the standings, so you kind of expect Illuminar Gaming to get those wins against teams that are much weaker. When it comes to Exeed, anything can happen in this game, because if you look at the level of competition and if you look at the level of those two teams, it really seems to be close to each other. So it is not like we are going into the predictions and Illuminar Gaming, they are the strong favorite to win this one. And then you add this extra layer of pressure that comes with the weight of this matchup, with the value of this win. Who knows if Illuminar Gaming is not going to crumble under the pressure and the expectations from the community, because of course they are the Polish team. They are sticking together. People know them, people like them. But in the end, it doesn't really matter if you like the team when it comes to shaping up the chances for the win, right? So I think that Illuminar Gaming has its toughest test ahead of them in this season, because the stakes are, as high as possible right now. And it is so important not to crumble, not to choke under the pressure. And the pressure is rising. The pressure is skyrocketing for Illuminar Gaming, because it would be unacceptable for this roster to miss out on playoffs.
Do you agree with the bullet point that we have on the screens right now about the top lane going to be crazy, with Polsky and Shelfmate being the real main event of this game?
Well, Polsky Koz, I mean, this guy, Jarosław Marchewka, one of our fan favorites. We all love him because he's so confident in his picks, and also he brings a lot of joy to Summoner's Rift with champs like, for example, Gleb, that he sometimes can pull off. However, Shelfmate, in his rookie season of Ultraliga, he's been really surprising us with how well and how smart he plays. So I think that that is going to be a correct matchup to follow in this game, because, well, we all expect fireworks and explosions in the top lane, but don't get fooled. Those two players can also serve a role of a role player in the matchup. Polski Kost can go for something like a weak side of the map, or maybe an or Malphite, something that will be a facilitator for the team. So of course, for all of us, I wish that this is going to be a carry matchup in the top lane. Maybe Shelfmate on Jax or Cassante, that is really popular in his champion pool, going against Komil, Fiora, or maybe Kled. But in the matchup, as important as this, maybe both of those players will actually go for something of a safer nature. If you are going to risk it all, or if you're going into a really risky matchup, a really important game, you do not want to be putting yourself in the center of the attention, the center of the game, right? Unless you're feeling super confident and can overcome the enemy. So this matchup has a lot of nooks and crannies that we will be exploring in just a second, going into the draft.
And speaking of the draft, I think the champion pools of both teams are rather an interesting thing to look into, because yeah, we have the AD carries, for example, who have a pretty similar champion pool. With junglers, it's the same just because we know which junglers and which AD carries work these days, but the top lane, these two are playing completely different games. Supports, pretty much the same. Mid lane, these two have their own playstyle and their own ideas of how the game should be played, and they want the game to be played around their themselves and their own ideas. But looking at the champion pools, anything that catches your eye, Magvayer?
I think that I will be talking about the mid lane for just a small second, because for me, those two players are either going super hot or completely choking with some of their champs. If you remember this game from Mrozku where he tried Pantheon, I'm not saying that it was his issue, his his problem with the champion, how he executed it, but in the end, it completely didn't work. The same can be said about Vigil in some of his matchups, but then you remember some amazing games where Vigil gets R5 Silas into an amazing team composition where he can actually use the ultimate, where he can get through the laning phase, and he snowballs the game out of its mind. Right now, Jace, a really popular pick, could be a good answer into a lot of Mrozku's champs. So I think that for Illuminar Gaming, it will be important to address Jace in the mid lane. But then we've seen another layer of Mrozku's champion pool, because I was a little bit skeptical about his ability to play, Kai'Sa or maybe LeBlanc, some of those champs that are not melee, that are not fighters, that are not assassins, but he really brought to my attention the fact that he is a versatile player and he can show a good performance on LeBlanc. I have this one game in my mind where he really put a lot of effort into playing LeBlanc with the static shift, so it's a little bit of a different playstyle than the usual LeBlanc, and he really pulled off an amazing victory for his team. So of course, the highlighted matchup in the top lane, but also you've gotta remember that the mid matchup is most likely going to be super spicy depending on the champs that we get, and we can get a lot of those.
To me, the mid lane matchup is going to be probably one of the most interesting ones, just because we are already at the point of the game where the meta feels a little bit stale. We know what AD carry picks work the best, we know pretty much everywhere on the map what is working, what everybody is going to be picking, but these mid laners, they never cease to surprise us with some of their very niche champion picks, and that's why when it comes to the drafts, in which we will be jumping very soon, I really will be looking forward to see what both Vigil and Mrozku have prepared for us. Maybe mostly Mrozku, because he has been a little bit more experimental with his picks compared to Vigil, but still, it works for both of these. I really can't wait to see how they're going to surprise us this time.
Definitely less conventional when it comes to Mrozku. He has his own idea about playing League of Legends, he has his own approach to the mid lane, and we can expect some of those spicy Yones, Yasuos, Zeds, Akalis. I really wish that we will have a matchup in the mid lane where Mrozku is playing an AD champ and he will not be faced with, I don't know, for example, Lissandra, because what Lissandra wants to do is to neutralize the enemy champion. And what I would love to see is actually Vigil picking up the gauntlet and going into this challenge, you know, picking a Jace, picking an Irelia on his own. But also, one more thing. The matchup in the bot lane was usually something really important for exeed. They have the most experienced bot lane in Ultraliga. When you look at the history of those players, you have Mystiques and the Ents, both of those guys on the older side of the spectrum when you look at League of Legends players. And they've been able to bring a lot of the duo lanes that were meant to be played together, because sometimes you complete the draft, you go with the, you know, first pick ADC, and then you kind of add a support on top of that. When it comes to exeed, they usually come into the draft with an idea of playing a certain bot lane. You know, it's not like, okay, we will pick Xayah and then see if Thresh is okay. No, we will go with Kog'Maw and then instantly pick Braum for it, because we want to play this exact bot lane. And they've had a couple of different ideas going with, for example, Draven and Blitzcrank, Braum and Kog'Maw, Xayah and Rakan. So they definitely are a strong voice within the team. And most often than not, Ents and Mystiques were able to pull off victories for their team thanks to the bot lanes that they were able to pick for themselves. So I think this is going to be another important factor in this matchup, seeing what bot lane, what duo will Mystiques and Ents go for.
I think I can predict some of the picks already, just out of my mind. Not for mid lane, obviously, unless there's going to be, I don't know, LeBlanc available for the blue side. But we will not have to guess for very long, because we are already in the draft with exeed on the blue side, Illuminar Gaming on the red side. A little bit unusual, I believe. Usually they prefer to be playing on the blue side, but doesn't matter too much. Red side on the mix, you can counter pick a little bit better, but of course the first ban from exeed is going to be Nidalee. I was wondering if she would be allowed to slip through the bans, but of course not. You do not want to give it to Illuminar Gaming. She's exceptional as Nidalee, and it opens the way for Morozku to be playing an AD mid lane.
A big no-no. You never allow Grisha to play Nidalee, because he's just excellent at it. And well, this season out of 16 games, Illuminar Gaming have been playing on the red side for 10 times, so this will be the 11th one. And usually when they go on the red side, they look for a counter pick into the top side of the map, because Morozku, he has such a characteristic champion pool in the mid lane that, you know, picking, you know, Zed or maybe Akali, whatever, you know, on the third rotation or the fifth pick, doesn't really matter. However, for Polsky, because it is important to see what champion he will be going against, because then he can answer with Gleb, then he can answer with Komil, that are not as universal or as wacky as some of the mid lane champs for Morozku. So, let's see, exeed, they have ability to pick up Rel and they will instantly go for it. And we know for a fact that she can be flexed into the jungle as well as into the supportive role. But I believe that Mystiques, with his amazing playmaking ability, should be the operator of Rel.
Unless we're going to see Kog'Maw Braum combination the bot lane again, and Rel actually is going to go to jungle to Roshan again. Let's see how it's going to look like, but Illuminar so far have picked themselves a support. Rakan is an excellent pick, and usually we see him being picked quite early through the drafts. And Jax for Polsky, already blind picking the top lane for themselves, opening up the mid lane and bot lane possibilities for a counter pick if they please to do so. But exeed are having Poppy, already estimating just how much movement there is going to be at Illuminar. Already with only the first two picks, we see quite a lot of desire to be free to move however you want around the fights for Rakan, for Jax, so Poppy already is feeling like an excellent choice.
Oh yes, I mean Illuminar Gaming with all of their champs, dashes, flashes, blinks, Poppy will be an amazing answer into most of them. And exeed, they are still holding on with that flex possibility. Yeah, you've had to do it, you know. I mean, Morozku, he's showing us his Yone. We have Jax in the top lane, a lot of skirmishing power, a lot of ability to pick up those 2v2s, 3v3s, while exeed, they look like they are going to complete a catch team composition where they have a lot of pick potential. You have already Ari, then you have Rel, so a little bit more well-rounded team composition when it comes to the meta standards, where you will be preferring to start, 5v5s around the objectives and not go into all of those 2v2s, 1v1 brawls against Illuminar Gaming, which is definitely a correct choice because they are exceeding in that layer of League of Legends. So Illuminar Gaming playing their own game while exeed trying to kind of answer with a well-rounded team composition that is going to be excelling at the team fights.
For Illuminar right now, the choices are pretty simple. Of course it's going to be Kai'Sa. I was hoping for something else. I wanted to say that they need some AP damage in their team, and they can do it two ways. They can go with some strong AP in the jungle, but Maga has been banned out, Gragas has been banned out because exeed don't understand what's going on, so Kai'Sa is going to be a choice, and I am loving this answer to her from exeed. Kalista on the bot lane. There have been so many attempts to try to stop Kai'Sa from dominating the bot lane, but the only thing that I've seen working for sure so far is to pick something super early game oriented, something like Samira, Draven, or this Kalista, which is the choice that I absolutely love for exeed as long as they're able to accelerate her through the laning phase.
You have some more AP damage in the jungle in the form of Taliyah, and I think she's an amazing answer into Kalista herself, because what Kalista does, she just hops and skips and jumps, and when you lay down the minefield, she will be highly unlikely to go into that direction because she will be instantly stunned, then she will be able, then she will be burst down by the rest of the Illuminar Gaming. Of course, Kalista is a form of an answer into the bot lane matchup. However, if you look at the team composition from Illuminar Gaming, she will have a hard time playing against Jax with his Counter-Strike, against Aliyah, against Rakan, because she's really suspect to all of these abilities that are meant to counter her, to pin her down with Rakan and the quickness and the ground entrance. So it's a risky pick, it's a bold move in a matchup that's really important. So I respect exeed for that, but I don't think that I myself am the biggest fan of Kalista in that spot, but I'm ready to be proven wrong,
Yeah, I want to be proven right because I'm the one who voted for exeed in this game. However, the draft from Illuminar looks just a little bit more steady with a little bit more reliability in it, because for them, they are not tied into any win con during the early stages of the game. They just farm and chill and wait for the scaling to hit for them, pretty much for everybody, for all of the lanes. And after that, when they get to mid game and to late game, if they didn't give away any lead to exeed, they are going to feel super comfortable because they're only going to be growing stronger and getting much stronger than exeed. For exeed, the situation is tougher because they have a very strong win comp, but they really need to make it going. Like, they have the tools, but the tools themselves are not going to do anything. This Kalista is not going to do anything if you just let her farm on the lane. You need to make sure that Rel is dancing around, making sure she tries to get the kills, that your jungle has their full attention on this bot lane as well. Give Kalista a couple of kills during the laning phase because she is stronger during the early levels than pretty much any other AD carry. Make sure you do that before Kai'Sa starts piling up her items in her inventory, and you should be fine as long as you can close the game quickly, because we have already seen Kai'Sas weren't really successful. Yesterday we had 3 AP Kai'Sas almost in a row, and 2 of them were feeling super weak. Why? Because they were behind, and for Kai'Sa it's very hard to play from behind.
Yeah, however, I really think that was the glitch in the matrix. For me personally, Kai'Sa is the strongest champion on the current patch. You can flex her into the mid lane as well as into the AD role. Her spikes are just tremendous when you collect 2 items. She's already on 2 evolutions, then you add the 3rd one and you have your Icantian Rain evolved as well. She's super strong, but yeah, like you were saying, playing from behind is definitely not the safest, not the most comfortable spot for her. So what exeed wants to do is to cut Shelfmate out of the picture because he's just playing on an island. We don't really care. Do we have a top laner? We don't even know. It's all about snowballing the game with Kai'Sa, with Viego, and setting up the invade, setting up dives around the bot side of the map, because you have Ari. She's exceptional at this. She just goes in with the Spirit Rush, she charms somebody, she sets up a kill, and then she's out of there. So for Exceed, a really important first 10 to 15 minutes is going to be about setting up the waves and then going into the bot side of the enemy jungle, looking for Krisha. While for Illuminar Gaming, it will be all about surviving to 20th minute mark, completing their items, and going for those 2v2s, 3v3s, where they can shine with their picks, with their team composition.
Speaking of surviving, Polsky is in the bush looking at Shelfmate. Shelfmate is not looking at him because he doesn't know he's there, but he's gonna walk right into that Jackson. They're going to have a slight exchange in the jungle, but that's going to be pretty much it. The ward still stands for Polsky, and this is an important word. It's gonna give quite a lot of information for Illumina about the paving of Ocean. And understanding the paving of Ocean is going to help Krisha rotate himself throughout the map, because as long as Ocean is not turbo running towards the bot lane, you are fine and you can do whatever you want on the map. By the way, going back to this Kai'Sa for a second, fun fact, I don't play on AD carries. This is my least favorite role to play as. But today I tried Kai'Sa just for fun, just in a normal game, not ranked or anything. And again, I'm a very bad player, but for the 2/3 of the game, I was obliterating everything that was moving on the Summoner's Rift. She is absolutely insane. When you're saying she's overpowered, it's not just overpowered, it's massively overpowered.
She really is bonkers, because with this new Shiv build, she has exceptional wave clear, but right now Miss6 is just engaging on Serpy, whose grand entrance was interrupted, however ends sticking around the wave. He was too far away to punish that and to take advantage of it. Yeah, maybe just a little bit too deep. You've got to take into account that you are fighting an enemy wave, and minions at the start of the game, they deal a lot of damage. So you've got to be really wary about it. And well, Ends and Mystiques, they've set up a huge wave that will crash into the enemy the enemy tower. So now they have a couple of options. They either go into the enemy jungle, make some vision, they recall back to the base in the form of a cheater recall. Maybe Kalista can get her hands on Cole, maybe a dagger or something, or they remain in the lane, staying in the bushes, setting up another ambush into the enemy. And it looks like they've chose something between the option 1 and 3, but now Roshan is ganking Polsky, who cannot jump away.
He's trying to. He's still trying to run away, and it looks like he's going to be able to blast the lane. Is just in time there to help out their top laner quite a bit. Shelfmate decided not to commit the flash in because he didn't have any mana whatsoever left for him. So that is it. That is Roshan, who showed himself on the top lane. Now Illumina know that he is not on the bot side. They know that he is not there to try to help out his bot lane. And Illumina can do whatever they want about both bot lane and mid lane. And Krisha is already there looking at Vigil, but he's not gonna catch him. Vigil is safe for now.
Well, so we've been talking about Kalista and Kai'Sa matchup for the longest time, because this is going to be the most important part of this game. And the issue that I have with Kalista is that she has such a high skill expression and skill ceiling, and you can really shine on her. However, it is so hard to pull off in a 5v5 environment, because enemies, they are aware of what Kalista wants to do. And if you look back at the Kalistas at patch 13 and 13, they weren't many of those. However, take for an example a game from G2 Esports where they played Kalista to perfection. However, you've really got to be super clean with the game plan and then execution, because Kalista makes one wrong move, she makes one mistake, she gets dove once, and it will be even harder for her to get back into the game than it is for Kai'Sa. So this is the biggest issue for me with Kalista. Like we were talking about Lucian Nami back in the day, it's hard to pull this duo off. I have the very same feeling about Kalista, maybe even making her harder to pull off than Lucian and Nami. So yeah, but like I was saying, I am open to be proven wrong, and I'm excited to have Kalista in matchup of such high stake, because it says a lot about Exceed and their approach. They are not afraid of Illuminar Gaming. They want to make it happen in style with Kalista.
But let's see if it's going to happen for them, because I absolutely agree with you about everything you said about Kalista, especially in the sense when you are comparing her to Lucian Nami on the bot lane, because that was the... that was a nightmare of my existence as a caster when they were in the meta, by the way. That's a lot of exchanges on the mid lane. Brosco is getting a lot of damage from the minions too, but nobody's getting killed there. But Kalista really needs assistance and attention from her jungler, and so far we haven't seen Roshan on the bot lane whatsoever. He was in the jungle there around the bot lane, but he didn't go in there and didn't do anything. And now, for the second time already, he's on the top side of the map. He's gonna probably take the scuttle crab, clear out his jungle a little bit, maybe go towards the top lane to see if they can shut down Polsky calls. But that means for all this time, ENG is completely unattended. Polsky calls might be attended very much right now. Shelf Madigan has absolutely zero mana available to him, but Polsky calls is flashing away, and he's fine, and he lives again.
Job well done from Polsky Calls, because right now he's being put under a lot of pressure by Roshan, but for the second time he escapes with his life, and he still remains in the matchup where he can get a small CS lead, where he will scale better, where he will be the force to reckon with on this side. So Illuminar Gaming right now and Polsky Calls showing us a lot of maturity in his play, because he's not going with the, you know, with the flash and counter-strike forward to maybe risk it and get the kill on Shelfmate. No, he just stuns Roshan, then flashes away, because he is aware that as long as he doesn't die, as he doesn't fall back in this matchup, he will be a stronger champion on this side than Poppy is.
Yeah. His scales better, he's going to do much more damage later in the game, he's going to be super useful. Of course, utility from Poppy is still going to be exceptionally useful for Exceed, but Jax provides quite a lot. And on top of everything else, he's going to be a really good split pusher, which is something that Illuminar will most probably be playing around, considering that they are really looking into scaling as far into the game as possible. And it is working very well for them right now. The goal is that even everything on the map is that even, and Illuminar have one job right now: to survive and to make sure that the gold stays as that even as possible. And so far, they have been really successful at that. They are up for a good start. It is Exceed who need to be worrying about their game right now. It is Exceed who need to desperately look for something to do on the map and about their Kalista.
Yeah, and the issue that I have with the first 8 minutes out of Exceed is that Roshan, he approached topside twice. He wasn't really concerned about his bot lane and how they are doing. Of course, they got the dragon out of the sheer power and the laning prowess from Kalista and Ahri, but besides it, it's not like they are getting huge leads. Right now, it's only 200 gold more for ENG, but the rest of the map is on the back foot for Exceed. So right now, they are not fulfilling the goals and the plan of this composition, at least in my mind, unless they've just picked Kalista to get you know, laning pressure and maybe play through Poppy, but that sounds really weird, and I don't think that was the plan.
No, that sounds, with all due respect, it sounds like a stupid plan. If you pick Kalista, she can snowball really nicely. She can become an absolute hyper carry for you. She's going to be really damn useful around the objectives because of how quickly she can shred through them. But you need to keep her, to get her going. And what is Poppy going to do for you in terms of damage? Like right now, look at ENG. He is fighting with Lothan right now with a lot of damage, but the Grand Entrance is in. Everybody is charmed. ENG is really low on the house already, but this is going to be the first blood for Mystics. Krish is around with the wall, locking Mystics away, but that's going to be it in terms of the kills in the bot lane for now.
Oof, Illuminar Gaming, that was a first blunder of this game. Don't pick a fight with the enemy. You are fighting Kalista and Rel, just escape with your life. Maybe you will have to give up another wave that is coming. But Lothan, he fell with flash and heal available. That is unacceptable in the 2v2 against Rel and Kalista. Your only job is to survive and to scale. Once you hit 2 items, you are much stronger than Kalista. And that is one of the win conditions for Illuminar Gaming. So why do you pick up this risk? Why are you fighting? Of course it was close, but in the end, the smarter decision was to just let go.
Yes, but sometimes you can become a little bit greedy. Sometimes you can become, but what if I can actually take her down? Because come on, she's so low and I still have all my summoners. I will just press them if anything goes wrong. And then you find yourself dead with all your summoners still available and no kill on your hands, only a death, which is very unfortunate. Lothan is still very far away, even from the first item, and pretty far away from the Drake as well, because Exceed are looking to ways to stop Illuminar from taking the Drake.
Hopefully Lotten is not saving those summoners for the playoffs, because I've got some troubling news for him. If you lose against Exceed, those playoffs might not come. But yeah, with the jokes out of the way...
Oh!
What? Okay, well...
Shelfmate!
Right, it's not like Shelfmate needs the attention out of Roshan. He will be able to solo dive Polsky Kos and get the solo bolo. That is insane.
Yeah, what if Exceed in the end do want to be playing around Poppy? Because that solo kill from Shelfmate was a really... It was a statement, let's put it this way. I would love it. Right now, though, he might become the statement himself because Krishy is locking him under the turret, or at least trying to. Shelfmate again has no mana, but has a flash, so he's going through the wall. He's running away very happily. Hop, hop, hop. Can you hop a little bit further? Because Krishy is still falling, and Krishy is a little bit quicker than you. But he's gonna stun him against the wall. You're not getting away, Shelfmate. You are not. There is no way. There is no way Krishy is getting the kill, but he wasted a lot of time dancing around you.
Oh, he was lacking like 10 more mana points to get the Steadfast Presence ready, and then you get this speed up, you are able to run away. Shelfmate, he didn't even need the ultimate to get the kill on Polsky Kos, and that was a fail flash, a fail fish for Polsky Kos in that matchup. He was avoiding the death for such a long time, but I think that he got the full sense of security going against a Poppy in just 1v1. Because that was really surprising to see her pull off a solo kill under the enemy tower. But Polsky Kos, he will be able to bounce back with those 2 tower plates, really important. Shelfmate didn't have the TP, he was dead, so it gave time for Polsky Kos to recover, and now he's back into the state where he can still challenge Poppy in 1v1.
Or at least try to. But yeah, right now he has just completed Divine Sandra with his recall, so this is not going to be the next fight where Poppy will jump on top of him. Even if Poppy tries to go onto Jax right now, he's going to have much more damage available to him, and I don't think that this could result in another solo kill for Shelfmate. He needs to be a little bit more careful. Dancing around Polsky Kos right now. He knows that he's just not letting Polsky Kos dance at all. He's like, you wanna dance? No, sir, I'm gonna stop you right there, so you're not getting anywhere closer to me.
Oof, I was about to, sound an alarm, because for a moment I saw a Stormraiser in the inventory of Lotten, but he quickly exchanged that for the Static Shiv. I was like wondering, is this some kind of new Kai'Sa tag? Because with this champ you can do pretty much anything. Chinese TikTok, they've, invented Stride Breaker into Collector for the quickest Q upgrade. Then you have Kraken Slayer into Navori if you want to go more of an AD Kai'Sa route, but in the end I think that the most popular and the best in slot build for Kai'Sa is definitely including Static Shift, so that is also a item that Lotten will go with in the end. But for a moment, for a brief second, I was just questioning his item choices.
I also had flashbacks from a couple of patches ago when on-hit AD Kai'Sa was working really nicely with the Stormraiser, but nope, right now it doesn't make any sense. Like, it still makes sense, but Stormraiser just makes so much more sense that you don't want to sacrifice one for the other. Do you Exceed want to try to sacrifice a little bit of Roshan's time away from the top lane? I know it hurts him quite a lot, but maybe do something around the bot lane, because time is ticking and is still top gold right now, but this spot is going to be heavily contested by Mrozku, and his spot of the most hitting AD carry is going to get contested by Lothan the further we go into the game.
Well, I've got a confirmation out of, some other casters, because I messaged them instantly about it, and I think that Lotten, for a brief moment of like 60 seconds coming back to base, he actually had the Stormraiser, then he recalled back to base, sold the item and bought the Static Shift. So it wasn't about the exchange, he didn't go to a customer service and told them, well, that is not the item that I requested. He actually had to sell it, so he's losing on some value, but right now it's Krisha in the bot lane.
Oh, yo, they're fighting so heavily, but Mystics is going to go down. This is going to be a kill for Lothan. And we have the fight on the top lane. In the meantime, with poor Polsat trying to jump away, but this is going to be a heartbreaker into him. It looks like his heart is going to be broken as well, because Roshan is going to slay him. What's happening on the bot lane in the meantime? Because Ens is getting sieged by everybody. He's going to avoid this little W from Lothan, but Krish is around, though Ens knows it, so he's going to be a little bit more careful. But this is a tough fight for him, because Serpi is going in. He's trying to tower dive. He cannot, and here is a teleport coming from the mid lane to see if they can do anything. And maybe even not just save Ends, but give him a kill. But with this health bar, it doesn't look like that's gonna happen.
Well, so yet again, it's a counter map play from both teams and 1v1 trade. But I state my question. Why is Exeed still playing around the top side of the map? Prior to this game starting, I would be actually expecting... Vigil
is dead!
That phase rush, that ultimate from Ahri was just a little bit tiny bit too late. What is happening? The chaos is still unfolding. And Shelfmate,
another fight is in. Shelfmate going in. He knows no fear. He almost kills both Polsat and Croatia. He wants to have a double kill. He wants to go in. He's dancing with Roscoe right now, but this is really tough. He's gonna get a kill. Can he get out of that alive? No, he can't.
Oh, just imagine that his flash came up a little bit earlier. That would be a guaranteed double kill for him. But in the end, he trades his life for just one of the opponents. And in the end, Illuminar Gaming, they are much better off in this trade. They've collected the first tower in the bot lane, they've got more kills, and right now they're just 1k ahead of Exeed. However, it is Exeed with the third dragon contestation. Kalista, she's sticking around. Lotten and Sirpi came back to base, so if Roshan is quick enough, he can collect the third dragon for free.
He should be quick enough. The Croatian Sirpi are already around, they have been spotted on the wards, but they are approaching. They have their own vision in the pit. Can they fight for this dragon? Vigil is around as well. Vision has the teleport available. No, they're fighting already! They're fighting already with Shelfman. He's trying to run away, but he's not going to. This is a Drake slain in the end for Exeed, but Illumina are still fighting. It's another kill for Lothan. That was a really costly Drake for them.
A sloppy execution out of Exeed. They really were late with this dragon because they thought for a moment that Roshan alone can secure it. However, Illuminar Gaming with the backs, with the recalls, quick enough to answer into the dragon. They've got themselves 2 kills, and right now they are looking to siege number 1 tower in the mid lane. Vigil, he escapes with his life, but he will have to give up a tower in the mid lane. And for Illuminar Gaming, it is alright. They right now maintain a gold lead, and of course they are down 3 dragons, but I think they will be ready to contest the 4th one.
This starts to look like the beginning of a beautiful friendship between Illuminar Gaming and them winning this game, because they are snowballing everybody on their team exactly to where they need to be. Look at Kai'Sa, already into items, just needs to add a little renown on top of that, not renown, sorry, Ginsu's Rage Blade, of course. And is going to be pretty much in her peak form. Morozko is already on this bolt trick, the Ludens Tempest on Krisha, and on top of that, the kills on both their carries are already, and they are speaking in numbers. That is not looking good for Exeed anymore. They've lost the moment when they were stronger than Illumina. They didn't do anything. They just kept rotating Roshan to the top lane over and over, which did result in the end in 1 kill on the top lane, plus a Herald right after. But in the meantime, their bot lane was not getting anything. They were suffering. The hunger was real for them. And now this is the result of you deciding to abandon your bot lane completely.
And I've gotta be deadly serious. You had Kalista drafted.
Shelfmate.
I think Sirpi will be fine. He just waited out the cooldown out of the Steadfast Presence to get the battle dance ready. But getting back to my point, you've completely abandoned the idea of playing around Kalista. She's the first to lose the tower. And also then the execution when it comes to her items is just not on point. When you're playing Kalista, you're looking for the fastest spike possible. And as Hansama showed us in the game from G2, she really power spikes on her first item, which should be the Blade of the Ruined King. However, he instantly went for the mythic item in the form of Ginzo. Right now, he will probably be looking toward the Hurricane, because that is a really good item for Kalista, but he's missing this Blade of the Ruined King, and he's missing a lot of early power in this game.
A lot of early power, a lot of early possibility to trade with the enemies and getting some health back. But this is why you want to be giving Kalista the kills and rushing her in the early, first of all, because for damage that you want to be utilizing, and second of all, as you rightfully mentioned, because you need to get those items in her pockets as soon as possible. She falls off miserably if she is behind, and now she is heavily behind compared to Lothan. Lothan is already dealing quite some damage. Lothan already should be sitting on, or should be very close to his W evolution, so already he has a lot of poke. Yeah, he should already have gotten it. So he is dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, he probably is also maxing the W as the second skill, and then he went for the Sork boots, which will, you know, improve his damage greatly as well. So he will be this pokey type of Kaisa, but don't get me wrong, if he hits one or two of those Void Seekers, he will not be thinking twice about pressing his R button and just blowing somebody up, because this Kaisa has surprisingly a lot of burst damage, even with those items when she gets into close quarters with you. So I think that Lothan right now is in the perfect spot. He already hit his 2-item spike, now he's waiting for his third, and then he will be set and ready to go for any fight.
He is almost at his E evolution, as you can see right now on the screen. He will be after the getting to his Q evolution as soon as possible, because the moment he gets his Q evolution plus the E evolution, he wants to be using his killer instinct as much as possible. It's not about poke anymore. It's about him going in and dealing this isolated damage to the enemy that has unfortunately been caught, unfortunately for them of course, by his ultimate. But the fight for the Baron Vision is real right now. Both Exeed and Illuminar are trying to establish as much of their own as possible, while of course clearing the enemy's one. But it is a game that is much harder to be played by Exeed, because they don't have any auto turrets, they lack a lot of vision, so they need to be constantly putting in more and more wards, otherwise they don't know where Illuminar is, and the peak potential from Illuminar is pretty high for them to ignore it.
Yeah, right now 22 minutes into the game, the Baron is also a really important matter. We've seen Illuminar Gaming setting up vision around it, because they have exceptionally quick Baron Nashor with Kaisa, with Yone, who's also super fed. I feel like we kind of slept on how strong Morozko is, but he's 3-0, he's got 2k more gold than his direct opponent, and right now he's also completing his third item. I love that he went for the gauntlet, because he knows he has enough damage and he will be able to survive just a little bit more in the fights, as well as his ability to stick to the enemy champions with the gauntlet. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, Serpy got caught there with a charm, but he just jumps out. It is not easy to charm Brekan. He loves Zaya too much. One charm is not going to do much to him.
Yeah, even though he's not playing with the Merc Threads in this game, which is the most usual boot choice for him, he's still going to be fine into most of the CC. Exeed, they are setting up for the 4th dragon. That would be huge for them, completing the Dragon Soul. But Shelfmate, he's all alone.
Yes, he just used his flash and he's still in the pit, and his ultimate is not going to help him much. He's fighting, has a shield on, but Exeed are in a tough spot. Visual already has so much of health left, gone, sorry. Shelfmate is also super low on the health. Roshan is trying to dance around to see if he has any approach into the enemy's backlane, but the problem is he doesn't. He absolutely doesn't. Lothan is sneaking in a very safe position right now. Roshan cannot find anybody. Roshan is going to be fine. Morozko is going in, dealing the damage, but jumping back in immediately. But look at that, Shelfmate is on the flanking maneuver right now, dragging everybody into his... Oh my god, and they're dancing right now. Mystics is in with a beautiful Magnet Storm. They're dancing around, and Lens is getting a kill. Morozko is in a very tough spot. It is having so many spears in him. Turns his back, but now this is going to shut down on him for Roshan. Krisha goes golden, tries to survive. Shelfmate is trying to kill at the same time, and he's going to be a little bit more successful. Krisha and Lothan are the only ones standing alive, and it's a triple kill for Kaisa. She's going for a quadra kill. She wants a quadra kill. Roshan, are you able to get away? Get away, you don't want to give this... No, he's not going to give away a quadra kill, but he is going to give away a shutdown, and it's another kill for Illuminar.
What a messy fight. I believe that Shelfmate, he wasn't on the flank maneuver. He actually got his recall stopped by Krisha by his last cast of Q, and then he instantly TP'd into the mid lane, because I believe that he thought that he's already back in base and he's regenerating all his health as well as mana.
No.
So that might be, you know, just look at the replay if we get one. But then, what an amazing engage attempt from Mystiques. He got a lot of people inside of his Magnet Storm that allowed Exeed to start this fight really strong, but then Kai'Sa, she's unattended, she's unaccounted for, and she can get the damage down. She can really become a menace of that fight, and she collected 3 kills, almost 4, because Roshan, he just escaped with this sliver of health. Then the kill was secured by Grycia, but it already shows you how strong Lawton is on 2 items, and he's about to cash out this triple kill in the base.
Because he hasn't even recalled after that fight. He is going to go back and come back into the Summoner's Rift with quite a lot of additional items and additional damage. Most probably going to have his E finally evolved, getting closer to his Q evolution as well. Let's see. He bought Luden's Tempest! The sheer audacity! That's interesting. It's not the item that I usually see, but he is going to go for a very poke burst damage.
Yeah, he's fully committing to AP Kai'Sa long-range cannon, not the Ginzo that would have given him the 2 remaining evolutions, but right now his W's will sting a lot and he can remain in a really safe distance in relation to his opponents right now.
A very safe distance, and that's what he wants, where he wants to be and where he was in the previous fight, and you can see how much it benefited him and the rest of the team, because nobody was able to get anywhere close to him. Even when the Roshan tried, even though Shelfmate was looking for a way, Serpy should be able to just jump out. Yeah, exactly, that's Rakan. You don't lock Rakan down, he jumps out majority of the time, but this is still a lot of pressure on the Baron. With 1 dragon down right now for the side of Illumina, with no pressure of the immediate soul, both of the teams can look into Baron, and exeed are just a little bit quicker at their looks.
That was interesting. 2-man Baron by Roshan and Mystiques, maybe just trying to get some CDs out of Illuminar Gaming, because right now Mrozku, he's all alone in the bot side of the map and he's pressuring the bot tier 2 tower, so he will have to commit his TP, but look at Mystiques, he has amazing flank! Oh, they are just getting in front of them. I think Illuminar, they are in a really tough position, but Mystiques is all alone. Grycia will not be able to knock him up, and Illuminar Gaming right now with the long range, with all of these abilities, they will be able to turn this fight around despite losing Stirpy at the start of this fight. They've collected 1 back, and Illuminar, they are the strongest force remaining on the Summoner's Rift right now.
Yes, they are. And they're going to push even further. They're going to commit into this turn on the mid lane. That's a lot of damage on the poor and on the poor Shelfmate. But now this is the free Baron for Illuminati. They are going in. They are going to take it. No evasion available. No way he hit it. No way.
Exeed, they've got to commit.
Oh no.
The Shelfmate's coming in with the TP, but it's late. Unless
Roshan is super low. He's still around. Krishy is going golden because of Vigil, but Vigil is low as well. Morozko is going to slay Roshan. No junk there for the side of exeed, plus the teleport coming in for Illumina. They have massive numbers advantage right now around the Baron, and they are going to slay it. And everybody has a Baron buff on the side of Illumina, which means they are pushing in.
They didn't even drop the Baron aggro. What an amazing execution out of Illuminar Gaming. This game was in a stalemate position for a long time, but right now, in the end part of it, Illuminar Gaming, they are just making better moves, and their team composition is really shining. You can see how hard and difficult it is for Kalista to navigate through all of these fights. She's just not allowed to dish out the damage. She's not allowed anywhere close to those targets that she would love to be, you know, damaging, to be hitting. It is so hard for exeed right now to get back, to come back into this game, but they are still hanging.
They are, but unfortunately they are just eating the fruit of what they sowed a little bit earlier, of their decision to completely abandon the bot lane, try to play around top lane. And yes, Shelfmate is a good player. Today he's proving it to us yet again, but he is not the carry for the team. And now
like
the team has no
Gleb
carry.
or Jax. Yeah.
Yes,
Poppy,
exactly.
It doesn't really matter if she's fed or not, because she will not be able to carry the game. I would stand behind this decision and the game plan if they had a carrying the top side of the map, like I was saying. Maybe Camille, maybe Gwen, maybe Jax, something along these lines. But right now, exeed, they are just desperately trying to get back into this game, but Mystiques, he's on 50 HP left.
Oof. Yeah, that's exactly what happens when you step into the minefield of Talia, by the way. You get stunned instantly and you receive a lot of damage. You know what else is receiving a lot of damage? The inhibitor on the bot lane. For exeed, that was clean from Mrozko. Did you see that? With Sheldman trying to stun him, but he never caught Mrozko. So in the end, this is an open inhibitor, not destroyed, but an open inhibitor on the bot lane from the side of exeed. They're gonna have objective bounties soon. That's at least some of the good news for them. They even have, for example, the turret on the bot lane, which is relatively not too far from them, but they cannot get to any objectives right now. Their objective is to defend their base as much as possible and try to see if they can approach the next dragon that is going to spawn in 4 minutes, because one was just slain by Grisha.
Well, for Illuminar Gaming right now, it should be all about closing this game up, because they are in the perfect spot, item-wise, money-wise. Just look at the inventories out of Mrozko, out of Loten, even out of Grisha. He's got all defensive items necessary right now to survive the onslaught out of Mystiques, and Rel and Kalista, they are a really scary combo inside the laning phase. The longer game goes, the less opportunities they will be presented with, because the enemies, you know, they are building the defensive items, they are going for Zhonya's, they are getting their range up, and right now it will be so hard and difficult for Mystiques to get an amazing engage. Just look back at the fight that happened around the dragon. He wasn't allowed anywhere close to the enemies due to the Void Seekers, due to the minefield. He almost got blown up instantly. Hard to imagine how he will, you know, follow up it with the rest of the game.
Kershey's again pulling the same trick. He is isolating the turret from the teammates from Team exeed, not letting them try and go defend the turret. So they just lost another one on the top lane. This is a hard blow for exeed, but honestly, they have been only suffering hard blows for the last quite couple of minutes in the game. Keep your eyes on Loten, because his recall is going to be super important. He's sitting on 2 needlessly large roads, which means that right now, most probably when he recalls, he's going to have Rabadon's Death Cup completed for him. And that is going to be a massive upgrade, both for him and for his team alike. That is going to be so much additional AP damage. He's not completing it now, which means the team needs to wait for this to happen, because it's a very big power spike whenever it's completed. Usually, of course, on mid laners, but this time we have AP Kalista, so we take it and the team takes it.
They're looking for Mrozko because he's out of position. I think that he still had the man advantage alone. Look at him. Level 18. 300 CS to his own name, as well as 4 items. Exceed, they need like 5-man party to shut him down. And Illuminar Gaming, they will not allow for Mrozko to be alone in those fights, in those skirmishes. Loten just made his way back to base. He's also added the 4th item on top of the previous 3 in form of Rabadon's Death Cup. This game is over. I mean, Illuminar Gaming, they just need to seal the deal.
And excuse me, what was the point of fighting back then in the jungle with Mrozko, who is level 18, when you have Roshan, who is level 14, was level 14 back then, and Mystiques, who is level 11? That doesn't make any sense. You're not winning this. You're so close to the enemy space that the additional forces are going to arrive super quickly. They're making a mistake after mistake. It is fortunate for them that they weren't really punished too bad for the previous one, but it's all the other mistakes that they're suffering from right now, especially, again, their weird decision of priorities in the early game. It is not paying off whatsoever, and right now we have 20 seconds before the Baron is going to be up, a minute and a half before the next Drake is up. Still a soul point for Team exeed, but it doesn't look like they're in position to try and contest it whatsoever with Team Illuminar Gaming. They're trying to push in, they're trying to clear the waves and prepare for the Baron, but look at the bot lane. Mrozko is just relentless. He is not letting this bot lane inhibitor leave.
Yeah, exeed cannot even face him in the side lane. Maybe if Vigil recalls, he will be able to clear the waves, but that's about it. And Illuminar Gaming, they are making sure that they don't go back. Mystiques is just dead.
Yeah, just dead. Full stop. That's exactly it.
Win the fight.
He's gonna finish the game solo. He's just gonna finish the game. Okay, finally Vigil has teleported. Finally Vigil will try to stop Roscoe and is around. Can two of them kill one little Yone is the question. They deal some damage, but Polsky is around. That is not a 2 versus 1 anymore. He's gonna be charmed. Roscoe's getting some damage, but he also has the shield of his own. Polsky also jumping back in. Vigil's gonna be stunned, has to flash away because it's a lot of damage he's suffering from immediately. But Illuminar here, Illuminar want to finish the game. They want to close this painful game. Finally, they're closing in. They have the minions coming in. They are jumping on top of Ends. Ends goes golden, but this is going to be game over for him and for his team as well. Roscoe is on top of him. Roscoe is declaring the kill. They're fighting. The turret is down. The fight is absolutely chaotic. Roscoe going down. Mystics going down instead of him. Roscoe just went golden. That was a little psych moment from him. And now the Nexus is the next target right after they finish Ration. That is going to be the enemy's Nexus. 8-18 and Illumina, despite some questions from the audience, are taking this game.
And they have just secured themselves playoffs. With this victory, Illuminar Gaming has secured top 6. So welcome to the best of 5 phase. Good job, Illuminar Gaming, not crumbling under the pressure and delivering a final blow and an impressive victory out of them. You really gotta give it to him that Illuminar Gaming, despite the fact that lately we've been struggling a lot, today came up big. Today showed us the resilience and also the confidence with their draft, getting themselves into the top 6. So really well done.
Iron Wolves right now are trying to understand whether or not they're happy with this victory for Illumina Gaming, because with the loss of Exceed, they're a little bit further from Iron Wolves and further from the competition for the final 6th spot that is available for us right now. But Bulls are also a little bit further from Illumina Gaming, so for them, every loss right now is going to be a really, really painful one. However, we have to again congratulate Illumina Gaming for getting into the playoffs, because we had a question before we went into the game on the screens. Can you imagine, it said, the playoffs without Illumina Gaming? And honestly, the answer was definitely going to be no, we cannot. We don't see too much of Illumina in the playoffs because unfortunately for them in the last couple of seasons they tend to fall out of the playoffs quite quickly, but we still need to see them in the playoffs themselves, because without that, is it even Ultraliga?
No. Illuminar Gaming with us from the season 0, so it's their 11th season. And well, playoffs for such a renowned organization is a must. So I'm really happy that they've secured it themselves, because last season they really showed us some promise, and it was all about getting their goals and setting them for the summer season, you know, challenging EMEA Masters spot. Well, it was a struggle to get top 6, but best of 1s and best of 5s are two different beasts. And for Illuminar Gaming, with their versatility, with their champion oceans, best of 5s may be a way to bounce back. And those games that are upcoming for them in the playoffs will really show us if the team is complete, if the team can play around their strengths, if the best of 5s. Because with so many champions, with so many configurations, Illuminar Gaming is in the best spot to surprise their enemies, to show us that their unique playstyle is enough to move forward and to proceed with their form in the best of 5s.
And going back to best of 1s just for 1 second, tomorrow's match for Illumina is going to be against Zero Tenacity, which means that with this victory, it was so important for them. Finally, they can breathe out. They don't need to stress out about the game tomorrow. Even if they lose it, they are still in the playoffs. Illumina did a great job by winning this game today. This was their best shot of securing their spot in the playoffs, and they didn't hesitate to take it. While at the same time, for the other part of the map, for Exceed, unfortunately, things looked very dire in this game. They had their questionable games throughout the season. They had their issues, but they worked out some of them. They were working on some others, but this game was just a culmination of everything that was going wrong for Exceed.
Well, this Khalistan, well, a really ambitious plan, but in the end, my worries.
Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but I've stated my worries. I sounded them, and well, you kind of shared my point of view for a reason. because it is just so hard
Yeah.
to pull off team compositions like this one, to pull off combos like Kalista and Rel, and just look at those team fights, and look with such an ease with how Lothan operates the team fights. It's so much easier, and it's so much better, because Kaisa, in the end, she's a stronger champ than Kalista. And it's not about even the priorities. It's not about the the game plan. Of course, if Kalista gets ahead in the early game, then she will be able to snowball the game. But if you give both of those champs free items, Kalista is going to be a weaker champ 10 out of 10 times. And I just didn't have enough trust. I didn't have enough confidence in Exceed to believe that they can pull off this combo. Look at all those fights. Ends, he's just not allowed to auto, because he walks into Rakan, he gets knocked up. He walks into Talia, she puts the minefield down. You walk into Jax, he just counter-strikes you. It wasn't the spot for Kalista. I'll be deadly honest and serious.
It was a spot for Lothan, however, with an amazing kill participation of 83.3%. He is going to be the MVP of this game thanks to his Kaisa. Apparently, if you want to get an MVP, chances are Kaisa is going to help you quite a lot with that, but Lothan's performance in this game was just a really great one. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to the whole team of Illuminar Gaming, because that was a good game from them, and now finally they can sit back and relax for a little while with their preparations for the best of fives.
Yeah, well, congrats to them, and I wish we could say them personally, and my wish will be granted because Sirpi will be joining us in their interview. So let's jump straight into that with the support from Illuminar Gaming. Sirpi, congrats on the win as well as securing yourselves top 6 in the playoffs. How are you feeling? Is this sigh of relief, or maybe you knew that it was coming all along?
Shema, I mean, it's pretty good to win, right? So getting playoffs is even better. After like such a long time playing this split, I was kind of scared of this Kalista when they picked it, but I guess after laning phase, it's not doing anything. So yeah, the win feels pretty good.
I've wanted to pick up your brains about this Kalista matchup, because usually when she appears in the draft, you've gotta give her attention. And from our point of view, Kalista lane was left alone to their own devices. Were you surprised to see Vigil ganking top on and off and off and off, and Kalista just being, obsolete in this game, left out of the question?
I mean, we're kind of surprised when we thought Viego is bot side and they might look for dive. But then he showed on top. That was kind of surprising. But I guess like they should punish us on bot lane. They got ahead early game a lot because we kind of gave up on lane. And yeah, I think it's really weird they just play for top, which like in mid game their draft can play if Kalista is just not ahead.
I have a question to you, because there is only one spot left for the playoffs with you securing the 5th place right now. There is exeed, there is Iron Bulls, and there is Team ESCA Gaming. Which one do you think has more potential to take the last spot?
I mean, I think Iron Bulls is playing against ESCA, and today they play against Alior Bank, I think. So yeah, looking at who is Exeed playing against in next 2 games, I think Iron Bulls has like way higher chance of getting into playoffs.
Yeah, well, with you having secured the playoffs and going into the best of 5s, what are your thoughts and what is the atmosphere within the team? Going from best of 1s into best of 5s, because you guys are known for the champion oceans, for the versatility and for your own style. So I wonder if the best of 5s will benefit you. What is your own personal take on that?
I mean, every time I look at how we draft, I don't think we have champion ocean. I think it's very limited, but yeah, if people say it otherwise, I think that's great. But yeah, the atmosphere is good, I guess. At least maybe some of them wanted like faster vacation, but I hope it wasn't the case. So we have to play for at least 1 more week. And hopefully we might manage to get like easier opponent in the first playoff match.
Fingers crossed, definitely. But Serpi, thank you very much for this interview. You know how it works in the end. Greetings, shoutouts, you have any? Give us.
Pozdrawiam moją super dziewczynę. Serduszko dla ciebie i jedyną fankę IHG, Natalię. Dziękuję.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Please
so
pet
much.
the cabbage dog from me.
You wanna see it?
Very quickly, yes?
A cabbage dog.
Yes.
Wow.
It's my favorite.
Oh my god, it's so cute.
Yes, it is
Got the
very,
cabbage
very
dog.
cute. I love it. Yes, it is good. It's a good boy. It's a good boy. Thank you very much,
Wow.
Serpi. And again, thank you for the interview. We love seeing you in the studio and we hope to see you here more.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Thank you. See you. So, Illuminar, have one of the last two sports. The things are kind of unraveling quite quickly right before our eyes. If Illuminar lose tomorrow, and if Alior Bunk team somehow lose both of their games today and tomorrow, they are going to be tied for the same spot. But other than that, there is still one biggest question that is still open for us and maybe might be closed today. Who is going to get the last spot for the playoffs? Because there is only one left. One very juicy spot. And again, Wolves are in the scenario when they need to fight for it. Not with Alior Bunk this time, even though, quite literally, they would have to fight with Alior Bunk.
So, well, let's see and find out about it all. But shortly after a quick break, we will be back with you in a few minutes.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Trying to get by, quit pulling me closer, by pulling me under, got me losing my mind. You make myself hard to find. And I know this can't be right, but I just need some loving, and I'd rather be touching on somebody that I know, so we can both pretend again. Any nights I let myself go too much, too far, too high, I'm so low. I need to feel something
Welcome back to the second match of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, the Super Week edition, where we have the current winners of the scoreboard of the run for the first place, Zero Tenacity, going against Maturalni Forsaken, the team who have already secured their place in the playoffs, but now want to re-establish it just a little bit more firmly than it is right now. My name is Solari, I'm joined here today by Magvayer, and we are going to digest this game for you.
Oh yeah, Maturalni Forsaken against Zero Tenacity. Last time those two teams met on the Rift, it was the first loss that Zero Tenacity suffered. However, since then, they've been looking stronger and stronger. And with the recent addition of Zico, I love this roster even more. Yesterday, it was a debut for Zico in the Polish League. Papi Delas showed us that he is still amazing. He is still feeling it, going on Jace. And I love him for that because you are kind of downgrading yourself from the league in the form of, going from the Spanish league to the Polish league, where let's not beat around the bush. Spanish league is just stronger than Ultraliga. However, what I really enjoy about Zico is that he's not afraid to go into the enemy faces with his own picks. That yesterday he didn't go for a boring scaling matchup. He picked up Jace and he really showed us what a skilled player he is. And I really think that he will continue doing that because he has amazing self-confidence. He has amazing, energy. His approach to life as well as his professional life most likely is to, get those wins, get the Ws, push yourself, overcome your challenges, obstacles, whatever. So I think that he, after joining Z10, will be on a quest, on a path to prove a point and to prove himself, even in the last batch of 3 best of ones, and then of course going into the best of 5s.
And I can't wait to see the team in the best of 5s, but for now we're sticking with them in the best of 1s. They are going to be on the blue side against Maturalni Forsaken, who are on the red side. Maturalni Forsaken are getting rid of Rel immediately. They're not joking around. They saw what Katby is capable of when he has Rel in his pockets. Pretty much same with Jace. They looked at Zico playing yesterday and were like, yeah, we don't want to see any of that in our game.
I wonder what is going to happen with Samira. Because, Ice on Samira, Pentakill, the second one. I wonder if there was a player that scored 2 pentakills throughout the regular season, because that really sounds like a tough achievement to get, and it might be that Ice was the very first one. I'll have to confirm that with league officials, because I don't have all the games in my mind, despite having casted this league for the long time. But Zero Tenacity, they are opening with LeBlanc. She's open, she's picked up, but Maturalni Forsaken, they'll be happy just to answer with Kai'Sa. However, she will not be an answer into LeBlanc directly, because they are also going with Annie, something really prominent for Weibo. Whenever she's open, they will go for her because it's a low econ champ that allows you to start and set up fights, and usually has a really big impact onto the game whenever you are talking about the objective fights, whenever you're talking about the team fights, because she's just excellent at starting those. Z10 answering with Rumble and Affiliates.
Rumble is such a flex champion. I love this champion because he can go into pretty much any role. Right now, he could even be going for the mid lane for Zico, but most probably it's between Kala and Rizak. Zero Tenacity are not really giving away too many cards. Yeah, he cannot go to the mid lane because Zico is going to be playing LeBlanc there, quite obviously. But this is still making Forsaken question what is going to happen on everywhere else on the map. What is going to happen with the support? What are they going to ban out right now? Because they picked themselves Vi, a pretty good jungle pick, but what is going to be there for Zero Tenacity? If they don't ban out, for example, some jungle picks right now, and it turns out in the end the Zero Tenacity's plan was all along to give this Rumble to Kala, Forsaken might find themselves in a tough situation. But it's gonna be support targeted right now. Braum removed by Forsaken, Noddles removed by Zero Tenacity. Could be Rakan added to the equation as well.
The very same things goes for Z10. They see Kai'Sa, so they are taking Nautilus away from her. But Maturalni Forsaken, they are also thinking about some enchanters. Nautilus, Rakan, both champs work really well alongside Kai'Sa in the bot lane. So right now it will be a little bit more difficult to pick up a supportive champ, but we still have things like Leona, like Alistair left. So in my opinion, both teams will be quite comfortable with the last picks. Maturalni Forsaken so far, they've been showing us a lot of wow, I actually was not expecting to see Yone.
Kai'Sa mid lane, Yone Annie bot lane.
Nah, it's not happening.
Nah,
I think it's Yone in the top lane
Kai'Sa
against
bot.
Rumble.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually think it could be still Annie in the supportive role, however, so that still could be a possibility where you put Yone in the mid lane and then you have Kai'Sa, Annie bot lane, but they don't go that well together. I think that Kai'Sa, she really needs a facilitator or engage support in the form of, let's say, Leona or Alistair. I've just mentioned those two champs, and honestly, last two eligible champs to play in the bot lane. Maybe you can throw in an Amumu or something, or Thresh, but you cannot go better than Leona and Alistair right now with so many supports off the board. Maturalni Forsaken with a really solid draft. I just wonder how will Zora go in this matchup against Rumble, because it looks like Yone was a direct answer into Rumble once it was seen, so it must be a choice of preference for Zora to go into that matchup. And Yone, he has some specific matchup in the top lane that he's favored in. For example, when Aatrox was really popular in the top lane, people would pick Yone against him because you can just dance around Aatrox, and it's really hard to hit those lethal points with his Q. However, Rumble, he just overheats himself. He uses flamethrower. He's got ignite. He's got enhanced autos. I don't see a world where Rumble loses a lane against Yone. What can play in Yone's favor is the scaling, because usually the side lane champs that use crit chance, they are super strong. You know, you think about Tryndamere, you think about Yasuo, you think about Yone. They can do well in the 1v1s, but in the later stages of the game, and Z10 usually don't allow enemies to go past 30 minutes in their games, right?
To be honest, I'm having my doubts about Yone as a direct answer into Rumble, because usually we see Rumble these days as a direct answer in quite many top laners, especially those who want to be top lane bullies, especially directly into Renekton, for example, because Renekton wants to dominate the lane. Rumble feels stronger, feels more confident going into those fights with Renekton in the majority of the cases. How is Yone fitting in here, going as an answer into Rumble? I am struggling to see what Yone. The only thing that Yone can want to do in this lane is to not fight unless the jungle is around, and try to scale up and wait out whatever Rumble is putting for the lane. Other than that, I don't know how Yone is supposed to be an answer here into Rumble. I'm struggling to find an answer.
So what I like to do whenever I play, League of Legends casually or in the ranked setting is sometimes I'll go into my main role, which is ADC, and I know most of the matchups well, so I will be able to kind of make a decision on my own. But whenever I play with my friends who are from the lesser divisions, I like to switch things up, maybe go into the top lane. And whenever I play top lane and I see the enemy champ, I'm like, okay, I'll just look it up on the net, I'll Google it up, who is good into what. And there's just one site that allows you to see the stats in the certain matchups, and then also it allows you to read the comments from certain champ mains. For example, you go into Gangplank, you search up, you look up what is good into Gangplank, and then you have like a Mordekaiser main who just played 10,000 games of Mordekaiser, and he'll write something like, you go tank Mordekaiser into Gangplank, you've gotta just wait for the level 6, but then he can kind of cleanse it with his W ability, so it's not a good matchup, and you have millions of those. So what I will do right now is look up.
Yeah, what is the website? I want to do the
matchups.
same.
I'll just share it with you. I wouldn't base my judgment on that because pretty much anyone can edit it, so it's the same case like Wikipedia. But maybe sometimes you can find, you know, something interesting, something of value. But I've looked at Rumble.
I'm not even seeing your name here.
Yeah, I am not. And you know, the funny thing is also that the worst pick against Rumble usually is Yasuo. When you think about Yone and Yasuo, it's not coincidence that they are brothers. They do pretty much the same thing. so maybe, yeah. And then when you scroll down, you have those tips from the mains, and you have one from Yone. He says, easy matchup, care for level 2, 1 damage on level 2. Just all in and kill him, and he will never be a problem for you. Thank you so much for that advice. I think we should send it to Zora because it's just that easy. Watch out for level 2 and then kill him. That's how easy it is.
Watch out for level 2. Alright, that is actually an advice that can work not only for the top lane for Forsaken, but also for the bot lane. Because there is Leona, and whenever you're playing against Leona, the thing you're always watching is that level 2 ding on her when she gets her level up, the first one during the lane. She will want to go all in. However, this Alistar pick from the side of Forsaken is going to be excellent in the sense that he's going to stop her whenever she wants to go into the AD carry. Just fly right in her immediately. And he doesn't even need to be stopping immediately every time she jumps into him or into Kai'Sa. They can use Alistar to switch their attention to Ice, to Aphelios. And Aphelios in the early levels doesn't really deal much damage. He doesn't really have many escape tools apart from his flash and cleanse. Take those out of him, and next time you try to be aggressive against him, it's going to be a kill confirmed.
Definitely, but the same goes to Kai'Sa, right? So take the cleanse of one of those champs, it will be much easier to set up ganks and set up kills. Right now, Zora, he has pushed out 3 first waves, and he completed his first recall, which will probably allow him to buy just boots or maybe something else. No, he also sold his potion, then adding a refillable one. So it's not the biggest, you know, power spike. I thought that this cheater recall will allow him for something better. Usually when you go for the cheater recall, you look to get your hands on a item that will grant you some more value in the later stages of the game. So for example, usually when you don't have enough money for a component towards your bigger item, you will just choose to pick up a Dark Seal when you are a mid laner, or a Cool when you are an AD champ that wants to cash it out after completing 100 minion CS.
Yep, but he just recalled, he went back to the lane with his minion wave, so he didn't lose. He shouldn't have lost anything there, I believe. Nika and Rizek are going to see each other in the jungle, very respectful, walk away from each other without exchanging anything whatsoever. And this is going to be a continuous stalemate on the bot lane, where Forsaken are usually under the turret or just on their part of the lane, trying to see ways to bounce back into zero tenacity, but it is tough to see those ways, because if they are the ones triggering the action, if they are the ones going aggressive onto the enemy, it is going to be Leona looking for an opportunity to jump onto go-to, to jump onto the exposed backline of the enemies immediately.
So for the most part, Z10, probably the same game plan as per usual, which is have a solid laning state, and after that, when your enemy makes one wrong move, one mistake, you punish them, and the game snowballs in your favor. Ziko's trying to set up a gank on Ribu, but he misses the chain, and Ryuzaki, he will have to put himself on a longer hold, be a little bit more patient, but nothing will happen, because Ribu, he is aware that right now his jungler is playing to the bot side, so you've gotta just hover bot side and not allow the enemy to get a jump on you.
Yeah, very easy like that, but Nikolai right now is looking for ways to go onto the bot lane of zero tenacity. They don't know that he's there. They haven't spotted him anywhere in their jungle, so they are right now in danger. All the summoners are available for both of the bot laners, but Nikolai is not going in. They didn't find an opening, they decided to change the everything, the priorities in the bot lane and everything else. So no fight is happening there. There is no fight still. 6 minutes of the game, no first blood, no kills whatsoever.
We're still waiting on some more action. which I think is actually playing in favor of Z10. Whenever the game are a little bit boring and not that much is happening, I feel like it favors the team with the better macro, because then when the objectives come, then when you set up for 5v5s, Z10 has better basics. What doesn't play in favor of Z10 is chaos, is a lot of fighting, is a lot of uncertainty, because then it is much harder to show those basics, to show those strong fundamentals. But Maturalni Forsaken, I'm not saying like, oh, you are not doing anything against Z10, you are bound to lose. Just a cautious remark, because Z10, for a reason, have 15-1 score in this season of Ultraliga.
However, Forsaken have a unique opportunity to be twice the only team that managed to bring down Zero Tenacity in this season.
Oh, yes.
Because they have one victory against Zero Tenacity, and this is the only loss that Zero Tenacity suffered throughout the 10th season of Ultraliga. And if Forsaken do it again, this is going to be an achievement. This is going to be a rather big one for them. But for now, I have to fully agree with you. The state of the game is really favoring Zero Tenacity because they want to be scaling their champions up.
Just imagine that we didn't have a playoff bracket and the, let's say, quarterfinals berths would be picked at random, and then it's Z10 sitting at 16-2 scoreline, sweating not to get picked against Maturalni Forsaken, who are the only team to beat them twice. But fortunately for them, they've already secured themselves top 2, which puts them one step closer to EMEA Masters, and the probability of them facing Maturalni Forsaken isn't the biggest. I'll just put it in that.
Because most likely Orbit Anonymo are going to remain on the second place, so both Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo are going to go directly into the second round of the playoffs, and Forsaken will have to crawl all the way from the first round. And yeah, the chances of them losing to somebody in the process are pretty high, because those are going to be 6 best teams we have in this season of Ultraliga, and it's going to be tough for Maturalni Forsaken to cut their way through them, even though they're sitting pretty high on the scoreboard right now, have already secured their spot, can breathe out in this game and just have fun should they want to.
Yeah, right now they are trying to survive, because after 8 minutes you can already see some small gold advantages to Z10, and it's due to the fact that they are an exceptional individual players. You know, they are getting those small CS leads, they are getting better recalls, and they are setting up first Herald, which will be picked up for free by Ryuzaki and the rest of his team. Maturalni Forsaken, can they somehow form any form of response? Right now they're just trying to push out the mid lane, but it's hard for them. And I really think it's all in the hands of Nikolai and Dribu. Those two players have an amazing tool in form of Annie and Vi to set up kills, to set up fights, and they've got to start using it.
The amount of control, especially single target control, these two possess is incredible if they're together. So they need to stick together. They need to make sure they're playing around Annie's passive and around Annie's ultimate. And this is going to be the perfect time for them, because they are taking the first Drake right now. This is the Hextech Drake. And Zero Tenacity, they know it, but they cannot come any closer to the pit, and they cannot stop it from happening. The first Drake is going to happen for Maturalni Forsaken, and Zora is almost dead on the top lane. In the meantime, there was an Ignite used by Kala, but that was almost a solo kill for Rumble.
Also got a late when Rumble got his ultimate ready, and Ignite because
you are breaking for me, and I'm not sure if it's my connection or yours. Production? I still cannot hear you normally.
Maybe we will state a question to our viewers. Right one if I'm breaking up. Right two.
No, right now you're not. Right now you seem fine in my headphones, so I'm assuming whatever it was, it is gone. And nothing happened in the meantime, so we are pretty good. Yeah.
It seems like it was an issue on my part, so excuse me for that, but I don't really know what to do about it. It's like, it just sometimes happen, I guess. We are not in the studio, we are casting. Am I breaking up again? Because I don't know if the viewers are just commenting with a bit of delay, or if I have the robotic voice right now.
I will tell you if you have a nice robotic voice again, but don't worry, it's alright for now. Might not be alright for Nikolai because he's looking for a way to go into Kala, but little does he know somebody else is looking for a way to go on him right now. This is Zico and Ryuzaki together, and Zico has a lot of damage stunks though, a little bit of turret shots, so he's not able to continue any further, but they're going to clear out this wave, and maybe they will go again to Nikolai because he's still low, but Ribu in the meantime is coming. The cavalry is almost here. He has the passive available. He flashes over the wall, and it's a first blood for Kala, and now he's going to go on to Zico. Zico suffers a lot in the process. Zora is catching up with him, and Zora is going to get a kill, but it's a double kill for Kala in the process.
Oof, and almost the angry T-Burst got the better of Kohler, but he still had flash, so I felt like he was controlling everything until the very end. Z10 with the first move advantage, with using Cabby also as a player that moved towards the top side of the map. In the end, he did not secure an assist to his name, but you know, the presence also gave Zero Tenacity this extra confidence that allowed them to get 2 kills to Kohler. And right now, it will be much harder for Zora to stand his ground against Rumble, because Rumble, he is a menace inside of the laning phase.
Well, he's still 1-0. He is still fine. He's still building up his board work as quickly as possible. But this is indeed 2-0 Kala. And Kala is feeling really good and much better on the top lane. He's fighting with Zora right now, and you can see he's dealing quite a lot of damage, and Zora has to use his healing potion immediately because that is a little bit more than he can chew at the moment. And we have the replay, and I love it how much Zirtnas are cutting off Nikolai, but another thing to look out is the mini-map, because Ribu is already closing up. Ribu is here to try to save the day. Flashing over the wall cannot save his teammate, but he's going to get a kill. No, he's not going to get the kill actually. It's going to be Zora coming in. So wait, we have something wrong with the kill stat then. No, we don't. 1-0. Okay, it's alright for Zora. Sorry, I kind of confused myself there for a second. That happens too.
Yeah, I mean, the T-Burst was good. The Zico dive was a little bit too deep, so it felt like it was Annie securing the kill, but in the end it's Zora, so he kind of bounced himself back into this matchup with 1 kill, but it is still Kohler who will be much quicker towards his first item. And then you've also got to remember he's playing with Ignite, such a strong summoner spell, especially for the solo laners, because they get those levels much quicker. And Ignite, it scales with your level, with your champion level, dealing more and more true damage. So it is that much harder for Zora, who is putting everything in the basket of lifesteal, and when you're ignited, your healing is cut in half, so it will be much harder in those all-ins to survive for him.
Oh, actually, speaking of all-ins, he's fighting again. Kala is flashing in towards Zora. He has overheated, so he wants to be fighting in melee right now, and Zora is jumping away on his own sealed fate, and he leaves again. Every time Zora somehow escapes death, but it is Kala every single time who's that close to getting a solo kill.
Oh yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on him, but I think he went a little bit too optimistic for that. Yone himself is a really mobile champion, so he can get away out of the Dutch with his ability, with his Q, with his ultimate. So in that particular situation, he wasn't in any form of threat, despite Kohler using both summoner spells. But it's all about getting the priorities, all about getting a better recall. He could have crushed the wave, he did it, and now he will be back in the lane with the first mythic item. Right now, Kohler in a really strong spot.
But Zero Tenacity overall are taking this game really slowly. They have just lost the second break, and the soul is not really beneficial, so it's not looking too good either for stacking a lot of dragons on top of each other. And it looks like they're going to lose a lot of power in the bot lane as well, because they're losing quite a big chunk of that turret because Gutkowski is taking it apart. What are Zero Tenacity going to do right now? They are still in the lead in terms of gold everywhere across all the lanes. Though this is going to be changed a little bit by Gutkowski right now. I believe, yes, he's going to make the goal actually dead equal between the 80 carries. But where else does Zero Tenacity want to be playing right now? It looks to me like the top lane is getting a lot of their priority, and it is what we saw from the blue side in the previous game, with the top lane getting all the attention. But this time it's justified because you have Kala here, and Kala can be one of the potential hyper carries for the team. And he's playing Rumble, who is going to be pretty strong looking into the mid game.
it is really clear for Zero Tenacity that their strong side of the map right now is the top. Rumble level 11 with his first item completed. He's super strong. He even added a stopwatch on top of that, so he can add a lot of value and survivability into a lot of 2v2 skirmishes. So for Z10, most likely with the second Herald usage, they will look to secure either the top side of the map or the mid tower, because it is just so easy for them. But Color, he's got to be careful. Even though he's winning the lane, he doesn't have flash, so he might be subject to an easy gank from Nikolai.
And this is going to be a gank. How easy is it going to be with the Season Disease going onto him immediately? And you cannot escape that anymore. Zora's not getting the kill, but it's an assist for him and a kill for Nikolai.
Yeah, he didn't even have a time to use his stopwatch in there. Without a flash, you cannot overextend because it's so much easier for your enemy to punish you with those two abilities combo. Those two ultimates, they just work well together because it's really easy to pin somebody down, and there was enough damage from Nikolai and Zora to finally get the shutdown from Color. But Zero Tenacity, they are never complacent. They lost their member in the top side of the map. However, with the good rotation towards the mid side of the map, they got the first dragon, the first tower with the Herald.
But it wasn't the first start in the game though, because the one
really.
the bot lane still fell before that. So it hurts a little bit because it's some gold lacking in there, but it's still a turret on the mid lane, which is a very important one. And we see a lot of pressure from Zero Tenacity usually around the turrets on the mid lane to take them as the first ones out of the whole game, because it opens up the path for them for both objectives, and it opens up for them the whole mid lane where they can be grouping up, because we know Zero Tenacity, we know how well they can team fight later on in the game, and they already have quite some important items to be able to extend these team fights. I'm talking about 2 item LeBlanc, for example, who just picked up the Tempest. We also have the Kraken Slayer on the Philius, which is not enough, but it's something, and they're going in immediately on the Chromax. He's going to be knocked out, has to flash away, but he's going to be stunned immediately with a Solar Flare, and this is going to be a dead cow for you, ladies and gentlemen.
And all that led to this elimination was 1 Q from Ice with the range ability. He used Calibrum in the combination with Gravitum to just pin Chromax down, and despite Alistar having Unbreakable Will in his ultimate, he's not going to survive the attack from Color, the attack from Kabi. Well, it was just Leona getting the kill, so it's not like Aphelios or Rumble got extra money for that, but it's always a good pickup that allows you to rotate toward the top side of the map and secure yourself another tower. Z10 just showing us the basics of League of Legends and really working well around them.
And the basics of rotation on the map, because they took the mid lane, they took some Prow in there, they rotated to the top lane, took Prow in there, and right now look at the time, it's 37 seconds before the Drake is going to spawn, and they are all going to the bot side of the map, where they are going to try to put in some vision, they are going to try to control the river around the Drake and secure it ideally as well, because you don't want to be giving away the soul point to the enemy, even if it's not a very beneficial soul, it's still quite some money that they're getting, and you know, it's just style points as well. Hey, we've slain another dragon. Zico is a little bit looking scary there, but Ghost is looking even scary because this is going to be another stake for Kabi apparently, and Zico even goes a little bit further and secures the kill onto Gold. It's 2 down from the side of Forsaken.
It just looked easy for Zico, getting those chains and Gotzi, locking him down. Where is the cleanse in all of that, I ask, but Zico with the flash, he was able to seal the deal on the kill on Gotzi. Zero Tenacity will use it to get the dragon and start the stacking process for themselves, because even though the dragon isn't amazing, it is better to have this soul than to give it over to your enemies.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Zora took the first tower on the top lane for himself. I mean, the second for his team, the fourth of the whole game. So he is becoming just a little bit stronger in the side lane, and I wonder if he will become a problem in the side lane anytime soon.
To be honest, he should. There is in general quite a lot of side lane problems from the side of Zero Tenacity, because we're talking about the static shift on LeBlanc, and we're talking about Rumble, who in general is a pretty good split pusher. So yeah, to answer your question, yeah, most probably this is going to be a problem for Maturalni Forsaken, that they will need to attend this Rumble to answer him on the side lanes, and who are they going to send their solo to stop him?
Maybe LeBlanc, she will just clear the wave out and that's about it. Like, Yone can never contest the towers if there is no wave. Rumble might be subject to his 1v1s because Zora is just about to hit his second item, which will be a mythic in the form of the gauntlet. Let's see if in the 1v1 Ryuzaki could take him. Kha'Zix is exceptional at those duels, especially after level 11. He already got his second evolution. But Zora, he's not sticking around. He'll just pick up the Krugs and the golems, and that's about it.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to find out where the bug is hiding. He has some sense that he might just be trying to fish for him, so he steps a little bit away. There is a lot of tension around the Baron pit at the moment because both the teams want to have vision in it. Zero Tenacity now are slightly winning this contest. But with the Dragon not up for next 3 minutes, it means both the teams will be looking for ways to secure the terrain around the pit, for the ways to push in a little bit further. Zora is doing that on the top lane right now, trying to de-push the wave. Top lane actually is in a pretty okay state for Forsaken right now, as long as they can continuously rotate somebody like Zora to stay there and to de-push the waves, because with the outer turret gone from the side of Zero Tenacity, Forsaken can push the middle ground much further from their side, making it harder for Zero Tenacity to go towards the pit if they decide to commit to a Baron.
I'm still waiting for Ribo and Nikolai to start using their champs for Maturalni's Forsaken advantage. They have a lot of big potential, but Zero Tenacity, it just looks like they are not giving up any space to the enemies. Maybe now Zico could be in trouble. Ribu has flash, but he will not commit on that. Zico,
Zico jumped back! And he's fighting with Ribu. He is very sure. Look at the damage, and there is no passive for Ribu right now.
That was smart, because Ribu used all of his abilities to clear out the wave, which allowed Zico for this short opening to jump back to unleash his full combo. And you can see how strong this LeBlanc already is.
Copy, just standing there waiting for the W from Kaiser to fly past him. But yes, this LeBlanc is very strong. She deals a lot of damage. However, Annie is building towards her Rabadon's Death Cap, and the moment the hat is completed, her damage output is going to be rather high as well. Oh my god, poor Chromax suffers again, but leaves this time, maybe not for long, because Ryuzaki is looking for a way to go in, but doesn't find any opening, so he steps back. Minute and a half before the Drake is up. Nothing to fight for right now except for the Prio.
So what makes Zero Tenacity so unbeatable in this league and such a strong team within the Ultraliga is that they are not making mistakes. They're really good at understanding the current map state, and the lane acquisition is also really important. Z10 always understands the matchups and where they want to put certain members. Zico, he's a menace in the side lane, so he will most likely be still split pushing. Then LeBlanc with this build, she's exceptional at clearing the wave quickly and then moving towards her team. Kabi right now.
Oh, Chromax is going in, but he's again almost dead. This is going to be a shutdown duel for Maturalni Forsaken. Kabi is dead. They're trying still to chase the enemies, with Zico going in, securing a kill immediately, almost securing the second one to Ribu. Ribu barely escapes, but Gods is firing away, he's firing back. That's a lot of damage. Killer Instinct is propped, and he is coming in for the kill, but he is going to die immediately.
Oh, he traded himself for a big shutdown, so that's a good move out of Gutkowski. He knew that he will be dead straight after ulting inside of there. Probably quickly checked if Zico has the stopwatch, but Zero Tenacity, they are not waiting for anyone. They are starting the Baron and it just runs down so quickly.
Ribu.
He can check
Ribu has the passive.
He's got the ult.
Oh, he's got an ult right into it. Flash ult. He's going to kill everybody except the Baron. It's a triple kill for Ribu, and nobody, maybe except Kabi, has the Baron buff anymore. Ribu, what was that?
That was huge. You can only imagine if he was there a second earlier, maybe even the Baron would have gone the way of Maturalni Forsaken. But Zero Tenacity, they lose 3 members, but one of the Baron buff still remains on Kabi, which is really important because they can still be using that in the future. But let's see, Ribo, he gave the enemy, you know, the information that he's approaching with this.
Yeah, he gave them a warning. Yeah.
Yeah, he gave them the warning, but Z10 didn't respect it, and they've played their league.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't respect the fair warnings from your fellow opponents. That was such a great move from Ribo though. And the amount of damage. The moral of the story though, if you want to commit to an objective, especially if your health bars are not exceptionally high, you better make sure that you have the vision around and you understand where the enemies are, because not all of them were at the base. Ribo recalled pretty early in that fight that we saw right before, so he already had the time to come back, full health, additional items, and now Ryuzaki is fighting with Zora. Zora is isolated, so it's a little bit easier for Ryuzaki to fight back. There is Kala somewhere around, somewhere behind the scenes as well, but that's a lot of damage coming out of Zora actually onto Ryuzaki. Has to go away, but Kabi is the collector of the kills again.
Oh yeah, this item for Yona makes him super tanky in those duels. Usually Kha'Zix, he doesn't have any issues killing the enemies in 1v1, but he almost lost his life in this one. And you can see why this Yone in the side lane is working, because he has a lot of damage with the Blade of the Ruined King, which is usually a spike for whomever picks it up. And then you're going into more survivability with your mythic choice in the form of Gauntlet. Had it been not for Kabi, maybe Zora escapes with his life and also threatens
another fight
who jumps away.
In the meantime, with Nikolai. Nikolai is going to be stunned twice, but he still manages to jump away and everybody from Forsaken leaves. But Nikolai is very low right now. Though the health bars of Zirtnas are also suffering because of that Kai'Sa. This is Kai'Sa who is running with the Ginsu this time, not the Luden's Tempest, because she wants to be jumping in on the Killer Instinct from time to time. But she also deals damage, poking the enemies from afar.
Solari, does this game really feel like Zero Tenacity has 5k lead? Because for me, of course, Maturalni Forsaken are on a back foot and turtling just a little bit. But in those fights, they can definitely put up a good challenge to Zero Tenacity. And usually when Z10 is 5-6k ahead, they are looking to finish things up. But in this one, I'm not that sure about it. I'm not super confident about it.
I wish there was something like Sejuani instead of the bug on Ryuzaki, because it does feel to me like Ryuzaki is not really at the point where he wants to be as Kha'Zix, because Kha'Zix wants to be bursting the enemies immediately when he jumps in. Just he goes in, he kills somebody isolated, he jumps out of it safely. There is not so many targets on the enemy team who will go down like that, and Gotzi and Ribu are usually too far away from him and too well protected by the wards and the teammates for Kha'Zix to actually be useful against them. So what is left? It's Zora, it's Nikolai, who are too tanky, as we saw a little bit earlier, for Ryuzaki to deal with. While the question is, do Zero Tenacity have enough setup to go into fights? Because next fight could just be very bloody between Zero Tenacity and Ryuzaki. Might happen somewhere soon. We have the Drake is going to be up. It's going to be a potential soul for Forsaken. They're fighting already with Zora completely removed very quickly. Blink and you are going to miss it, and the turret is going to suffer the very same fate.
Well, okay, he definitely needs some more magic resist, because LeBlanc in tandem with Rumble just blew him up instantly. He didn't have a chance to react. It was an instant 100-0.
Yeah.
And you see, this is yet another example of one of these mistakes that usually Maturalni Forsaken would not be punished for. Let's say they are playing against, Alior Bank team, Illuminar Gaming, whoever else. But they are playing against Z10. And if they see even a slight opening, they'll instantly go for it. They got the kill, and in addition to that, they've got the second tower. Right now, they've reset it, they didn't stick around, they didn't risk it, and they are back on the map a little bit quicker than the enemy.
Zigu is fighting with Ribu, and Ribu is almost going down. Nikolai is around too. He's going to save his teammate, and they're fine. But Ryuzaki is around as well. He's jumping onto Ribu. Can he do that? Can he do that? Because there is a passive for Ribu, there is a stopwatch, and there is a kill for Ribu immediately.
That is the issue with the bug. You were talking, he's not able to burst somebody down. He's not even able to hold onto his own dear life, because Annie, she's got the stun, she's got the Zhonya's, maybe in form of stopwatch for now, but later on she will probably pick one. And this allows Maturalni Forsaken to actually contest this dragon. Ryuzaki will not be available for that one.
With Bug not being really ahead, it is really hard to accelerate him right now. and the enemies are picking up some armor, but not magic resistant. Rebo is already almost there. Chromax, pretty much the same, very low health for him. Can Forsaken commit to this dragon? I don't think so, because Zico is on the hand. Flashes away, but everybody from Forsaken leaves, but Zero Tenacity are right now on the dragon. Or are they? No, they're not. They're looking for the mid lane instead.
Well, the 5k is enough. Zero Tenacity, even without their jungler, they will not allow Maturalni Forsaken anywhere close to dragon. And an amazing understanding of how to use the abilities to poke the enemy out before the dragon fight, which may not have resulted in any kills, but allows Z10 to get the dragon themselves safely, because Ribu and Chromax, they were out of position, they were out of health, they are out of summoner spells. They cannot get back to this fight. They cannot contest the dragon against Z10, even if there's only 4 of them.
But right now, they're trying to contest the Baron because he has already been started by Forsaken. Kala is dead. He did not survive the meeting with the enemies, but it's a shutdown for Aphelios. The Baron has been slain in the meantime. Forsaken have the Baron. Ghost is going to have to flash away in order not to be stuck in the pit. But this is the Baron for 3 members of Forsaken.
And Maturalni Forsaken, they are really making Z10 run for their money. It's the second game between those two teams, and it really feels like Maturalni Forsaken are the closest to actually beating them.
Ice is going golden because there's too many members of the enemy team on him, but he's trying to run away still. But Zora is going to seal the deal, and Nikolai is on the chase for Kabi right now, or for Izaki, whoever is going to be willing to go down, but he suffers a lot as well, so he's dashing away.
They couldn't help him. Ice did everything to stay alive. He got the stopwatch, he got the Gale Force, he got the flash, but Zora just followed him through the wall and sealed the deal with the kill. Zero Tenacity, I'm not saying they are struggling, because they are still comfortably in the driver's seat. But Maturalni Forsaken are putting up a great challenge, and who knows, maybe one of those team fights with amazing engage from Ribu or with a good flank from Zora will be enough.
Maybe, but it is not going to be enough today. And I have to say, Ribu is such a menace for Zero Tenacity to deal with. He's constantly everywhere where they are trying to find any advantage, and he refuses to go down to 80 damage. The AP damage still cuts him quite a lot, and he has so much control in his own AP damage with 3 completed AP items. He's making sure the Zero Tenacity are not having the easiest game, and we were pretty used to seeing stomps from Zero Tenacity in the last games from them, but this time we are already past the 30th minute mark, which is where things start getting really interesting, because this is where Kaisa shines a lot. She is right now sitting on 4 items, just completed her own hat as well. Annie is very strong right now too. Ryazaki looking for another way to go in, but cannot find anything, and he's struggling so much. He's only 2.5 items. He really needs much more gold than that, but luckily for him, he has LeBlanc and Aphelios. Both of them have 4 items at their prime form, and even if Kala starts falling off a little bit right now, just because it's Rumble, this is the time for LeBlanc and Aphelios to shine.
But look at the top lane. Someone's gotta deal with Zora. He's still using the Baron buffed minions to get his hands on the second tier tower. Color will finally arrive, but it is not the point of the game where Rumble can comfortably solo lane against Yone. Of course, you can maybe poke him out, but if he goes for an all-in, I'm pretty confident that Zora just wins. So he can be putting a lot of pressure, but Z10, they've gotta form some kind of a welcoming committee for Zora, because in 1v1 he will be a stronger laner than Rumble, and Z10 gotta address it.
I am loving the fact that Zora realized that just armor from the gauntlet wasn't enough for him, so now he has the wit's end in his pocket as well, which means that it's not only 80 damage that he's not afraid of, AP damage is not dealing that much to him anymore, which means he can fight anybody on the sidelines right now. He's not scared of Kala trying to go and stop him, as you can see. He's not scared of pretty much anybody right now. So Zero Tenacity, yeah, they need to make a tough choice. Who is going to be the one to stop Zora next time he is on the sidelines? Because he's going to be staying there, but not right now. Less than a minute before the Drake is going to be up. Both teams want to be fighting for it. It is a soul point right now for Maturalni Forsaken. Zero Tenacity have 2 dragons in their pockets. So it is Forsaken who want the dragon a little bit more than Zero Tenacity. Everybody's looking for a way to go in, but nobody can find anybody. Kala is without the ultimate already. The flamethrower has been used before. And Rizaki cannot find any isolated target either. Zico is firing away, but neither of the teams can find any opening to commit.
They are just trying to dish out some damage at the distance. They are not fully committing, but you can see that Zico, he's just a little bit better with the poke that he does. LeBlanc, she excels at this. And look at the damage. Look at Chromax, he's already around half health. Maturalni Forsaken, they are trying to use the mid priority in order to get some leverage, and now approaching the river.
As you know, they are already at the pit there. Nikolai is looking for another way to go in. Suffers a lot. Zico fires away at him. This is a soul point for everybody right now. And look at that. Kabi is going in. He's has to go away immediately because he suffers a lot in the process. But Chromax is golden. Rainbow jumps in with an ultimate. He's going to get Kala removed from the fight. Jumps further. Nikolai is golden right now. Rizaki is getting a kill in the process. Another kill for Zico. And the fight is happening everywhere at the same time. Rizaki heals up so much. Jumping around, and Gutkowski is not going to survive that either. Zor is the only one standing from the side of Maturalni Forsaken. He wants those 2 more kills, but these 2 kills have just run away from him.
Holy moly, what a close fight. Maturalni Forsaken dropping 3 members of the enemy team, however they suffered 4 losses to their own name, and Z10 just barely hanging on. It was 400 HP for Ryuzaki, around the same amount for Ice, and they were running for hills in the face of Zora, who couldn't gap close, who couldn't follow them. But you can clearly see the damage out of Ribo and Gutkowski. That was a really important fight for them. It started off by Kapi getting a good catch, but then look at Gutkowski, look at Ribo, look at those 2 players making the damage. The only thing that didn't work was that Ribo, he almost scratched the surface of Ice with T-burst, but he was like 2 centimeters short. If he got him with the ultimate, I think that this fight is just decimated by Maturalni Forsaken.
Quite possibly. And he is sitting on Zonya, so it's making his life in these fights a little bit easier. But Zero Tenacity, with the soul point in their hands, with more gold in their pockets, are looking for a way to secure the next part of the game, which is up and running right now. They have the vision in the pit. They're trying to put more vision around it, but they don't really have much offensive vision. They don't see the part of the enemy's jungle, how they are moving around. Are they trying to go in? Yes, Zico is already firing at the enemies. Because I can follow Nikolai, but jumps away immediately. Cannot continue this fight. Zico gets some damage in his face from Gutkowski. Chromax is trying to push the enemies away, but in the process, look at him. So much damage on that cow. No tankiness with only 1 item whatsoever.
They've got a reset. Maturalni Forsaken are on really low HP bars. Gutkowski, he cannot continue fighting. He just used his flash, which will allow Z10 to claim the Baron unless Nikolai jumps in and steals it. But that's their last resort.
That's what he's gonna do, but he's not gonna be able to steal it, and he dies for that, but he died trying.
Yeah, we'll have to give him the credit for trying, but Z10, they will probably claim the credit for winning this game. Chromax, he's out of position. He's really tanky. Can Color finish him off?
But Zora is trying to finish off somebody. Ice in the process is getting the cow down. This is going to be a double kill for Aphelios. He's going for... No, it's not a triple kill. This is a kill for his teammate, for Kala. And now Zora is trying to run away. Zico is catching up with him. Zora is golden. Zora leaves for the time being, but he has to jump back. That's the problem with Aphelios. Not Aphelios, sorry, but rather with Yone. He jumps somewhere, but he always has to return.
And that was it. Maturalni Forsaken really putting up a fight. Respect to them. 40 minutes in, they've almost threatened Z10 in this game, but in the end, the first place team, the 2-time champion of Ultraliga, still remain on top and get the revenge. However, they really were stretched to their limits in this one. It really looked like Maturalni Forsaken, out of all the other teams in Ultraliga, have the best recipe and a plan to play against Zero Tenacity.
The idea definitely was there for them, and they looked very strong across the lanes, especially right after we had this transition from the laning phase towards the mid game. Not completed yet, but quite in the process. This is when Forsaken felt really secure in the game. They were taking the dragons in, they were taking quite a lot on the map in as well. And it really took a lot of time for Zero Tenacity to get accelerated, because the usual idea for Zero Tenacity as to how they want to be playing the game is to get their lead in and on the map in the early game and snowball from there on. They don't like playing from behind. They don't really get much practice in Ultraliga of playing from behind because they're so dominant in their movements on the map. But here, Forsaken were really trying to put that as a challenge for them. Will you actually be able to play with us when we take so much away from you? But the answer from Zero Tenacity was yes, no problem.
Well, I'm really excited to see both of those teams in the playoffs. I think that the best of 5 series could be really interesting between those two, but a lot of things gotta happen in order for us to see that matchup. However, you know, Maturalni Forsaken in some other matchups are not as good as in the one against Z10. You know, they are dropping games 2 times to Team ESCA Gaming, for example. Then they play against Illuminar Gaming. It's supposed to be the match of the week, but it is the match of the week because Maturalni Forsaken is weak in that matchup. However, they come up against Zero Tenacity. They have this extra quest to show.
I think your microphone is doing the thing again, Magvayer.
What is
you? It's fun. A little bit hard to understand what your point. So I hope you're going to be able to fix it too. But in the meantime, the fights were really complicated for Zero Tenacity. Not the ones who are closer to the later game, but there is, you know, in the mid game, Forsaken were finding their ways around the enemies. But I really want to see the replay of the Baron. We saw already the replay once, but I want to see the second replay for Forsaken with going in with Rebo. I don't even know how to describe it. The audacity of the man. Yes, this one. Exactly. Thank you very much. Again, he gave them a fair warning. Like, hey, I'm on my way. And Zero Tenacity don't know who exactly is on their way. They don't have the vision there. They don't know how many members of the enemy team are there. They're super low, yet they decide to stay and commit to the Baron because it's almost dead. And they get the Baron. But at what cost?
A really high cost. It was just Kabi who remained with the Baron, and the Baron wasn't the finishing touch to the game. Zero Tenacity, they required much more time to complete the victory, but in the end they did it. They've done it. Let's see. I really enjoy looking and watching Z10 with Rumble because it allows Color to have an extra. He actually has a lot more to say when playing Rumble because he usually is the first to start those fights. He gives the idea, he gives the order to his team to start the fight. And sometimes, of course, his equalizers will not always be the greatest, but sometimes he really nails them. And in this match, you saw a couple of those that allowed Zero Tenacity to, you know, get a pick, because it's not always about getting 5-man equalizers. Sometimes it is enough if Rumble pokes the enemy ADC out, or if he allows your team to get a pick on the enemy support, which Color did a couple of times. And then Zero Tenacity was able to snowball the rest of the fight without the enemy support. Zico, however, will be the MVP of the game. Papi Delas, his second game of Ultraliga and his first MVP. You like to see those.
We like to see those very much, to be honest. That performance yesterday on Jace was already a grand debut for him in Ultraliga, but today's LeBlanc, I loved it so much personally. The amount of damage and the amount of audacity this player has. I love how boldly he goes into the enemies over and over. And I'm quite happy with the fact that he's choosing the champions that allow him to do so and excel at them. I want to see more, maybe assassination style champions from him. I want to see more those that want to commit a lot, maybe fully commit into the enemies. Because Zico seems like a person who actually excels quite a lot on those, but I will stop right here because we actually have the man himself joining us on the interview today. So how about we ask him all the questions we want. Zico, the new mid laner for Zero Tenacity, is joining us today. Hello, congratulations with the victory and with your first MVP.
Hello. Thank you so much for the congratulations. Yeah, I mean, feels good to get my first MVP. I would really like it to be on a better note, let's say. I think the composition was a bit harder to execute. We were not like in sync, so for sure for the next games I'm looking forward to get better showings as a team.
Well, Papi Delas, it's a delight to have you here with us. We never stop. We get those W's. Well, Zico, I wanted to ask you about this specific matchup because Maturalni Forsaken were the only team that was able to overcome Z10 in the past. Of course, it was with the different mid laners, so now you can brag about, you know, getting the W against Maturalni Forsaken. But I wonder how it was from your perspective, because it really seems like Maturalni Forsaken, they are inconsistent, but whenever they go against you guys, Z10, they put up a good show.
I mean, for sure they played good. I mean, I honestly think that it's much easier to execute when you have a point-and-click CC like Annie and Vi. But once again, I mean, I think this team is way above every single team in the league, and there is not much competition. Of course, there will be some sloppy steps from us, but at the same time, I also think that since they lost last time, I don't think it's a difference of a mid laner, but I also saw the draft. And we have a meme inside of our team that Jana from Kavi won't happen ever again. So I guess that there was a reason around there, you know.
Yeah. As much as I loved seeing Jana getting picked, it was not a very pleasant performance. But Zico, judging by your background, you are pretty much the only player from the team who is not playing from their campus. Does it bring any additional complications for the team and for you personally?
I mean, for sure, you play better overall in the gaming house and stuff like this. But right now, I'm still waiting for my passport, and I'm ready to go as soon as I have it. So it's just a matter of the passport. Otherwise, I will probably already be there.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good because sometimes there is internet connection issues, and for example, this game it happened, and they all started saying pause, because they all disconnected, literally everyone. At least I'm here to save the day, you know.
Everything has its upsides. Well, Zico, I wanted to ask you, because I know that you were on the interview yesterday on the Polish broadcast, but I would love you to share your thoughts and your goals with Zero Tenacity with our English audience, because yesterday you were talking about what is the goal, what is the plan for Zero Tenacity after you have joined. So what are those?
I mean, for me, it's for sure getting out of groups of EU Masters. It's that's my main goal with the team. Of course, getting further and further, it's a bigger goal, but I like to take it step by step. I'm pretty sure that we all know that we're pretty good and we most likely win the league itself. Even if I'm a bad addition, we just put in slow Q, and slow Q does the job and wins the league with them. But for sure, getting out of playoffs, getting out of the groups. And as I said already to the team itself, I think I also bring the fact of the leadership, even though Rio was doing it before. But I like to be as consistent as possible and being disciplined, and it's something that I've been trying a lot to talk with the players and like share the insights about the game, and making sure that we're going to play against really much better teams, and we need to make sure that we're disciplined already with the not strongest teams, so we make sure that against the good teams we are doing good and much better than this.
Amazing. Zico, we like to keep it short here on the English broadcast, so we will not be bothering you with any more questions. However, there's one last thing that you've got to do at the end of the interview. It's our tradition. So if you have any shout-outs...
I thought it was just the Chico dance, you know? Okay, but
the Chico dance! Okay, I'll take it.
I mean, the big question here, let me take over. I'm the interviewer now, okay? The big question is, are we going party when we are in the finals or what? Because, you know, with Papi, you know, after winning as a champion, you know, with my vodka Red Bull,
you first win.
I just put my dance moves, and it's gonna be crazy, right?
But now you have to win.
Okay. Well, I just know a place that will accommodate you in Poland to the Latino vibes. So I think we are set.
I like you. I like you much more since you said that, by the way. I miss some Latino vibes music for sure.
For the next interview, I'll bring some of my Portuguese in. But for now, that will be it. Thank you so much, Zico. And like I was saying, if you have any shout-outs, go ahead with them now.
I mean, the shoutouts, as I said, I will kind of put it the same as yesterday, right? I think since I went through a really tough time, I just want to give a big shout out to my friends that I've been in Discord with and been helping me to go through the hard times, especially Victor and Florenzo. Kuze, which are friends that have been helping me like quite a lot, and it's people that I really appreciate and I really love. And for the rest, for all the fans in the chat, of course, it's so nice to see the chat every single time I play. Chico dance, you know, it's something that I need to get to meet my fans and go party with them, right? Like we need to go do a little bit of a Chico dance all together. I guess let's make sure that we viralize. How do you say it? Like let's make sure it's a big thing, the Chico dance.
It goes viral.
And then
yeah,
it's the viral part. You know, let's viral it and make sure that we all do the Chico dance together as soon as we're at the after party. All of that stuff. And a big shout out as well to my coaches. I think they are like pretty fucking insane, and I'm pretty sure that with this I can become such a much better player. So big shout out to all of the coaching staff and especially LJ.
Well, you can count on us when it comes to the Chico dance. I mean, I'll be saying it for myself, but I think that others will also be happy to do it. Thank you so much, Zika. It is amazing to have you with us in the league. But for now, that will be it. Let's see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Okay, bye-bye. See ya. Thank you so much. Bye.
So now Tenacity have to win, right? They promised us a nice party by the end of it with some chica dance. So there is no world where they're not winning right now, or else I will be heavily disappointed. But we will need to wait and see if it's actually going to happen or not, because we need to go through the rest of the Super Week. We then need to go through the whole lot of playoffs, and only after that the fate of Tenacity will be decided. But before that, we're going to go into a match which is going to be super important, especially for one of the teams playing it. And I'm of course talking about the Animals, who have to face Alior Bank team, and this might just be the game that will decide for them whether they're getting into the playoffs or not. But that's gonna be a little spoiler for us, and we're going to get into it after the break.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
lights start flashing, bass go boom like when I'm in the room, I get money, I let it fly. When I hit the spot, phone blowing up, I don't have time to respond to you. On a vibe that's too strong for you. One sip and you're gone. Do you know who I am? I'm a pretty girl with a plan. I can do more than your man ever could, and I make it look really, really hot 'cause I can. Got some to boss. If you don't work, get lost. I can put the money, yeah, bumped up the cost. Chest leg cold on frost. Yeah, you know my lipstick gloss. I got the secret sauce. Make it look easy. My life's too ripe, it feeds me. I'm feeling up, I'm queasy. No, they don't want me, they need me. Make it look effortless. Not many out here who can weather this. I know that I'm your preference. Gotta get in line, it never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. Prototypical, you can find me nowhere invisible. Make them miserable when they can't get a taste. They wanna replace me, but they can't find a grace that can save them, so they stay waiting. One of a kind is such a real statement. I got them craving money, they say to see me on stage. It's really amazing, yeah. How I keep them coming back. Give a little taste, just a snack. Only speak facts. I know what the world's been lacking. Give a little listen to what I've been tracking. Oh yeah, now you're hooked. Only took one good verse and it's cooked. Stick a fork in the beat and I make your feet jump. Turn the heat up and I get you on the re-up, yeah. Make it look easy. This life's too ripe, it feeds me. I'm feeling up, I'm queasy. No, they don't want me, they need me. Make it look effortless. Not many out there who can weather this. I know that I'm your preference. Gotta get in line, it never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, I got the keys, I'm driving. 길어진 밤, 해가 뜬 다음 다시 날 비추는 거울 속 가슴 속 막혀있는 my pride. 지금보단 현실을 봐, 내 안에 흐르는 온도도 겉으론 볼 수 없잖아. I've been waiting for you. 왠지 머리카락 주변 맘으로 들리지 않던 난 beautiful. 지난 모습 잊어가는 시간 똑딱똑딱. At last I know my worth. 이제는 수면 위로 올라와 착각. At last I know my worth. At last I know my At last I know my worth. 다시 멈추지만 내 자신감 몰랐을 대로 안 돌아가 안 돌아봐 말리지 마. 잊혀가는 과거 속엔 아직 바랄래. 고개 들어 길을 걸을 때 This feeling seems so natural. I've been waiting for you. 왠지 머리카락 주변 맘으로 들리지 않던 난 beautiful. 지난 모습 잊어가는 시간 똑딱똑딱. At last I know my worth.
To the top we go. Yeah. Tell me who gonna stop us though.
Welcome back to game number 3. I know this is the game you've all been waiting for because this is going to be the most important game of the day. Iron Wolves, they really want to get into the playoffs. There is only one place left. There are two more teams right below them, Exceed and ESCA, who really are waiting for a chance to see the downfall of the Wolves and to take their spot. If Wolves win today against Alior Bank team, they should be able to secure their playoff spot, but if they lose, their fate is still undecided.
Oh yes, the most important game today, besides EHG and Exceed, that has already concluded with Illuminar Gaming securing themselves a top 6 for Team ESCA Gaming. An important one because they are still fighting for top 6, but also fighting to avoid relegation tournament. So they've really gotta give it their best. They've really gotta put on an A show, and well, it's not entirely up to them if they can still make it to top 6, but it starts here with the win against Iron Wolves.
It all starts here with one win, exactly as the story goes. But for Wolves, this is not going to be easy. We're talking about them going against a team that is already quite firmly established themselves in the playoffs. And also the team with which Wolves, again, have a very personal history going all the way into the last additional 6th game of a tiebreaker that we had in the end of last season, when they both were fighting for the very last spot. And that day was really excruciating for Wolves, because I remember before going into the tiebreaker, they had just won their own game, and Alior Bank lost their game, but they, because of that, were sitting on the same space. And it was up to Alior Bank to just win the last game and take themselves into playoffs, and Wolves unfortunately were out. This time, however, everything might just turn different. For Alior Bank, winning or losing this game will not change too much, but for Wolves, this is everything. This is the most important call for them.
Well, Alior Bank team, they are still fighting for the top 2, so if they want to... No, actually not. The only tiebreaker is going to be between... well, I'll check it, but I think that it's still possible for Alior Bank team to place this on the 2nd place. So let's just theoretically think about it. Alior Bank team can score 2 wins, then there will be on 12 and 6. And Norbit Anonymo, if they lose next 2 games, there will be on 12 and 6. It will be 1-1 in their head-to-head matchup. So then we have to count all the wins in the second half of the split. So maybe there will still be a possibility. We will just check it with our production. However, like yours, yeah, that's a lot of mob, but still, it's much more important for Iron Wolves. The one scenario that I've just described is not that important, and for Iron Wolves, it's all about making it to the top 6. Well, the lose from Exceed today helped them greatly, and if they win, they are top 6 secured. So it's just about their one win today, or maybe one tomorrow.
Maybe one tomorrow. Wait, who are they playing against tomorrow?
ESCA.
Tomorrow it's going to be ESCA. For Wolves, ideally, it would be to win both of the games today and tomorrow. Then they are like 100% in. Because if they lose today, they are going to be 8-9. And Exceed could potentially catch up with them.
Even Team ESCA can catch up to them.
All right. Right, they can. So everybody can still catch up with Wolves. They absolutely have to win this game today. It's not going to be easy. Alior Bank team yesterday looked extremely confident on the Summoners Rift, and I really wonder what's going to be with them today. Plus, yesterday we saw Yushiro not getting his hands on Xayah. It was unfortunate for him, banned out against him. Finally, teams are starting to realize that it is way too good of a combination of Yushiro plus Xayah. So, if it happens again, what are Wolves gonna pick for the bot lane is going to be my question.
Well, you were talking about Xayah. I am still thinking about Varus because he is a good option when you consider him as an on-hit ADC, but also he can go for the static strip variant. We actually saw some Varuses as an answer into Kai'Sa into the bot lane because he can match her push. Going for the static strip and then transitioning into the AP build. So yeah, let's see. But historically, the most popular champ of Yashiro was Xayah. He had the most success on it. So yeah.
To be fair, yesterday he was playing on Varus. I just checked because I was like, wait, I'm having strange feeling. Yeah, he was playing on Varus yesterday, and unfortunately for the Wolves, it was a loss. And not the nicest loss, to be fair. Again, when you're in such a tight fight for the playoff spot, you don't want to be losing absolutely anything. But unfortunately for them, it was a loss against Anonymo. So right now, this is their biggest chance to try to find their revenge against the whole of the scoreboard.
Well, he has got some good record on Lucian with 11 wins and just 5 losses. Then you have Varus 5-10 and not amazing. Xayah, of course, his most prominent champ, 25 games with 14 wins. So he has a lot of options, but you've also got to think about the current meta where picking Kai'Sa is usually a way to go. However, when it comes to Kai'Sa, ZTY is an amazing user, an amazing player of Kai'Sa. I believe, I don't know if he got to the team of the week yesterday, but I voted for him because of those 2 performances last week on LeBlanc and Kai'Sa. He really showed us that besides Irelia, he's much more versatile and he can pick up some other champs. So when I'm thinking about Kai'Sa and Iron Wolves, I would prefer to put it in the mid lane because ZTY is making it work.
But ZTY is also a very avid user of Tristana on the mid lane, and it works quite well for him. And Tristana in the current meta works quite well in general, just as a champion. Having 2 AD carries in your team allows you for much more control over the map, and unless the team is very tanky, you usually can itemize pretty well against them as well. But let's see how the drafts are going to look like, because we have Alior on the blue side, who by the way immediately are going to be banning out Tristana, and Wolves on the red side.
You ban out Tristana against ZTY, you maybe add Irelia, you maybe add Kai'Sa into the mix, because this guy so far has been working wonders with those champs. Now your bank team, they would much rather go into a traditional matchup when it comes to the team compositions, because they are much more traditional team themselves, and I think that they strive in the environment where they can play a traditional League of Legends. But Iron Wolves were never the traditional team. Of course, it is no longer Sisyphek and Monk in the bot lane, so no more crazy stuff. Yashiro and Eli would usually opt for those meta picks in form of maybe Rel, maybe Rakan, maybe Xayah, maybe Varus. So let's see what will Alior Bank team go with
Rel.
First pick Rel. Yeah, Rel's open.
I was expecting Kai'Sa, to be honest, because it is not banned out anywhere, and with Alior Bank team banning out Tristana and LeBlanc but not banning out Kai'Sa, I was under the assumption that they would go into Kai'Sa themselves to secure it first wins and to take it away from the enemy. But Xayah is open. Alior Bank team decided they can take it, but Wolves think they... Wait, this Xayah doesn't have to go to Shuri though, it might just be... Sorry, I am mixing... Xayah and Kai'Sa somehow mix up on my tongue quite a lot. But Kai'Sa can go to the mid lane. She can actually do as you said and go into the hands of ZTY, which then allows Shuri to be playing Kai. Oh my god, why? They don't even sound that similar. Why do I have problems pronouncing them? Kai'Sa and Xayah. And now I hope they're not in the same team, because it's gonna be the death of me.
Well, I'll save you. I sometimes mix them up too, for whatever reason. Okay. But Ivern, I think that he can work, but in order to do it, you really require a lot of winning lanes. So drafting Ivern so high up in the draft is usually not a good sign. I believe he has his place in the meta, but you need to have certain... You require certain conditions to be, present in your draft in order to draft Ivan and make him work. Right now, Kai'Sa and Alistar look like a duo bot lane for Iron Wolves, but you're saying that she can be flexed into the mid lane and Iron Wolves still remain with that possibility. Alior Bank team, however, they answered with Annie for Mane, you can never go wrong with that, and Xayah for 7s, taking it away from Iron Wolves. That is a smart choice.
So in the end, Wolves decided not to go with the 2 AD carries. I'm sorry, I need to let my dog out. She's going crazy.
She is going crazy. Did she see Nasus? I don't think so. But maybe she's not the biggest fan of Ivern.
I think she's not the biggest fan of just whatever is happening in the draft, and honestly I can understand, especially with the ban of Renekton from the Wolves. I suspected it could be something like Renekton for them, because you were talking about the winning lanes for Ivern, and Renekton on the top lane would make a lot of sense here, but they banned it out themselves. What's the plan for the Wolves?
No Cassante, no Renekton, so it looks like they will be setting up Hashero for a counter pick in the top lane. They already see that Annie will be played in the mid lane. That is why they will just lock in Victor, and now we have the confirmation. Kaisen and Alistar will be the bot laners. And right now it makes much more sense for me when it comes to drafting Ivern, because Victor can definitely hold his own against Annie, and then you are allowing Hashero to go most likely for a counter matchup in which he can draft something like Olaf, like Jax maybe, because he's still on the table. So you will have those winning lanes to play around.
But if this Mundo gets picked by Alibank right now, it is going to be so hard for Wolves to pick a winning lane, because Mundo is one of those champions that want to bully their lane, they want to take a lot of control for it, but it's not going to be Mundo. I got excited for a second, but this is going to be Jax for Maddox for Wolves right now. Have a very broad choice of the champions they want to go into, but they need to be very careful, because there is still Lee Sin on the side of Alibank for Ari. Lee Sin, who wants to be ganking his lanes quite a lot during the early stages. They go with Rek'Sai again for his hero.
Yeah, well, Rek'Sai, she's still a thing in the top lane. You have a really strong lane presence, you have good trades, then you can just go back into your underground form and heal up after any kind of fight. I don't know how she actually fares up against Jax. Maybe we can look it up on our amazing side with the counter matchups and the opinions from the best of the best. But definitely Iron Wolves, they have drafted around this Ivern. I was talking about strong lanes. So you have Kais and Alistar, a duo that was popular back in the past and is still strong, has a lot of kill pressure. And then you have Rek'Sai as a counter pick into the Jax. So I'm quite happy with how Iron Wolves approached this draft. Not something that I could say about all their drafts in this season. So let's see how it goes. They, actually had an addition of a coach a couple of weeks ago, and you can clearly see that he is improving some aspects of their game, namely the drafting.
I really wonder whether Wolves are going to be playing around his hero, especially in the first half of the game, because we saw yesterday he was standing against Prime on the top lane, which was the matchup that we really anticipated, because Prime is a really good top laner, and he punishes weaker top laners who try to overextend on him or are just a little bit too much on the top lane. But his hero was excellent against Prime. He was winning some unwinnable trades. He was getting out of really tricky situations alive with his super good micromanagement of his champion. I'm quite happy to see him on Rek'Sai again, just because the memories of yesterday are still fresh in my brain. But I don't know how exactly this game is going to look for the Wolves. It is not going to be an easy one. They have the winning cards, of course, especially their scaling. With Victor and with Kai'Sa in your team, you want to be looking into mid to late game potential for you when the 3-4 items are hitting these carries. But Alior Bank team, they are so much more balanced in that sense. They have the early game tools, they have the mid game, they have transition to the late game, they have everything that they want. How do you play around them?
That is a really important question that you have just stated, and we will find about it all in the upcoming game. For Iron Wolves, it is a really important chance to secure themselves a top 6 position. They just need to overcome Alior Bank team, which is never easy. Alior Bank team recently in a top form, managing to close out some games in style with really clean execution. And with their draft, they are playing around their strengths. You have Annie for Mane. However, the most interesting pickup for me is definitely going to be Lee Sin in the hands of Adi, because that is a playmaker. Lee Sin's about to, be everywhere around the map. He's got to be aggressive. He's got to be making ganks, because otherwise he's not as strong. And eventually, Ivern will outscale you. So for Adi, it is all about being mobile, all about being in the face of the enemy. in the first 10 to 15 minutes.
And I want to look at the other side of the jungle, actually, because you raised the question of Ivan outscaling Lee Sin. The question to me, whenever I see Ivan, is how he's going to build himself. Because I talked about it a little bit yesterday, because it's a rather interesting question and case to me. Ivan feels really good as a utility champion right now. You know, your typical utility jungler, and utility junglers are all about meta right now. But you can build him up in full AP, and he deals so much damage, and he scales better with this build because of this damage that is going to grow in time with him. If Jonatis goes into an AP build here, I actually would be rather happy, because it is Jonatis. He tends to be a very carry-oriented champion, not champion, sorry, but player himself. So if his Ivan is going to be full AP, I personally am going to be one very happy caster.
Oh yeah, well, it's surprisingly, I mean, Ivan is surprisingly strong in 1v1s. Recently I've been talking with one of our new casters, Piotr, who in the past and still is a analyst, so he does a lot of Excel spreadsheets when he just adds up the numbers of champions. And he told me that Ivan, currently, if he starts with the bush, he will win the 1v1 against Darius on level 1 because of the damage that Bush allows him to dish out. It is that mental. A lot of players are surprised whenever they go against Ivan in the jungle in the duels, because he doesn't appear to be dealing a lot of damage, right? He shouldn't be, in fact, but sometimes he can turn those fights around when played properly.
To be fair, I think it's still the past of this champion that's haunting him, and gonna be haunting him for quite a long time. I applaud the rework of this champion, because it has finally put him in a very good place, just as a champion and in the current meta, even in the pro meta, which we haven't seen Ivan in the pro meta since the birth of this champion. But his past is always going to be with him. It's always going to be whenever you see Ivan pick. You're going to have those flashbacks from your solo queue when you just need one last victory to get promoted, and somebody in your team picks Ivan, and you realize that the game is already over for you.
Well, we are still talking about a champion that's exclusively designed to play in the jungle, because if you're not playing him in the jungle, then you're not making use of your passive ability. So you're one passive ability short to some other champs, which kind of forces him in one play style, because it's highly unlikely that he will be picked up on some other lanes. However, whenever he's picked up on solo lanes or in supportive role, then you've gotta ask the question of champion balance, because if a champ that is not using one of his primary abilities is making appearance on side lanes, it really goes a long way to show you how strong he is. Adi jumping
Speaking
in.
of,
Speaking
of, Jonatis is actually suffering quite a lot. He doesn't feel that strong against Mani and Adi, but to be fair, he went on to Annie, who had her passive fully stuck. He got caught in there, and Adi was very quick with his reaction, and he still listened. He is the very description of a champion who is super strong during the laning phase, during the early game. Zhuai is under a lot of pressure, but he feels it, so he steps back.
Oh, we know why he got back, because he's so Minamagic, making his way over to the mid lane. He just passed through one of those wards that was probably placed by Jonatis. I think that during his previous jungle clear, he still had his ward on the trinkets. And Mane, his recall will be cancelled, so he's gotta make his way back to base a little bit later.
Very unfortunate. But very nice for Zhuai, though he's staying on the lane without any mana whatsoever. A little bit risky, especially for Victor, especially so early in the game. While Adi is going to return with a lost chapter already, so her mana issues are going to be taken care of. At least a little bit. We have the first Drake of the game already. It's going to be the Mountain Drake. We already have a little bit of vision on it coming from the side of Wolves. I think Adi is going to try to answer it with his own vision as well, because it's still Lee Sin. But now, does he want to answer something on the bot lane? There is no vision available for the Wolves. They don't see Adi coming. Now they know that he is there. There is only Minamagic though. There is no AD carry. He is still just coming. So Adi cannot really overcommit and continue onto the enemies.
Well, they've dealt a lot of damage to Minamagic. He was trying to freeze this wave. I wonder what will Sevens pick up, because he went with this item shard that leads me to believe that he could be going for
Static?
statics. Yeah, he will try
Static
to match.
Navori?
Most likely, he will probably be matching the presence of Yashiro in the in form of the static shift. However, Yashiro, usually when you're playing with static shift, you will go for the Hail of Blades as your rune of choice, but he went for a level 2, so
Hijiro is on Money. Money is not going to... No, he is going to stun you, but not with T-Burst, and Hijiro has the flash available. He's jumping onto the enemy mid lane. It's going to be the first blood for the top laner of the Wolves. They want to continue to Ari, but cannot. That's more than enough for him.
Oh yes, the Rek'Sai presence. She got the push in, and then she just rotates towards the mid side of the map. Those gangs are as strong as Rek'Sai in the jungle because you just tunnel in, you flash on top of the enemy, you knock him up, and then he's dead. Matik's trying to work some of this advantage back in the favor of Alior Bank team, and he got 2 plates out of the way, equalizing the score when it comes to the top matchup.
Oh!
And Kashero didn't stop. It is the last half of the second when the damage doesn't really concern the person that is going back to base.
Yes, but that was very close. And Hijiro is already sitting on a whip, so he is quite happy. He can take the fights, he wants to take the fights, but with the sheen on Maddox, does Hijiro want to take the fights? It's not the matchup I see every day, so I'm rather curious, because usually during the laning phase, Shin is going to be pretty much one of those tiny power spikes available for Jax. Same goes for the whip for Rek'Sai. How would it look like if they decided to duel each other? Who would you bet on?
I think I would still go with Jax. The fact that he can stack lethal tempo, the fact that he has a counter strike is really powerful, and just the basic stats and the basic hit out of Jax is really strong. He is pretty much designed to be picking up duels against champs that are auto-attacking frequently, and Rek'Sai is definitely one of those.
Daisy's around. Daisy's fighting with the enemies already. It's very pretty Daisy, by the way, in this skin of Ivan. 3 members of Wolves, 3 members of Alior, 4 members of Alior Bank team, and Daisy is there, but Ellie Wood is going in onto the enemies. Doesn't take the damage, but doesn't help to find any kills. Ellie Wood is right now very low, has to disengage because he's almost dead. Maddox takes a little bit of damage into his own, but Manny, with a very nice T-burst, is chasing the enemies away from the pit.
The more important question, Solari, is who would win? T-burst or Daisy?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, do we count in the T-burst spawned on somebody? Because it's rather important. Daisy is dependent on stacking her auto attacks onto and knocking them up. T-burst will only knock you up if he is not even knock you up, but just lock you in the space if he is spawned on you. So how do we approach this? Do you spawn T-burst on somebody to make it a little bit more fair?
Well, do we count Ivern and Annie being able to cast their abilities? Because Annie can throw her shield on T-burst, and so does Ivern. That's we really gotta think about it hard because it's not so easy to decide on this 1v1 matchup. So going back, however, to this Herald fight, I think that after losing your your Daisy as Ivern, you really gotta back down because she's one of your most important aspects of the kit. Usually what happens is Ivern just spawns her Daisy, runs around the map, gets and collects those neutral objectives because Daisy, she just gathers, she just generates a lot of pressure. And this is what Yaunatis did just a moment ago. So after losing his Daisy in the previous fight, that was a moment for Iron Wolves to back down. But Eli Wood had some other idea. Of course, he didn't finish dead. He didn't end up dying, but it was a really close call.
Wolves indeed lost the prior on the top part of the map around the Herald pit, which allowed Ari to take the Herald, so right now he's running with it in his pockets. But it's good for Wolves that they found some other ways to do something else on the map and to answer it with the cross-map play. But right now Ari's around, he has the Herald, he wants to release it on the bot lane, helping out Svens to get more gold. Ali Wood is going to be caught, he's going to knock Ari up, he doesn't want to be fighting right now. He wants to! He goes into mini-magic, Yanaris at the same time is on to Ari together with Ali Wood. He sure is just fighting back with the enemies. ZTY is here as well, deals some damage onto Ari. Ari has to disengage. The idea of releasing Herald on the bot lane is not for today, my friend.
Ooh, Adi showing us his fluency with Lee Sin. getting away out of a difficult situation, and also using Herald in the mid lane. Mani will be able to collect some extra cash for that, but I believe that should be just about 2 tower plates. Amazing news for Mani. A slow-paced game, something that Alior Bank team prefers. And I think that they are aspiring to be this kind of a team that Z10 already is, where they have strong fundamentals, they have well-rounded drafts, there's no tricky stuff in there. They are playing some basic League of Legends, but then they really want to excel at game execution and at punishing enemy mistakes.
They want to. Wolves, however, are they going to make many mistakes? They used to be the team that made quite a lot of those, unfortunately, on the map. Oh, look at this route for Rek'Sai. He's just whoop, whoop.
Yeah,
very
that's a highway
as well, by the way. Yeah, that's the highway to the top lane for Rek'Sai. She has a strike breaker completed. She is a very healthy top lane queen. She just needs to protect her turret because it's still Jax on the top lane. And it's Maddox, and Maddox loves being on the side lanes quite a lot. He is a very interesting player to me. Another very young top laner that we have in the league this season. Another rookie, very fresh in Ultraliga, very fresh in pro scene in general. He had a very distinct playstyle in the beginning of the season when he wasn't really participating much throughout the majority of the game, and then going in with some decisive victories in big team fights and very flashy way. I believe he got his quadra in some of his first games we had in this season.
Yeah, I think it was
but
on
now,
Darius.
yeah, it was on Darius, exactly. But now he's more consistent than what we saw from him before. He's Hero. I wouldn't walk in that bush if I were you, because Ari is there. You have to flash away immediately, but they're fighting right now 2-on-1. His Hero is trying to fight back, but this is not a fight he can win.
And we've got to praise Adi. That was a perfect lane gank, and he didn't even stutter. He knew that if he made one wrong move, it will show on the radar for Heshero. But he was just standing still, and he avoided being detected.
Yes, and because of that, there is a kill right now for him from the top lane. His Hero doesn't have the flash. He has the teleport available, so he will just teleport himself back into the lane. But with it might be harder standing against Maddox, especially if Adi decides to pay attention to the top lane again. But right now, Wolves are paying attention to the bot lane. Actually, Daisy has been summoned around the bot lane. Yishiro has to cleanse himself, but Adi's onto him, locked in. Allywood is very low, but it is Alior Bank who are running away because Daisy feels the blood. She smells it. She wants to be fighting with the enemies. Minimagic with a very nice storm, jumping onto enemies, forcing more flashes from them. Allywood is already dead. Maddie is absolutely amazing with a clutch play there with the T-burst. It's a kill for everybody on the side of Alior Bank.
Holy smokes, what a carnage. Alior Bank team just cleaning house, and you can easily see how the top lane gang contributed to what happened in the bot lane. Heshero had to use the teleportation back to the top side of the map, and this allowed Matix to join the fight in the bot lane, and in the 5v4 there's no way in hell that Iron Wolves can win that skirmish. An amazing also move rotation from Mane, who caught 2 enemies away with his Tibbers. That really allows Alior Bank team to get ahead in this one, because as an answer, Iron Wolves is fine, I think. So the only answer that Iron Wolves have come up with in that situation was a counter map play where Rek'Sai got the tower, but the laning phase seems to be already over. Heshero is only 300 gold ahead, and it's not that much. It is not the lead, or it is not the solution that you are looking for with this Rek'Sai pick.
Alright, the Drake has already been started. The Bulls are at A. His Hero is sitting in the bush, hiding, has the ultimate available. He wants to go onto Alior Bank team. AB are really separated through the river. Allywood is taking so much damage already, fighting with enemies, absorbing a lot, but his Hero on the other side of the river is fighting, is dealing damage back to Maddox. He receives quite some back, has to retreat. It is the dragon secured by Iron, but this is going to be Jack secured by his Hero as well. And the fight continues. Allywood is the next one on the menu for Alior Bank team. They are going to be able to kill him. Maddie is the next one though for the Wolves, and they have the juicy kill, and it's a kill for Z2I. Alibank are still chasing. Svens is getting a kill. It's a double kill for him. Onto Kai'Sa, and Adi is still chasing his hero. Can Rek'Sai get away? She's trying to. She's not that quick. She has the push from Yoritis, and is it gonna help her? No, not really, because Adi's already there. But Adi is the one going low. But somehow, at the very last split health bar, he's going to get the kill. And Yoritis is gonna be the double kill for Adi.
How close was that? Adi lingering to his life, but he managed to stay alive with that early gold drinker buy. It really allowed him to survive in that situation. Iron Wolves, that was a good idea to try and turn around with Heshera and the Alnatis. The Rek'Sai, she still has a lot of damage. You can see it in the chart, almost 3k dealt over the duration of this fight. But that wasn't enough, and Alior Bank team just a slight one step ahead of Iron Wolves in all the movements around the map in the first 17 minutes of this game.
Which now makes you wonder how well are Wolves feeling on the map, because they are seriously lacking damage right now. They don't have enough survivability either to just absorb a lot of damage and get, you know, the cooldowns out of the enemy to try to turn the game around from their own. They still are getting some kills, but it is not consistent enough, and Alia Bank team still managed to turn the things around. What worries me right now is that I don't really see too much damage coming up for them in the next at least 10 minutes. Maybe a little bit less. I'm not good at math, okay? Please don't judge me. But Ivern is going full support build. He already has built Shorelia. He's going into Monday, the second item. As double support combination, you need to have a hyper carry in your team. And who is it going to be? Because both ZTY and Yashiro need 2 more items in their inventories to start dealing damage. And this is not even AP Kai'Sa. This is full on AD Kai'Sa with a Kraken Story. Something I haven't seen for a long time. But it also makes you question how well she feels in the current meta with this Bone Hit build.
She'll definitely deal some more damage in those long, worn-out fights when she can stack her lethal tempo as well as the passive stacks. She will also have a quicker Q evolution, which makes her strong in small skirmishes, in the 1v1s, whenever the enemy is isolated. But I would still prefer to see her with the AP damage. However, that would state a problem, an issue of too much AP damage on the side of Iron Wolves. And I believe this is why Yashiro decided to go for the AD variant this game, or maybe he just has a personal preference for that. Because if you know Yashiro, he's a traditional marksman. He's not going for anything spicy champion-wise. He's probably not likely to play Ziggs or something else. So he's just sticking to his guns, he's just sticking to his beliefs when it comes to the AD role, and that is why we see AD Kai'Sa. But right now she's far away from Navori, and in this build it's definitely a required power spike for her. Then all of her abilities deal much more damage, and once she reaches that moment she will be a bigger problem. But also look at Sevens. He is following the same road. He will also go for Navori quick blades, but he's 2k ahead.
Yeah.
He will get to that point much faster.
So he's getting there much quicker. Yes, exactly. At least this is not going to be a static shift on static shift bot lane, as we feared in the beginning of the game. But I'm not sure if I'm happy or sad about it, especially for Yashiro right now. He needs more items, he needs to deal the damage as well, because he's going to be a very major damage dealer for the team. And the issue with the more AD-oriented build is that he cannot really just stay far away, firing his Ws at the enemies, hoping for his AP damage to prop. He needs to be up close in the fight with them, so he needs to rely on his killer instinct. But to do so, he needs to get his 2 evolutions up and running. He's getting very close to them there, especially on the Q evolution with so many long swords in his pockets, but he's still not there just yet.
And right now, fighting around the power spikes, Alior Bank team can approach Baron Baron, or they can choose, and probably should choose, to go for the dragon, because Iron Wolves, they've gathered first 2 dragons, and the soul is a rather strong one. So you definitely do not want to allow the enemy to pick up the Hextech soul for themselves, because this would mean that Iron Wolves still have a good way back into this game.
They do. They might try to flip it on the Baron though right now, because Alibank are fighting it. Maddox is behind the pit, trying to make sure that Wolves cannot really jump in, but will they try to Daisy is there. Daisy's in the pit. Alliwood is in the pit as well. Hey, Shiro too, and he is getting kill onto Minimagic super quickly. Shiro gets a kill onto Manin. That's a very important one. From here on, the Wolves can continue fighting without so much control. But no, Spence has the control of his own, and he is the one fighting back with the Wolves right now. Rooted and Airborne is going to be ZTY. That is... yes, going to be ZTY. Maddox is dead so as well, and Adi is the last one standing of his team, having to pay the very dear price for his team to try to take the Baron away.
And the top lane Rek'Sai, she is popping off in those fights.
Queen!
They are making a comeback to this game, and they might just pick up themselves a free dragon, which will be the third one for them, because that fight was definitely not the brightest idea out of Alior Bank team. They were a little bit too overzealous, maybe overconfident, because the state of the game didn't allow them to start the Baron and continue with the fight afterwards.
Yeah, and to be fair, they rely on money quite a lot in the fights like that. The fact that Wolves were able to get to money so quickly and remove him from the fight from their own, you could see they were able to continue the fight, to keep pressing onto the enemy. Because without this control from the passive, it is so hard for Alior Bank to fight. But now they want to be fighting back. They are already at the pit, all of them. They're starting the Baron. They're taking it rather quickly because Spence is firing away like madman with 2 items completed. Alliwood, will he jump in the pit again? Daisy is available. He is stunned. He is jumping in the pit regardless. Who is going to take the Baron? Blue team. It is Saya in the end who takes the Baron. Alliwood though has a kill in the process somehow onto that very side. But 2 kills go into the pockets of Adi. Alior Bank team are fighting much better fight this time.
Oof, that's a Baron for just 2 people, and you also get 2 in return. So the second attempt was much more successful. However, Iron Wolves, they also at the same time secured themselves a dragon, so both teams should be happy with the outcome of the last couple of minutes. Who got the 2 kills? I think it was Adi right now, 7,
Adi,
1
yes.
and 4. Well, he didn't secure the Baron. That was a close call. Sevens managing to get it. And you would think that Iron Wolves, they will stomp this fight after Sevens instantly dropped. But Lee Sin right now is strong enough to carry his own team, to be the most important factor for Alior Bank team.
He has 2 items. He has the Baron buff. He can split push, which is exactly what he's doing right now. Wolves are losing control of their own jungle on the top part of the map right now, which is no bueno for them. They don't want to be losing it, because if they lose 8, they lose the turret on the top lane. Most probably this is going to be the case, because look at how many people from Alior Bank are there already. They're pushing in. Wolves have to fight back. It's very hard to fight back, but Alliwood says, I don't care, I'm going in. I only have even shot completed, but I'm not afraid of anything or anyone on the Summoner's Rift right now. The turret still stands. Alior Bank are going to rotate a little bit. Do they want the mid lane turret right now? Quite possibly. Not, you know, to continue over-committing onto the top lane, but try to find some other things to do on the map.
It is so important for Alior Bank team to actually make use of this Baron buff, because they've got some inherent gold that is built into the, you know, that you receive for slaying the Baron. But of course the most important aspect is to get those towers down, is to progress with the map state in your own favor. But for now, Iron Wolves, they are holding on well. You are playing with Victor, you are playing with Kaisa, so those champs definitely offer some damage into the upcoming waves of minions, and can be a good wave, a good way of wave clear, which allows Iron Wolves to just turtle through the first Baron Nashor and not lose too many resources.
Kaisa right now should have both of her evolutions available. Just look at her inventory. She also has the stopwatch, so for the next fight they're going to be a little bit more prepared. Victor is on 2 items, building up into the 3rd one, assuming, bold assumption here, is going to be already Rabadon's Death Guard, because Wolves are in a desperate need of a very good damage outburst from them right here, right now. Victor could just be a very good answer for them. With his scaling, with his AP damage, it would be a nice way for them out of the situation that they found themselves in the last fight. But now they're still fighting themselves. We protecting their turrets at all costs on the top lane before that. Right now on the bot lane, another important lane for them to try to keep afloat, because in a minute and a half it's going to be the dragon, it will be the soul for Wolves if they secure the next one, and the hack soul is going to benefit them quite a lot. Kai'Sa is going to be very happy with additional attack speed and the ability haste. To be honest, everybody is going to be quite happy with his soul.
Oh yeah, one of the, if not the strongest soul out there in the League of Legends. So Iron Wolves, but it's not like they are forced to fight for the next dragon in 1 minute. It feels like they can maybe stall this game just a little bit, maybe get to the power spikes that they desire. Because if you look across the board, Z2I is definitely strong, Heshero also, but then it is Adi with 5k gold lead. This Lee Sin right now is a menace, but with more time, Ivern will eventually grow stronger, and Lee Sin will not be as scary in the 40th minute of the game, because Kai'Sa, she will get some more items and he will not be as tanky as he is right now. So Iron Wolves, they are definitely not pressured to fight for the dragon. Let's see what decision they make. This TP, it sounds that they will be going for a dragon fight.
With so much prio on the map, it would be surprising if they decided not to rotate those at Drake, and they want to soul to the Wolves. It's more important for Alior to secure the soul right now than it is for the Wolves. And they're the first ones at the pit. Spence is going to start it. Spence is going to cut through this dragon very quickly. Wolves are around though. Yonatis, Hishiro, all of them are looking for the ways to go into the pit. Daisy is already unfortunately dead. It's going to be another bush race here. Hishiro is floating around. No way for Wolves to go in, but now they want to fight with very nice knockups from LA Wood, from Hishiro. They're fighting back. This is going to be a kill for Hishiro very quickly onto the support of the enemy team, and they're chasing AP away, but another Tibbers is going to turn the ways around. Spence is getting a kill onto the enemy support this time as well. They're trying to lock down Yonatis. Poor Yonatis is not getting out of there. Z2I is the next one on the menu for Adi, and Adi gets the kill, of course.
Oh, what a turn from Alior team. It is all about Mane and Adi preparing the space for the fight, and then turning around at the correct moment. For a moment it thought like Iron Wolves, they can chase the enemy down. They've collected a kill on Minimachek for free. They almost chanked down Matix below 0, but then it's Mane with the flash T-burst onto the crucial, most important members of Iron Wolves in form of Z2I and Yashiro, and Adi quickly to follow through with an amazing kick. I don't know, these two guys today are really a shining light for Alior team. And of course, Adi being the main character of this game, of this movie. Oof, the Baron buff secured by Alior team for free. Doesn't look like Iron Wolves can do anything about it. And to make matters worse, during the last fight, it was Alior team that got the dragon, so there is no soul for Iron Wolves for the next 3.5 minutes. But Alior team, maybe they don't even need it. Maybe they can go with the flow and use this Baron.
Can they? Can they is going to be
they are setting up.
They definitely want to, because they would like to close the game as soon as possible, but they're so much more stronger than the enemies, because otherwise they're giving Wolves the time to buy more items, which I want to say Wolves, as you said before, actually Wolves didn't have to fight for that dragon, and maybe they should have just waited to get more items into their main carries. But right now it is Alior team who are fighting them, who are pushing in. With Adi flying in relentlessly, look at the health bar of the man. He is very bruisery tanky right now. They are sieging the turret on the bot lane. The turret is going to fall down very quickly. Adi is coming in, going to be knocked up immediately, thrown around the battlefield, but has a lot of shielding, a lot of healing. And there is the control coming in from Mani, but Mani is very low on the health bar as well. Adi is running away with the shield, is going to survive, but Spence is stuck in there, and even the Featherstorm is not going to get him out of this situation. Hishiro is on the flank. He is getting a kill. He is getting another kill. The Queen is hungry. She is hunting for Maddox right now, going to take the Hexgate a little wee to try to find the top laner of the enemy team. She feels the blood. She can smell it in the air, on the grass. It's everywhere around her. Yonit is pretty much the same. They're looking for the top laner of the enemy team, but they cannot find him. They cannot find Maddox.
He just went back with the enhanced recall. However, pack of wolves, they are fighting back. They are biting their enemies ferociously, and that was an amazing team fight. However, Adi making one wrong step. You should have not gone for that Q. I know you're playing Lee Sin, and that is his inherent nature that you've got to follow through with your Qs, but that was just a wrong decision. He gave up a huge shutdown to Rek'Sai. Let's look at it again. That was a definitely a blunder from Adi to go in so haphazardly. Then Mane follows, but he only gets a T-Burst down on ZTY, who was shielded by Yaunatis. And for Iron Wolves, it's a clean-up duty, clean-up house, 3-4-0, and Matix only barely escaping with his life.
There is still gold lead though for Alior Bank team, around 5,000 for them. There is a huge difference between the junglers. If you look there, Adi is leading in terms of gold massively compared to Yonatis and probably compared to everybody else on the race. But I'm looking at ZTY, finally the hat has been completed. The man just went on a little shopping spree, he bought himself a little fashion statement, and it's going to be a statement in the next fight indeed. Wolves will have to fight in 35 seconds, the next rate is going to be up. They can still leave this one if they don't feel ready. But with this item and with the Phantom Dancer completed for Yashiro, they surely feel ready. Maddox is around. Maddox is dancing around Daisy. His Jiro is on the front right now, taking a little bit of damage, but he's fine. He absorbs it all. Daisy is down. Daisy is dead. Manny still has the T-Bus available. Is fully stacked. He's passive. ZTY is stunned. ZTY is suffering a lot. Why are you there? You're supposed to be on the back lane, but Maddox is dead. In the process, he paid quite dearly for trying to get to the enemy. Hollywood is dead as well. But look at that, Mini Magic is the next on the menu, and Wolves are closing in. ZTY is very low on health, but he sure is full health. Yonikis is almost full health, and Hijiro is swimming in the deep waters, or the flank of the enemy. Svens is though in the furthest storm. They are trying to get a kill onto Hijiro, and it's going to be a kill confirmed, but Hijiro is fighting off 3 enemy members right now. He's getting a kill in the process. He's going... No, this is a death of him, unfortunately for him. Fortunately for Zaya, double kill for her, and an ace for Adi.
I mean, Adi coming in clutch yet again. It was him who pulled the trigger on the turn. Iron Wolves, they had a man advantage. They were set to win that fight. But Adi, he just turns around, gets another amazing kick, ruining life and the position of ZTY. And then it was all about cleaning up. I think that it might be the end of this game. It is just Li Wood who wants to make the last stand happen of Iron Wolves, but I don't think that he will be enough. Yashiro spawns in 1 second, ZTY in 2. Can they finish the Nexus? It looks like yes, Alior Bank team will claim the victory for the 11th time of this season. What a game it was.
That was a good game of League of Legends. I enjoyed it. Alior Bank definitely enjoyed it as well. That's a very nice victory for them. Doesn't change too much right now, but maybe it's going to allow them to contest the second place. We'll see about that. But for Iron Wolves, I'm really happy to see this performance from them, from everybody, but of course from Adi, who has to be, I think, the MVP by the end of this game. When we talked about Adi in the previous season and a little bit in the beginning of this one, we talked about the unpredictability of this player, because he would single-handedly make or break the whole game for Alior Bank team. He goes in, he oversteps quite a lot, he goes super aggressive on the map and into the players, the enemy players of course, and then he dies quite often. He dies a lot, especially in the previous season, and it would quite often lead Alior Bank team to their demise. But in this season, especially towards the second half of it, you can see how much he has improved in his playstyle. He still goes in very aggressively, very goddamn aggressively, but it works out for him much more often than it was before.
And he's slowly growing to be the leader of this team. He's slowly growing to be the one person responsible for the wins as well as the losses. I mean, Adi, he had some of these games where you just like to forget about him, but he also at the same time has games like this one where he's 6k 7k ahead of the enemy jungler, and where he's single-handedly making the difference, because this is the MVP material game for Adi. Of course, Mane and Sevens and the rest of Alior Bank team played part in that victory, but if it wasn't for Adi, I think that Iron Wolves could have snatched the victory out of their hands.
I have to say, there's Svens and Madi were also exceptional in this game, and we have to sing praises for them because Svens was piloting his Zaya really cleanly, and Madi has just so much value in the fights with Ani.
I think that his role in this game wasn't a pretty one, because whenever you're flashing in as Annie and you're using your full combo, then you're bound to die, because usually someone will escape with their life, will flash away, will survive the combo or whatever. But Mani was dealing the damage, he was setting up good fights, and he was always finding the correct targets. Then it was all about Adi and Sevens to clean up the fight. It was all about Zaya dealing the damage and staying alive, and Sevens did an exceptional job. You really gotta praise him. That was one fight where he instantly lost his life, but still Iron Wolves couldn't seal the deal. And it was just 2-4-2, while Alior Bank team also managed to claim the Baron buff. Nonetheless, a close game, of course with a slight preference towards Alior Bank team because they were leading for the most part of it, but Iron Wolves has a lot of fight left in them. And tomorrow will be the hardest test, the most important one. Maybe not the hardest, this might have been the hardest test of this Super Week. But tomorrow they cannot crumble against Team ESCA Gaming. Tomorrow they've got to put on their A game and secure themselves in the top 6.
If tomorrow Zaya doesn't happen for Yashiro, that is going to be a very worrying sign, because this is already the second game of Yashiro since his return when he is not playing on Zaya and things are just crumbling for the team. Which is sad, especially because after picking up Kaisa on the right side, they could have gone into Zaya. It was open for them. The enemy decided that Rel was of more importance and priority for them, but they thought it was fine to give her away. And they paid for it because Svens is also a very good pilot of that champion, and he showcased it to us quite nicely in this game. And in the end, the MVP, of course, I mean, is anybody even surprised? 95.2% kill participation for Adi, and he's securing yet another MVP for himself.
I wonder how many of those Adi already has, because he's been the shining light. And he might be the next super Polish jungler. I mean, who knows? He definitely has his ups and downs. He definitely has the potential. He still has got to work on his consistency. But lately, he's been showing us that he is playoff ready. And I cannot wait to see Alior Bank team prove themselves in the best of 5s, because we are still waiting for the big success for these 5 people. Let's see, do we have interview ready? Yeah, we do. So let's jump straight into the interview with Bezum, the coach of Alior Bank team. Bezum, it is really nice to have you here with us. Congrats on another great victory, an amazing performance from your players.
Hi, thank you. Nice to see you.
Well, I would like to start off with, how are you feeling with the performance from your team? Are you happy? Are you content with how they played today? Or maybe there were some issues that you will have to talk to them about after our interview?
I think it was too chaotic today to call it good game, but also it was game for nothing, because if we want to be top 3, we need to win tomorrow. And also, no matter if we lose today or win today, we need to win tomorrow. So it was game for nothing, and we kind of limit testing, I feel like.
Okay.
Now, speaking about some games with a little bit more higher stakes, we're already looking further into the playoffs, and you're going to meet some of the teams who are sitting below those first 2 spots. Is there a team you would particularly want to see as the first team to play in the best of 5 against, and the team that you would not like to be the first one to play against you in best of 5?
Well, it doesn't really matter, because we need to beat 2 teams anyway, so we need to, in theory, we need to beat the better one from the other side of the bracket anyway. So it doesn't really matter, but probably, I don't want to speak for all of the team, but I feel like we don't want to play against Iron Wolves, because it's like a random champion generator, I would say. So it's harder to prepare some some drafts against them, but in the if we speak about the gameplay, it's nearly the same. So no, we are not afraid of anyone. But maybe we would like to skip Iron Wolves.
Okay. Well, talking about the playoffs, I wanted to ask you personally, from the coach perspective, are you happy that the best of ones are closing and near an end, and you will finally be able to get some best of fives in the officials in, or you don't have any preference for the format of the games?
I personally prefer best of 5, but also there is no real loser bracket. Of course, we will be in the loser bracket, but like we don't have like second chance if we lose. So it's stressful. It also requires us to work even harder. So yeah, I'm happy that it will come soon, but at the same time, I need to do a lot these days.
Mm-hmm. You guys feeling confident about your best of 5 form, about your preparation?
We are pretty inconsistent across last season, especially last split, I mean. But now we've managed to I don't know how much I can say about it, but yeah, let's say that we fixed a lot of problems, just simple as that, and I feel like we are ready for playoffs.
That is good to hear. I don't think that we have any more questions for you. That was an amazing victory. Of course, praise Adrian because he had an amazing game on Lee Sin and an MVP well deserved. And thank you so much, Bezum, for joining us. As always, it was a pleasure, and we will see you tomorrow in the game against Maturalni Forsaken. So good luck and goodbye.
Thank you, goodbye.
So, important game for Wolves, we said, going into the game. They didn't manage to secure the win that was super crucial for them to have. I don't think they're out. No, of course they're not out yet. They still have Exceed and ESCA below them. But the next game, tomorrow, everything is going to be decided. If I were Wolves, I would really want to win today so that tomorrow, you have a little bit of an easier time going into your last game against ESCA when you know already that most probably you're secured in the playoffs. But now it is up for them to try to go into the last game and see if they can secure the final spot in the very last game that they have in this season. But we have 2 more games before us for today, and the next one promises to be a little bit more of what we saw yesterday. Chaotic, nice, interesting, engaging, entertaining, albeit Anonymo against Grypciocraft. We will jump right into this game after a short break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga to what, the third game of today. Time flies when you have such explosive games before you, and this one is going to be no difference with Grypciocraft going against Orbit Anonymo. My name is Solari. I am still joined here by Magvayer, and I am very happy about it because we have another juicy game before us, don't we?
It really is a juicy game, and the time does fly. It's already 9:30, which usually means that we're in the middle of the fourth game. But today matchups are spicy. We had some amazing interview guests. We had Papi Delas himself showing us the Chico dance, and of course then we had Bezum. Those games are, for some of these teams, really important. Iron Wolves just lost an important game. However, they will have a chance to redeem themselves tomorrow. But the next upcoming match doesn't have the value. I mean, I don't want to say that doesn't have the value. If Orbit Anonymo wins, they secure the top 2. They lock top 2. And they are sure that they will skip the lower bracket. However, Grypciocraft already out of the confession. They are not really scared of relegation due to the really good performance in the previous split to the first place that they achieved there. So that could be maybe a fun game. I don't know. I wonder what will be picked, because definitely Grypciocraft doesn't have the pressure on themselves, so they can show us some spicy stuff.
That's another game that is right now heavily preparing for the EMEA Masters. We have Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo. Both of them are so certain that they're going to win the whole of Ultraliga. One of them on the first place, one of them the second, of course. That both of them have told us repeatedly on the interviews. We are not even looking into the upcoming games, especially the best of ones. We are focusing our minds already on the EMEA Masters, which makes me hope, for what you just said, Magvayer, that we're going to see some interesting picks, because neither of the teams have anything to worry about, neither of them have anything to lose. Why not bring some... I don't want to say... Why not bring something to the Summoner's Rift? Something we haven't really seen before, something off-meta, something fun.
What about Katarina in the mid lane? I mean, Tomasz has already played it against Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity being a tough opponent, so maybe today against Orbit Anonymo it will also be a hard matchup. You are going against of course, Royson, who for the moment being is the best mid laner in the league. However, Zico might want to change our minds about it, but so far he's only showed us 2 games, 2 impressive games, but it's too early. Yeah. Too early to judge and to tell if he's better than Royson. I really want to see them clash it out in the best of 5, and we will get it if Orbit Anonymo secures the win. So today, I'm cheering for Orbit Anonymo because I want to get the best League of Legends in the playoffs possible, I'm the man of culture.
Yeah, I know. I am cheering for one thing and one thing only. I have been promised by the courage of Orbit Anonymo that if the draft allows, they will give Royson another Swain. And I want to see Swain. It's my favorite champion. And Royson is such a good player of Swain. I want this duo to happen. It will just make me so happy. They don't have anything to lose today, so maybe just why not make one little caster happy?
I wonder if I shared your sentiment about Swain. I like to see him, but will you agree with me on that he might not be the most flashy out of all the champs that Royson can provide us with?
He is very flashy though. When he goes into his demonic ascension and kills everything and heals for an insane amount, that is very flashy.
He's really majestic, but I think something flashy would be like Zoe. I really would love to see Royson and Zoe. Back to the Future.
Maybe.
No Korotkiy.
Yeah, not Korotkiy, not Victor. Those are... He plays them good, but they're boring,
Yes.
Nothing happens on the lane, they survive, they get out the lane, they deal damage, yada yada. Maybe Aurelion Soul, because that was the secret card for Orbit Anonymo in their game in the finals against Zero Tenacity last season, so... Would be nice for them. Actually, look at that, a little note there from Grypciocraft with hovering. the early install there, but it's not going to happen. They're going to go with something more usual for the mid lane, I suppose, unless they want to make us happy too. Okay, the classic, the Galio for the Mollis.
You leave Gallia open in the draft, and the Mollis will make sure that he picks it. But this allows Anonymo for some spicy matchup in the mid lane. Maybe something like Zilean in the mid lane, not the most flashy champion, but also something we have not seen this season out of any of the competitors yet. I remember this one game from Royson on Zoe, because he has only one official recorded game on Zoe, where he went completely nuts, and this has embedded its image in my memory. That is why I want to see Zoe. Maybe for Anonymo, this is the time to show her. But also, take in mind, take that into consideration. Oh, there will be no Swain, Grypciocraft. I think you and Grypciocraft have a beef now, and Grypciocraft is definitely not in your top 5 favorite teams of Ultraliga.
Yeah, they're not even in my top 9 teams right now. Okay, Grypcia, we have a problem here.
Yes, but on the more serious note, I think that Anonymo ahead of the playoffs could show us something that maybe other teams will consider to be a good ban material going into the best of 5s, because if they now pick something that is going to completely obliterate the game, maybe it is strong enough to make a lasting impression on some other teams from Ultraliga to then ban it out in the best of 5s.
Well, they already are going with 280 carries. And that is already pretty unusual if you ask me. I wonder if Royson is going to play Kai'Sa or Tristana. And we have Nila from the side of Grypciocraft. Oh, I haven't seen this one for ages. I was hoping for her return. I was hoping to see a game with her. She's such an interesting champion. Not really played too much. Meta doesn't really favor her. But I love her because we already got a game of Samira yesterday. And Nila is Samira, but a little bit opposite in terms of how she approaches the lasting of the game, because Samira wants to dominate from the early, Nila wants to scale, but other than that, the idea is pretty similar between these two.
I wonder what build she will go for, but the most classic one is, of course, Gale Force into the Collector, and then either Bloodthirst or maybe Mortal Shield Bow. You definitely need some early game lethality and then survivability, because you are playing in such a short range that you need this extra layer of protection. Anonymo finishing this team composition with Brown, if I see correctly.
Wait, I'm just realizing that's Sejuani's support.
Yes, and that's Nila with Ghost and Cleanse. Usually when you see those two summoner spells next to each other on your solo queue, you better have that dodge button ready, because that Nunu is going to be partying at the disco for the most part of that game. But in this game it actually makes sense. You're playing against a Braum. Nila doesn't really benefit that much from a flash, besides getting a flashy engage off. So Ghost is a go-to spell on Nila, and then Cleanse against Braum, against some Ignites, against some Exhausts that will be thrown her way as well. So this time around, most likely it will not be a Disco Nunu. It could be Disco Nila, but I doubt it will. I hope
Disco Nila. Disco Nila. I kinda want to see it happen. It sounds good. But I am loving this combination on the bot lane. It took me quite some time to realize that it's going to be Nila Sejuani on the bot lane, but Nila is considered a melee champion, which means she is going to prop the passive stacks from Sejuani's E, from her little stunning button, which is really good for them, which applies a lot of kill pressure for them as of level 2 to 3, depending on when Sejuani will pick up her E. But after that, they have the pressure. Not that they necessarily need to use it. Again, Nila is not the champion who wants to be fighting early on in the game. She rather wants to wait for her items and for her levels to hit her. But if the need arises, they're going to be ready.
I will also be completely honest with you. I have not seen Nila in a professional game ever that I have casted. Of course, I probably seen some when watching as a viewer, but I'm not completely sure what to expect. because this champion, despite being one of the newest champs, has not made its way to the meta. Usually when you have new champs, like Aphelios was, you have 200 years and he's really hard to balance. You have Kasanze with the pasta, of this champ does this, has that much HP, MR, armor. Nila, she's left out of the mix. It feels like she's a black sheep of the new champions. Let's see if there's a reason for that. Because Damkex still has not changed his summoner spells, so we do have a ghost cleanse Nila. He wasn't just playing with us, he wasn't teasing. But it might work. I'm open to that.
Yes.
Let's stay positive, It's all about the approach.
It's about the style points. And actually, the matchup on the bot lane, I think we need to talk a lot about the bot lane, because there we have Kai'Sa and Nila. Both of them want to be doing one thing during the laning phase. It is staying alive, farming up. Oh, we have some friendly interactions here. Don't you love to see that? Don't you love to see that? Oh.
We do.
It makes me so happy.
It's really wholesome.
Look at them. Yes.
Unless one of them breaks the pact.
No. Shame on these players who do that. If you're spamming emotes, you spam emotes. You don't hit each other. But
I think that the piece... Yeah, go ahead.
What does Kai'Sa want to be doing on her lane? She wants to be waiting. She wants to wait until her items hit her, especially if it's probably going to be AP Kai'Sa, judging by the keystone and just judging by the fact that these two AD carries in the team. Quite possibly it is going to be an AP Kai'Sa for Nermin. She wants to wait until her items hit, until her evolutions hit as well. What does Nila want to do? Nila wants to farm, and funny enough, she gets much more from the farm than her opponent is going to get on the lane, because she's gonna share XP with her teammate, and she's going to share like 50% more XP of each minion killed on the lane. I'm not because Nila is not really often in the meta, I don't precisely remember how it works, but she shares quite a lot of XP from the minions with her teammate. So this is going to be a fun lane for both of them. They're going to be getting levels earlier than their opponents. Because of that, as you could see already, they are going to be fighting them. Because they have the passive from Sejuani, they have much more talking points when they're fighting with the enemy up close. But they don't really want to be going for the kills. They just want to secure as much farm for Nila as possible. And after that, when she gets her items, when she gets to the sweet mid-game, that's when we're talking.
Well... You love these kind of interactions, don't you? I mean,
yes.
There was Mordekaiser back in the day before he was reworked, that he was also getting the solo XP in the dual lane, and you had what? Gepard Flash? They get the duo kill? Oh mama! That flash looked like it's inting, but it actually made the difference.
But it actually wasn't inting, it actually was a good flash. And in the end, it is first blood for Gepard, so he should be quite happy with himself. No summoners on cheap seat, all summoners still available for Nermin, so he can still try to dance around, but Damkex didn't use absolutely anything of his summoners either, so it's looking like a good bot lane for Grypciocraft.
Well, unfortunately, the kill didn't go the way of Damkex, because you'd love to see a fed Nila and what she can provide to her team and how she will fare up. I'm actually trying to look up the percentage of the EXP that Nila gets, but I'll probably need some more time on that. However,
50%.
She will...
It should be 50.
Okay, well, so she will be getting to level 6 much quicker. And then for Grypciocraft in the bot lane, it is important to take advantage of that fact, to set up a kill when Nila is level 6 with her ultimate ability. She's got a lot of agency and a lot of CC, so this playmaking ability will be online for her.
Late game fights are going to be so explosive. I can't wait till we get to late game in this game, to be honest, because I really want to see Damkex and Nermin both going absolutely bonkers in those bigger fights. And for Grypciocraft right now, everybody can be just dancing around Dumbkicks as much as they please. Nila pretty much has the team of 4 supports around her. Everybody is going to be helping her out as long as Liku doesn't die on the top lane, because that looked pretty scary for him. But he's standing against Prime. Lane against Prime is never an easy one.
Solari, I'll actually give you a fun fact, because I found the tooltip for the Nila passive. So, whenever Nila kills a minion, she and the nearest allied champion gain an additional 50% of the experience they would have lost from sharing. So it's not only Nila, because for a moment I thought that it's just about Nila, but she grants more XP to herself and her ally, which is kind of bonkers. Let's see if this can play in Grypciocraft's advantage.
Well, teamwork makes the dream work, as they say, and Sejuani is quite pleased to be sharing the lane with Nila. Nila is quite pleased with having Sejuani in her lane too, but right now Shadowas is happy because Gerbert is helping him get to the Drake. Severe is around, Severe is lurking in the shadows looking for ways to go in, but Sejuani is not letting him go any close into the pit. No dragon for you, Orbit Anonymo. Maybe a kill for you, Orbit Anonymo, because they are onto the poor peak and Bristle is going to go down together with Sejuani.
So a sacrificial lamb or a sacrificial
pig?
Boar?
Boar. Yeah, it's a boar. I mean, it's a female boar, so technically it's a pig? Question mark? Oh, Shadowas, goodbye.
I'm not an animal expert, but I'll take you on that. Damkex, can he survive a dive out of Orbit Anonymo? I mean, he's about to fall,
on him?
That was a perfect
There was an attempt. There was clearly an attempt, but it didn't work. Naramin still leaves Shepard.
Huh?
He knows
what is happening?
He's in the bush. He wants to go into Naramin or the Gypsy. He wants a kill.
But the cleanse. But Naramin got the cleanse. He doesn't care about the ignite. Gepard is dead. Did he just ignore the fact that Severo was standing next to him, or did he go there willingly?
I don't know. I just have so many question mark pings from League in my head right now. I am trying to make it make sense, but the sense is not sensing. You know, it's a hard one. We asked for a fun game. We're having a fun game. It's just really hard to try to make it make sense.
Oh yeah, by the way, I love the fact that Grypciocraft in their first few rotations, they were like, okay, we'll get the Renekton. We'll go with the comfort pick for Domon, as in Galio. It's starting to shape up like a team composition that we can actually call a legit one. And then Damkix and Gepard were like, okay guys, what do you think about Nia and Sejuani bot lane? Because we would love to try it out. I'm not saying that, you know, it's I don't know what I'm saying really, because it's hard to pass a judgment on a bot lane like this.
Yeah, but maybe Jeopard at some point during the draft was like, that's Sejuani, by the way, did you draft it for Shadow? How about you give it to me, you know? Oh wait, Leaky on Prime, Leaky on Prime, Leaky on Prime, Leaky was chasing Prime. Let's see what's happening. He's chasing you for a long time. It's a solo kill that we missed because of the action on the bot lane. Nice one.
Nice, a solo bolo out of Leku. Did we also miss that kill? I don't think we saw that. Did. We had it.
We saw
it. Yeah.
Yes.
So just look at it one more time. And at the dive in the bot lane as well. Gypsy starting the dive, starting the tanking process, and Neramin almost falling. I don't know how this tower did not kill him, because it was stacking so many shots on Braum and then he just received like 200 damage. Neramin with, I don't know, it wasn't a pixel perfect cleanse, but with a correct cleanse to get the ignite out of him.
Yes, I guess in the end of the day, that's the only thing that really matters for him. Look at that, Shadowas has the Herald on his hands. Liku is chasing Prime away from the turret. Actually, he's fighting with him right now, has propped in the Dominus. He's going very low, but he is healing up. Unstoppable goes Severe. Heartbreaking goes he onto Liku, still fighting back in the... Oh, but he's going to go down, never even leaving the form of the crocodile. Royson is around. Is he gonna jump in? Nah, he's not.
Royson or Tristana. Usually the guy doesn't play the AD champs in the mid lane, right? So that could be Royson put to a test. Let's see if he has the capacity to play those AD champs in the mid lane, because right now Tristana, she's in a good place when it comes to meta. The same goes to Jace, and not having those two champs available to yourself in the drafts kind of limits you. I'm not saying that Royson limits anybody in the draft, because that would be a contradictory sentence to the nature of Royson. He allows you to play a lot of different exquisite and niche champs. But when it comes to meta, Tristana and Jace right now, especially if you look at the read of meta from the LEC teams, they hold those two champs in high regard. So thinking about a matchup against Z10 and maybe not allowing yourself to use those two champs could be a blow. Oh, no.
Shadow was! The decision was made, but it was not the right decision. Jeopard might just be the next one. Severe. Oh, he is hungry. Look at him, man. He wants to get a kill. He's flashing forward on the Jeopard, but Jeopard cues away from him and Damkix. You cannot really hit him because it's Nilla and she doesn't care.
I think that was a passive ability from Gepard that allowed him to just continue running away, because either that spectral mode didn't hit or it was the passive. That's just why he didn't blink.
I think he just queued away from it. If we get the replay, we're going to have a look, but to me it looked like he just queued away from it.
Might have been the case. However, Grypciocraft, Shadow Us, he hit the Q, he instantly activated it, and he instantly also regretted that. Royson, not in big trouble in the mid lane. He's got his Buster Shot ready to knock Leko away.
Chipsy?
What is happening? Hello?
Chipsy just died just like that, and Grypciocraft are fighting full and strong on the mid lane right now. Prime is here, Voice and Severo.
Did Chipsy walk into Domoles on like 300 HP? What was he expecting?
I'm not sure. Oh no, Royson, no! Cleanses away. Severo is fighting everybody right now. That's not a fight you can win. Quite many people here. Prime is getting caught out. Flashes away in order to survive. Nerman is fighting good, but Nerman has no damage. It's too little to do anything to Jeopard. They're still chasing though, and Jeopard is going to go down. It's a kill for Royson. And do they want to go further? Grypciocraft are still running away. This might just be the end of the chase for Anonymo.
Well, Nerman should have been in a good spot. He's already got his first item.
Prime?
He's still chasing.
Yeah.
He's not letting them go. Damkix.
Oh no, Damkix.
The ghost is ready. And he will be out of there momentarily.
Yay. Yeah, for the time being, everything calms down on the Summoner's Rift, but you know how it is. It's just a calm before the storm. I need to make one very, very important remark about the state of the game and about Royson playing on Tristana. We talked about how it is a test, how it's very unusual for him, how it is Damkix who is taking a lot of damage right now. Demolis is flying in to help. There is nobody to help anymore, but that's a statement made. But Royson, very unusual. So far, he's sticking to his usual strategy of not dying during the laning phase and scaling into the late game, which works for Tristana. She just needs to scale for a longer time because in the mid lane she might fall out a little bit. But Royson cannot die in the skin. It's a very important thing. Did you see this skin? It's a dragon trainer Tristana. Do you know the animation of death for this skin? When Tristana dies, the little dragon tries to pick her up like someone from Game of Thrones, but I'm not gonna give the spoilers in case anyone hasn't seen it. He tries to pick her up, but he cannot do it, and he lays down next to her like a sad puppy because he lost his friend. It is absolutely heartbreaking. If Royson dies even once, game's over.
It really is so sad. Whenever I see it, I just tell my Alexa to play Despacito, you know? But yeah.
Jeopard onto Nerman. Wait. Jeopard onto Nerman. Jeopard onto Nerman. That is not ending in anything, but he got a cleanse out.
Oh, look,
now
he's
he might
turning back.
die.
He actually has the killer's instinct. Ooh, that's a bad luck for Gepard. And Damkix, you cannot really blame him. He's trying his best, but this Nila
but he's just Nila.
Yeah, he's just Nila. Yeah, well, however, I can definitely relate to what you were saying about Tristana as a recent Pappy owner. It just breaks my heart. It is so sad. So
Yeah.
whenever I play Tristana, I pick this this skin, and whenever anyone kills me, I'm like, you guys have no heart. You guys have no feelings. You've got to respect
How
the
dare
fact
you.
that I'm training the dragons. How dare you?
Exactly. It's a little dragon. It doesn't know anybody else apart from Yam, his only friend. Xavier owned to Dumpkicks, by the way. Dumpkicks has a friend, unlike who was it? The dragon from Tristana. Jeopard is around. He's saving his AD carry, so everything is fine for the time being on the board, and except for the turret that just died, unfortunately. But very fortunately for Nermin, because he is getting the gold in, he is going to cash in his Nature's Tooth very soon. Liku is guarding the approach to the Herald, because Shadow Ice is already taking it, so Liku is just making sure that Prime is not stepping any close to it, is not getting any suspicion whatsoever.
I have this eternal struggle with myself. What to think about games such as this one? Because it's clearly not taken 150% seriously. You have Nila and Sejuani in the bot lane. But Grypciocraft, they are still playing to win. However, it just feels like the professional setting evolved into a solo queue setting. When if you see a risk, but you are not super sure if this play is correct, you will still go for it because you have nothing to lose. And it applies to both of the teams. I feel like Anonymo is playing a little bit more reserved still, because it's just the way that they are. But Grypciocraft, come on man, bring it on. They just want to fight. They just want to show us what they've got.
Yeah. It's like your typical Lee Sin solo queue experience. Whenever he lands anything, he's going to go in regardless of whatever else is happening on the map. That's going to be, by the way, the Glacial Prison from Jeopard hitting Nermin. Nermin didn't even use anything, he just waited to get out. But Jeopard might just be dead. Look at that, that's a big fight. It's a shutdown for Nila onto Nermin, but Liku is getting the kill in the process. Severe is running away super low, is going to die. It's another kill for Nila, and she is very happy. The joy has been unbound. The Mollis is flying in, Royson is firing away, Prime is very low. Come on, Royson, jump away, you cannot die here and now and ever. Prime is going to die, but you don't.
Oh, I just love watching the Mollis play Galio. He has this instinct, he has this ability to find himself in the position where he can taunt like 4 enemy members, and he's not going for a off-tank, AP bruiser type of boring Galio. No, he's going straight for the AP damage. He is there to mean business, and he is there to deal damage. Royson, he's all alone right there.
Royson? Oh, that was close. The idea was there. Didn't really work out.
Yeah, look at the Wallace again. Oh, perfect. 4 men.
Yes.
That's amazing. That's just beautiful. And then Down-Kicks comes in with his ultimate ability as well. Royston saved the day by buster shotting enemies away, and then ganging up with Prime on Tomasz, who almost saved his life with this Grand Entrance. Hero's Entrance, of course. Wasn't enough though. No. Nice cleanse, Down-Kicks.
Yeah. Hope it helped you, Down-Kicks. Down-Kicks, yeah, he's just stepping away. This turret is down for good. Anonymo will take another one in their pockets. And they want to take another one to top lane as well, by the way, while Liku is pushing through the bot lane, but top lane might just see a very big fight because the Mollis is dancing around. He cannot protect this turret, and the teleport is never going to arrive. Prime still alive, but the Mollis is not.
How surprised was the Mollis to actually meet 5 enemy members on the top side of the map? Because like, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe Savero will beat her. But 5 enemy members? Grypciocraft will instantly punish that by taking the 2nd tier tower in the mid lane and also pushing the bot side of the map. And in the end, Anonymo, they don't really benefit out of that play because they've put all 5 members in the top and it's not even 20 minutes in, so they cannot transform that into the Baron. They all went back to base, spent their gold, but in the grand scheme of things, they are just 1k ahead. It's not that much. Grypciocraft can still pull off a victory today.
Oh, Xavier just breaks himself out of an uneasy situation in the enemy jungle. He is out, he is happy. Anonymo still pushing in depushed their base, depushed their mid lane. We didn't have both of the turrets on the lane anymore. So now it's up to them to push the lanes even further in preparations for the Drake. Less than 3 minutes until it's going to be up. The Baron is coming up. Honestly, I want to say that it doesn't look like anybody is going to go for the Baron right now because it's risky, but both of them are going to maintain the vision there. But have you seen how this game has been going so far? If any of them just go straight for the Baron, I would not be too surprised.
I think that in this game you cannot be surprised. I mean, you can be surprised by anything, but you should not be surprised by anything because those two teams are going a little bit crazy, if you ask me. So, seeing how haphazardly Gepard was with his usage of Glacial Prison, I just expect him to use it out of nowhere. To maybe get a stun, to maybe have a curved ball. Or something.
Face check a bush.
Face check a bush, yeah. Or maybe just get your eternal statistics app with how many of these you have missed. I don't know. Yeah, you were talking about the Baron, and it is started by Grypciocraft. Instantly, just like that, 40 seconds. It didn't even take that long. It's halfway down.
Going down, boys. It's going down. No, but I don't have a teleport coming in. They are looking for the ways to go on to Grypciocraft right now. And look at Grypcio. They're actually disengaging from the Baron, but it's so low and it's so juicy and it screams, please don't leave me alone. But the fight has already started with Linnik going very, very low. Immediately, Tomasz jumps in with a very beautiful ground entrance, but this is going to be a kill on 4 Roysons where immediately Jeffrey gets his own as well. Royson still full health. Chipsy is very low, has to run away. Neremid has a kill. They're still chasing Shadowas and Dump Kicks. Royson has so much damage. He's getting another kill. It's a double kill for Tristana, and she still lives, hasn't died once. I am so happy.
I think that we give a seal of approval to Royson playing Tristana.
Yes.
He is really amazing this season, and I think that he's going to be definitely in the contention for the MVP of the season. We have some other amazing players. We have a really promising season out of Ice who got 2 pentakills, and him being able to fill in the shoes of Noah was definitely not an easy task. But Royson, oh man, this guy showing us his supremacy and prowess on so many different champs and just being clean in the performances as well.
Yeah, I love the consistency of the guy. He is consistently good. At the same time, he is improving a lot. He is a really solid mid laner. I just love watching him in the game because he has very clear understanding every single minute of the game of what's happening around him. His macro is really good. His micro on any champion is exceptional as well. But right now, the dragon is super low. Grypciocraft are in the pit already. It's going to be a big fight, and it's going to be the red team. It is Anonymo in the end, somehow securing the Drake and another kill for Royson. Insane from Anonymo.
This game is a complete chaos.
Here is the Glacial Prison! Just because you can.
We were talking about them, yeah? Just throw it because you can, because you have it on cooldown. So you are allowed to do it! I mean, Gepard, they were setting up an ambush, so almost doing it. But Savero being really cautious, being really aware of his surroundings, just dodges, just escapes. And Anonymo right now, they will be using this Baron to its best usage, I guess.
Yeah.
Leko on the back.
Leko, are you sure? Are you sure about that? He wants to go to Royson. No, you do not do that. He is going to jump away from you, and you are going to be dead. Sivir is getting the kill. Stunned goes the Mollis. Dead goes the Mollis. Legendary goes Royson. Flashes wood. Really wants another kill to his books, but Neremid is going to be like, nope, this one is mine. Oh, Shadow wasn't jumping onto the back line of the enemy. Neremid is super low. Neremid is dead, but this is going to be a kill for Nila, but also a kill for Royson, and Royson still lives. 906 is the man.
That was a sweet combo out of Shadowas and Damkicks. You really gotta give it to them, but not enough to change the tides of this game. Can Anonymo finish? Because there are 4 members strong. They are still pushing, and it's still 8 seconds left on Gepard. It is still 9 seconds until Domolis spawns. They have enough pushing power to get the Nexus Tower and the middle inhibitor, and then they will back off.
Prime will not back off as of now, but he just needs to walk a little bit further, jump through the minions, and be happy. He still cannot recall though. Gepard is going. How far is Gepard going to chase him? Maybe even with Domolis. How far are they gonna go? They're having fun. Look at this little chase. No. Okay. Okay. Fine. Finally, he's recalling. Yes, he has recalled. All good. All good.
That is a good idea of having Leko get inside of the mix. By the way, that was a 5v4 fight, which Orbit Anonymo still won. Leko found himself out of the position, and he really isn't a big obstacle for Orbit Anonymo with all their damage. Look at the items from Royson and there. I mean, they are almost nearing 4 items already, 25 minutes into the game. And, well, that was
They're fighting again! Oh!
They are.
Oh, Nerman is dead. Nerman is dead very quickly in the beginning of the fight. Very nice ultimate from Domolis coming in with a very massive knock up and very good taunt right after it. But where is the damage? The damage is on the side of Orbit Anonymo. They're getting more kills, and this is going to be a game for them. A 5-1 doesn't really change too much for them, just helps them secure the second place. But I hope everybody in both teams at least had fun, because it looked like they had fun. We definitely had fun, so it's a good game.
I'm sure that all of the guys included in that game had the time of their life, and it really was a fun one. I mean, Grypciocraft still a team much weaker than Orbit Anonymo, or maybe I should say that Orbit Anonymo ahead of some other teams in the league. But with this win, they have made sure that they will be a top 2 team at the end of the regular season, which of course means that they will face Z10 in the upper bracket final. And that, ladies and gentlemen, grants us an amazing best of 5 of League of Legends. Cannot wait for Orbit Anonymo against Z10.
Same. Honestly, same. I can't wait. I just want this, fast forward to when it's actually happening, because the best of 5 between these 2 teams is going to be legendary. Hopefully it's going to be more than 4 games. I want to have a full best of 5 series, because fun fact, in the previous season we were all waiting for a full-on best of 5, but we were denied. We had 3 games, we had 4 games, but never did we have 5 games. I have high hopes for these playoffs, because I need to see a full best of 5 games, especially between Orbit Anonymo and Zero Tenacity.
Well, last year it did not deliver last season, but I have this feeling that now with Prime and with Royson in his prime form, Orbit Anonymo can definitely put up a good fight against Zero Tenacity. However, if you look at the best of ones from the regular season, it was Maturalni Forsaken that actually made a better stand against Z10. But who knows? Who knows? It's about the meta reads, it's about the preparation, it's about the best of 5 form. Anything can happen.
It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Yeah, anyway, back to the game. How do we even approach this game? It was a fun game. But while having fun, Orbit Anonymo were still winning like crazy. They managed to accelerate Royson to the point where he was unapproachable, untouchable, and unkillable. Nerman was not unkillable. He was actually dying quite frequently later on in the game, but he was also dealing damage. He went in the end into full AP Kai'Sa build, finishing all his 3 items quite quickly, getting into his Ginsu as the last 3rd item, and he was dealing that damage. But let's look at the other side of the map, because there were quite interesting things happening there, namely Damkix, Gepard, and Domolis were definitely having a lot of fun in this game. Nila's ultimate was working really interestingly, and it's a good synergy for her, not just with Sejuani, but also with Galio, because he goes in, he taunts the enemies, Nila jumps in on her double E, jumps in, procs the ultimate. How do you call it? It's kind of like Magnet Storm from Rel, but it works a little bit less. I suppose, if I recall correctly. I will need to look into it and compare it to the Magnet Storm, but the idea is the same. You want to drag the enemies kind of into the center of it and make them stay for a little while you're dealing the damage to them.
Yeah, it pulls the enemy units toward Nila, toward the center, and slows them. It has a really odd name for the League of Legends Ultimates, I guess, because usually it's, you know, Heroes Entrance, Clash of Prison, Super Mega Death Rocket. It's called Apotheosis, which sounds like something from Latin or maybe Greek.
Yeah, because it is
probably
Latin or Greek for sure. Because it's like
it probably has some meaning, you know.
It has some meaning. I'm just finding it really hard to explain, but it's like, you know, the apotheosis of something. It's like the grand moment, the biggest moment, the decisive moment. I will actually Google the correct meaning for it. Apotheosis. The highest or best part of something, the peak of it. I think it's a very fitting name.
I was about to say this, quite ironic because Nila is not in the good place on meta.
Yeah. But Ryzen had his apotheosis. Look at that.
Oh yes, KDA 19. There you have it. Kill participation almost 80%, and another MVP to Michał Dubiel, our amazing Royson in the mid lane. I couldn't tell you how happy I am that he is playing on Polish soil yet again. I mean, he made his comeback last season, but it still extends to this moment. I'm really happy that we have him.
It should be his 7th MVP right now in this season, which means he's pretty much unapproachable by anybody else. Because yesterday we were talking about the run for MVP. He was leading. Ice, Slowq, and somebody else was getting pretty close to him. But right now, Royson is just so far away from everybody else. I think he is going to be crowned as the MVP of the MVPs, if we can put it this way. But he should have the majority of the MVPs of this season, more than anybody else.
It looks like, okay, we are still waiting for the interview. I was waiting for the information, so that should happen in just about a second. Well, maybe it wasn't a Zoe out of Royson, but I'm happy that he showed us that he is capable of playing Tristana mid lane right now, currently. And ahead of the playoffs, he adds yet another strong champion to his champion pool that the other teams should respect. And honestly, Zico against Royson as a featured matchup of the best of 5, it is going to be spicy.
I can't wait to see it, right? Because we actually haven't seen Zico playing against Royson. We only saw Zico in 2 games so far because he joined this week, so we haven't seen him against Royson. Oh my god, imagine that. We have one mid laner who is super hyper aggressive and wants to be killing the enemies as much and as often as possible. And then we have the mid laner who prefers to stay safe, who wants to get out of his lane to scale up. That's gonna be an interesting battle.
Oh, it definitely is going to be an interesting one. But, you know, Zero Tenacity against Orbit Anonymo, it is just shaping up to be a certified banger. But then we also have some teams that I have huge hopes for. I mean, Alior Bank team and Maturalni Forsaken, I still believe that they can pull some kind of an upset in the playoffs. Maybe they can secure themselves a top 2. Maybe they can challenge the best in the best of 5s. Who knows? We still have to decide on one remaining team that will join the 5 teams that have already qualified for the playoffs. And we have some other spicy, let's say, scenarios for Exceed as well as ESCA and Iron Wolves, because those are 3 teams that are still fighting for the playoffs. And we just got the confirmation that if ESCA Gaming wins against Komil Friends, Exceed is out of the playoffs. So then it is only up to ESCA and Iron Wolves in the game tomorrow in the direct matchup to decide on who is going to be in top 6. That is amazing.
But if ESCA loses today somehow against Komil Friends, it means the Wolves are still ahead of everybody and the Wolves are still in the run for the playoffs. But everything still should be decided only tomorrow, I'm assuming. Oh my god, it is so hard to calculate all the possible outcomes. So if ESCA are losing today, it could actually secure the playoff for Animals. No, it shouldn't. There's still one victory ahead from Exceed, so...
I think no matter what happens in the game ESCA Komil Friends, everything will unfold tomorrow.
Yeah,
But
it looks like.
The best case scenario is that ESCA wins. I mean, this is not the best case scenario for Exceed, by no means, but for us, for the viewers, the best case scenario is ESCA wins today against Komil Friends, and tomorrow they will have a direct matchup against Iron Wolves that will decide on whether Iron Wolves go to playoffs or ESCA equalizes the score and they have a tiebreaker or something.
Mm-hmm. But we have the interview finally available with us, and Ekin is once again going to join us for the interview. Let's jump into it. Hello, Ekin! Long time no see. How are you feeling today, especially after this whatever that game even was?
Oh my god, it was like a solo queue game that you usually see, happen here and there. Yeah, it was nothing different. You're right.
Yeah.
Perfect. How are you guys? Oh,
hi.
This is Galacticos head coach, Turkish team. I'm at their gaming house right now. He's my mentor. He's a really good coach. His name is Nova. And I was watching their practice when we won, basically. I was watching our game while they were practicing next to me.
Well, tell him that it is a pleasure to meet him, and hopefully you guys are learning a lot ahead of the playoffs, because you just secured yourselves a top 2, so you will be going against Tenacity. How are you feeling knowing that, again, after the season, you will be able to face them and fight for the highest stakes with Tenacity?
I would say deja vu. I've been in this place before, higher than the beat. I was here. Take one. I was here last split, so it's exactly the same situation. Nothing changed. I'm a little nervous because last split we went into playoffs. Well, went against D10, lost, dropped to the losers bracket, and then we lost there again, and we didn't go to U Masters. But this split, there's no Neramin on the other side. So we had the strategic mind to take Neramin on our team. So I think our odds of winning are really high.
That sounds good. But I have a question. I have a very important question, because last time for Orbit Anonymo, the situation was like that. They promised to us that if they get into best of 5 with 0 tenacity, and if they are losing 2 games already, they're going to pull out a secret tactic, and they did indeed pull out a secret tactic in that finals. Is there anything like that prepared for this season?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can't really. It's on a need to know basis. I can't really share anything, but yeah, we have our stuff ready, no problem. We'll deal with that. I hope we don't go 0-2, but we're ready for it. We have our secret weapons, so we'll do what's necessary.
Ekin, I have one last question, but it's for Nova. Nova, can you share with us some secret tactic that will allow Ekin and his team to win Ultraliga this season?
Yeah, after Ekin goes home, I can do it.
Okay. You don't want to face me in U Masters?
No, I am a gossip guy.
Yes.
There is no joy right now.
By the way, he's a shoutcaster in TCL for LEC, so he's in front of camera a lot in TCL. He's a well-known guy. But
I have a bright future like my hair.
Yeah.
You can tell he's playing it cool. He's keeping his composure. Guys, it is so awesome to see you together. And Ekin, as always, it is a pleasure. And as usual, at the end of the interview, if you guys have shout-outs, please go ahead of them. You can do them together.
I'll leave my shout-out to you because I do enough. So who do you want to shout-out to?
Shout-out? Oh, I think all the Polish folks, I think even the league, even the folks having so much joy and pleasure to watch, and you can really see that people are enjoying it, even their streams. I think they just deserve it.
Yeah, we love the Polish community. I'm really happy I choose Poland. I'm taking him to Poland next split.
Okay, good. We'll be waiting for it then.
We love you back, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. That was unexpected, but we'd love to hear you and see you more in such a setting. But for now, that will be it. Of course, have a wonderful rest of the evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us. Hopefully, someone else from our team will come tomorrow.
No, you can come still. It's nice having you here. But for now, yeah, enjoy your rest. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh my god.
Well, not only had we a chaotic and surprising game, then we have Ekin with a special guest to our broadcast. That is amazing. I mean, I love this guy with all my heart, and I really hope that he will do something crazy, like just flying down to Warsaw, because he heard that we have event right here, so we will do it and you know, have fun with us. Maybe he and Zico can do the Chico dance after the finals. Who knows? I mean, those guys are really the content machines. So I'd love to see them meet in person and come up with something extra, come up with something special, with something spicy. It's definitely possible.
Speaking of spicy, we still have the last game of the day before us, Komil Friends against Team ESCA. It is getting a little bit late, but it's fun. We're ready to go into this one. But first, we are ready to go into a short break.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Suavecito, muy rico se siente cada vez que te veo en mi mente. Solo pienso en ti, no lo quiero admitir. Puedo ver que te pones nervioso, tu carita en tonos de rojo. Cuando estás junto a mí, yo te tengo así. Venga, yo muevo la cadera hasta que te disuelvas. Oh, no hay reglas, haz lo que tú quieras a toda manera. te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar.
To the top we go. Yeah. Tell me who gonna stop us now.
And welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, the Super Week, the last week before the playoffs actually start, almost the last day before they happen. And this game might not seem on paper like it's deciding a lot, but it's actually deciding quite some things for the teams that are still fighting for the last playoff spot available.
Oh yes, Team ESCA Gaming, they are in a desperate need of a victory, and if they win, if they get the victory today, they will knock out exeed out of the playoff contention. So then it will be just up to Iron Wolves and Team ESCA Gaming tomorrow. But if then Team ESCA Gaming loses today, they then don't have a chance to get to the playoffs. But exeed can still challenge Iron Wolves. However, some things have to happen then, and it's not entirely up to exeed, who also tomorrow are going up against Orbit Anonymo. Not an easy task to get the W against them.
Yes, the end of the schedule doesn't really favor quite some teams. We have exeed facing Orbit Anonymo, for example, but at the same time we have Wolves facing ESCA. So for some teams it's easier, for some it's harder, but when you're talking about the very last, the very decisive matches, it is very important to see what the schedule has prepared for you. Of course, in an ideal scenario, you're not getting to the point when you need to go through these very last and very excruciating games in order to decide your fate. But, well, doesn't actually ever happen. Everybody just wait until the very last moment, and we wait until the very last moment to see how the standing is going to turn out in the end.
So for Team ESCA Gaming going against Komil Friends, today should definitely be an easier task than going against Iron Wolves tomorrow. Tomorrow it will be all about playing for your life and holding on to it. However, Komil Friends, despite the fact that their situation, it really is dramatic, because you look at the score, it says 1-15. So you are not expecting a team that can put up a fight. You are not expecting a team that is able to, form any kind of challenge to you. However, while it is true for Komil Friends in some games, they also had some promising matches where everything fell apart after their early game. Because in early game, Komil Friends can be exceptional. They really can get the advantage. They really can make your life hard. But it was always about the transition into the mid game. It was always about closing those games off, which was the biggest struggle for them. So then the question remains, can Team ESCA Gaming even going, because what would you rather, go against a team that is 1-15 or against a team that is 15-1 in that kind of situation?
A decisive match for you, then against team that is 1-15, obviously.
That's an obvious question, but sometimes going against that is much weaker than you. You really have this pressure that you do not want to stumble, you do not want to lose to a team that is 1-15. And if the players are not experienced enough, that pressure could lead to them having a poor performance. It is always this psychology standing behind, we do not want to lose to the biggest losers. We do not want to lose to the weakest team out of the pack. And that still could happen, because Komil Friends, I'm not saying that they are a solid and legit team for the moment being, but they've been showing us that they can be at the certain points of the game, at certain time in the games, in the previous matches. So if everything aligns, Team ESCA Gaming might be going against a team that could surprisingly upset them and also, stop their dreams about going to playoffs.
But to be honest, what you said about Komil Friends having the early game, to me, that is the tragedy and the sad story about the team. Because in the beginning of the season, they showed quite some promise to us. Their early game was strong, and quite so many teams, it looked like, there was just a little bit lacking for them to secure those wins. So we were like, okay, they're showing some promise. They're not really a full-on developed team right now, but they have the time to develop. They have time to grow and learn on their mistakes. So maybe by the mid-season, we're going to see a completely different team. But the problem for Komil Friends is that the different team has never happened for them. They remained the Komil Friends that we remembered from the beginning of the season. And it's really hard right now to pinpoint what exactly is the problem for them, because after going on such a devastating loss streak, you cannot expect the team to be in a mental position to fight better than they are right now.
It really is tough, because Komil Friends, they were supposed to be this prosperous project that will be evolving, that will be improving from season to season, and that we might at one time call a breeding ground of talents, right? That was supposed to be the organization that allows new and young talented players to shine in Ultraliga and then to make their way, to make their appearance in some other teams of a higher level. But in this season, it never got to that point. I don't think that many teams will be considering, the members of the current roster. Who knows, maybe Lisang, maybe Yeti. I feel like those two had the best performances out of the bunch. Also something that we have talked about with Miko, he mentioned that if he doesn't make it to playoffs this season, then he might be retiring from professional play, even though he has only started his career, which is a bummer because he's a young upcoming player, maybe not yet up in the top with the top dogs of the league, but I can see him in 1, 2, 3 seasons time being a contender for playoffs or for the top spots. Who knows? Whatever. Done with me rambling. Let's jump into the draft because Komil Friends is starting with Xayah, while ESCA, they answer with Jinx, a champ that has been overlooked in the past few weeks. I feel like on 13-13 she's not as popular as she was before.
And it's interesting because, first of all, we haven't really seen Jinx whatsoever in the current meta, and second of all, yes, Kaise is banned out by you, ESCA, so not many other in-meta AD carries are available, but Aphelios is available, and Addison has been playing quite a lot of Aphelios back in the days, but they decided to go into Jinx rail instead. There is Nautilus and Nocturne picked up for Komil Friends. I'm still not a very big believer of the carry junglers in the current state of things in the game, but Nocturne always provides a lot of very useful utility to the team, and it's going to be answered by another carry jungler. It is Kindred for Xavier and ESCA.
Whenever I see Nocturne, I think about champs that will enable him to do what he does the best, which is to jump on the enemy backline, and usually a good pairing for Nocturne is Nico. But right now, Team ESCA Gaming should probably consider banning her out, because if not, then Lee Sang can jump on such a champion. Or maybe let's consider Nocturne alongside Orianna, because then you have this ball delivery guy that can shockwave the enemy backline. Of course, there are some limitations concerning the range of the ball, so you've got to be cautious about it. But Komil Friends right now is coming up with the team composition that still lacks some crucial synergies to make some champs work.
So the top lane bans, 3 out of 4 actually from both sides, plus the Ahri ban against Vayne. Of course, this is pretty much the classic already by this time. I kind of wonder what Grypciocraft is going to be playing right now, because I'm seeing the hover of that Darius. It could be the Darius for Grypciocraft. Maybe he'll pull out one of his signature picks, or maybe he will just go with On, which you could also, I guess, call one of his signature picks, but it's also just a pick that's going to work very well for the team. Jinx and Kindred both want to have some front line in their team, something beefy to absorb all the damage that is going to be flying their way from Komil Friends, and On does a great job at exactly that.
Well, you already have 2 long-range carries. You have a good form of initiation you will add on top of that. But Komil Friends, they are answering with Rumble that can definitely put up some pressure on Ornn, who maybe isn't the strongest or the weakest laner, but against Rumble, it is just a really hard matchup.
Yeah. I don't think Rumble is going to go for the kills here. It is just, in general, so hard to go for a kill on the lane against Ornn, but he is going to pressure him quite a lot, and he is going to get quite a lot of farm into his hands as well. And this is going to be Akali for Vayne. A very interesting pick. I'm looking forward to seeing it, but right now, ESCA have not 1, not 2, but 3 carries in their team. 3 hyper carries, all of which want the team to be playing around them, all of which are exceptional and greedy, want all the resources, want all the attention towards themselves. That's a tough call to make if you're ESCA.
Well, I think that it is going to be mostly about Kindred getting ahead in the jungle, because Akali, she is definitely a counter pick or a matchup that Vayne went for, and he's known for his Akali, so I'm pretty confident about him not getting too behind. He knew what he was going to pick into seeing Syndra and Nocturne. But Kindred, usually I feel like it's the hardest for Kindred to play from behind, because she not only needs gold and levels to be strong, but also her stacks. You've gotta fulfill a lot of requirements to make Kindred work.
Yeah.
And with Jinx, she gets 1 kill in the team fight, then she just gets excited and she gets another one and another one and another one. And honestly, playing around Jinx, I'm not saying is going to be hard because you have Rel that has set up and then Kindred in the jungle with some extra damage. But I think that she's completely fine being on an even level with the enemy ADC. You are just scaling, you are just farming. So you're picking up your first item when the enemy ADC has her first item. You're picking your second item whenever the enemy ADC is also nearing the moment when you get your second item. So while it is true that you have free resources hungry champions in this draft, I think that the most important, or the one that I would put the biggest emphasis on, is definitely going to be a Kindred.
Whenever somebody picks Kindred, there is always that thing that, yes, if you pick Kindred and you don't do anything about this Kindred, it's again the curse of Lucian Nami, but with Kindred. If you pick her and you don't do anything about her, you are going to be stuck with a champion that is pretty useless apart from her ultimate. And don't get me wrong, Lamb's Respite is going to have huge I'm lost what's here. But it's going to be huge for the team, especially against Nocturne, because if Nocturne decides to fly in and jump on top of somebody, as long as Kindred is around with the Lamb's Respite available, she should be able to save the life of somebody who was the unfortunate target. And if Nocturne flies in and doesn't kill somebody on the spot with his burst damage, he most probably is going to be dead as a result of it. But other than ultimate, Kindred can provide a lot of additional damage into the fight. She can shred through the tankier champions of the enemy team very quickly and easily, but she can do all of those things only if she's ahead.
So getting ahead will be the name of the game. But at the same time, whenever you see Kindred in the draft, the enemy team should come up with some form of a tool that will be able to knock enemies back. Because what Kindred does is she uses her Lamb's Respite, and then everyone inside of that zone is not going to die for a couple of seconds. Usually we see champs like Gragas in order to disrupt that zone. Him and his casket are, I think, the best and the most popular tools that are considered to be a threat, also as a counter to Kindred. In the draft of Komil Friends, you don't have any of that abilities. It will be so hard to push enemies away from the Lamb's Respite. So Alior will be getting the full value out of that ability.
I sometimes, well, I used to be a very passionate Janna player, so back in my days, Janna would also be a very good pick with Kindred, because you can just, or against Kindred, to be fair, because you can just knock everybody out of the Lamb's Respite, and then only your team is the one happily healing and staying alive in that zone. But yeah, I agree with you in the sense that there is nobody really to push enemies away. There is quite some knockups available for ESCA, some little ways to shuffle the enemies around, but they're so tiny. With Magnet Storm, for example, you're only going to pull them in even closer, which is not necessarily what you want to be doing as ESCA right now. So yeah, let's go back to the topic, to the theme of the game that you named a little bit earlier. Getting ahead is going to be so important for both of these teams. Like bot laners, for now, we can leave them alone. Pre-level 6, while the supports want to be fighting AD carries, most probably will not be looking too much for aggression unless there is a jungler around. Junglers are the hot topic of this whole thing. Xavier needs to be counter-jungling. He needs to be going on to Kenim as much as possible. And it's not an easy task, and that's why actually ESCA are rotating their bot lane right now towards the enemy's red buff.
They will be able to control the red buff while Kasim, he is just completing the golems. I don't know, is he not aware of the fact that the enemy team just snatched the red buff right from underneath his nose? Most likely not, because he just came back to the red buff and there's nothing there. And Komil Friends, it's not like they are playing, Yumi and Zeri and cannot contest anything until 20th minute in the game. They are playing Nautilus and Xayah, who are as strong, if not stronger, than Jinx and Rel. So it really was a missed opportunity for Komil Friends and Cat team. Vayna, he's got his Shroud ready, and that's about it. The ganked attempt failed.
Oh. And a hook attempt also failed on the bottom from Jerry. So many missed opportunities all around the map. But because of that, we're still not seeing any first blood. Xavier, though, is around the bot lane right now. He wants to go in, doesn't really have too much overleash. He has a little bit, but that's more than enough for him. He's going on to Joe. Joe is trying to get away. One more auto attack from Kindred is going to seal the deal. Plus the additional one, I believe, from the Q, but that was more than enough for the Lamp and the Wolf to get their first kill and the first blood of the game for Team ESCA. Not sure if it was the stack in the end. I didn't see the stack animation, but it's still a kill. It's still the gold. It's still good.
Well, I know for sure, I know for a fact that Xavier, he has gotten one stack, but was it from the kill? Was it from a jungle camp? It's hard to say. I don't think it was from the jungle camp because right now Ketim, he's approaching the jungle in the form of Gromp. But this season for Garo, it's definitely not the best one. Yesterday, if you remember, he finished with 1-12 scoreline. And also in this game, he falls as a first victim, not respecting Fekles, who just was standing in the middle brush while his ADC was going back. That looked kind of sus, but not sus enough for Gero to spot the gank coming from miles away.
They're fighting right now, but they shouldn't be fighting. They shouldn't be fighting because Xavier is already on his way. He's really paying a lot of attention to his bot lane. Going on to Jero. Again, one auto attack, second auto attack, third auto attack happening from Addison. Addison is here to seal the deal and save the day. This is going to be the second kill for ESCA.
That's a job well done. Team ESCA Gaming really understanding that Ornn is not going to be the focal point of this team composition. He will be struggling against Rumble no matter what, no matter how often Xavier will come to the top lane. And, well, honestly, the way that ESCA plays right now is the way of... It's something that I had expected out of Exceed today, right? They were playing with Kalista. So what you want to do playing with Kalista in your draft? Gank her constantly, put a lot of pressure on the bot side of the map. ESCA is not playing with Kalista, but they understand that Ornn is not their win condition.
Yeah.
And I think he should be fine. He's got the flash, he's got the shuriken flip. He'll get out of there.
He is fine, he still lives, it's all good. But yes, when you have Ornn, you need to expect to be playing around your top lane as a weak side. And he's fine. Ornn is a very good weak side champion, even to this day, even with all the changes in the meta. He just waits out. He lets other lanes shine, he lets other lanes get resources and get the attention from the jungler. He just stays there, he leaves. And he's still going to be super useful in the team fights with his engage, with his control from the full Call of the Forge course. So right now, Kindred can do whatever she wants. Apparently, she wants to pay quite some visits to the bot lane. There is still mid lane. Wena is already on level 7. Might want to get mythic, but Akali is a champion that suffers in the lane as well, but she suffers up until level 6. After level 6 is unlocked for her, she has incredible kill pressure on the lane. So right now it is Lee Sang who needs to be a little bit more careful. Up before that point he was nice, following me up with all the range that is available to Syndra, but now if Akali gets up close with Syndra, there is no escape available to this mage.
Besides her flash, because that is going to be the most important tool for Lee Sang, you want to use it to dodge some of the execution damage, the last part of the combo most likely. But Vayana, his Akali this season was really a treat to our eyes, and I want to see him shine again because I know that he's capable of that. And Vayana was the pick for Team ESCA Gaming coming into this season. That was meant to turn the tides for the organization. That was meant to get and secure top 6, the playoffs for the team that has been struggling in recent years. It is no longer Team ESCA Gaming that secured themselves a second slot, a second place in Ultraliga with Harpoon and Marlon, with this amazing rookie squad. It's Team ESCA Gaming that is now fighting for the top 6 contention, and now they are fighting against outnumbered the enemy.
Yeah, they're fighting quite literally, and this is not looking good because Kindred is going to get the kill, but Kindred is dead quite immediately. Wen is very low on health. Kerim is flashing away. Wen is trying to go for a kill. Wen secures the kill and flashes himself out of the fight. Good for Wayne, but overall, if you look across, that's a weird fight.
I've got to see it one more time because I don't even know it was 2-4-2, it was 2-4-1. A long stretched fight where Team ESCA Gaming, they got into the river and were instantly met with lava, with fire from Yeti because he was raining from above. Effectless, that's a nice flash. Can he find the knockup? Not really. And Lee Sang escapes with his life due to the fancy footwork. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, we have the repetition of the fight. Let's see how it's going to look like.
Good scatter the weak into the equalizer. Grzybek is just a little bit too late, and the fight is just scattered. Everyone is playing solo. Right now, it's a team deathmatch.
Yes, to be honest, it does feel like everybody's just playing solo around themselves, not as a team. It was Scatter the Week, not just as the ultimate of Syndra, but just as how the fight went. We also have the Herald secured by Xavier, so he's having a little bit more gold and a little bit more tools in his pockets, but the Dragon is also up on the bot lane at the very same. And by the looks of it, Komil Friends could be walking towards the Dragon, could try to at least have some vision in there, but with the recall from the mid lane, they cannot go for the Dragon itself.
In this game, you can feel the pressure on Team ESCA Gaming. They really do not want to make any mistakes. So unless they are sure of the outcome of the gank or their next step, they are not taking the risk. And honestly, with this team composition, they've scaled for they've drafted for a late game. You have Jinx, you have Ornn. In all of this, you can also find a comfort pick for Vienna in form of Akadi. So they have prepared themselves for a longer run. Yeti, no stopwatch, but he doesn't have flash.
When he's dancing around him, when he's getting the kill, maybe the kill on the bot lane is going to be the answer to it. There is a kill on Addison already nearsighted. Goes, Effectless is dead on the spot, and now ESCA are trying to close up a little bit more because Kerim is still super low in health, but they cannot catch anybody. Maybe the Dragon.
I think it should be enough for the Dragon, because Ketim is low, so is Miko. Vienna has the TP, so he can most likely join his team. They are doing it on a ward, but Ketim, he just recalled back to base, and Nocturne without the paranoia, he's not as scary. So, Team ESCA Gaming will grab themselves a Dragon around 11th minute mark, which is amazing because the laning phase will probably continue for a couple more minutes. With these kind of games, it's quite the usual that the games are a little bit slower. The pace of them is just not as quick, not as chaotic. So you are getting yourself an Ocean Dragon, which will help your ability to lane greatly.
Which is nice. By the way, did you see that stopwatch from Yeti on the top lane? I was just admiring it for a second there, dodging the Call of the Forge God spot. That means that now he doesn't have a stopwatch anymore. He needs to wait for Zonius for quite a long time.
Well, he dodged the Call of the Forge God, but it did not matter in the end because Vienna was there and he got the perfect timing on his Shuriken flip. Imagine if he timed it a little bit too quickly, then he's just dashing in the wrong direction and yet he can probably run away. But yeah, that was a nice reflex out of Yeti, but in the end didn't matter, didn't change anything. So, ESCA Gaming 1k ahead. They've also gotten themselves a Dragon. They are not pressured to do anything around the map right now. They can
the only pressure that is on them is the timer for the Herald on Xavier. He needs to release it somewhere, but other than that, the team is feeling perfectly fine at where they are. They can go to the mid lane, they can release the Herald there, but they can also go to the bot lane when he's fighting with Lisa and jumping on him, but going to be pushed away immediately, gets a turret shot in the process. Yeti is not fighting with Shubak. Yeti is just clearing the waves non-stop, and he has quite nice fun. But look at the bot lane, because this is where things are gonna get hot and spicy very soon. Xavier is around, still has the Herald, needs to release it super soon because the timer is ticking out for him. Doesn't have the stack on anybody on the bot lane, but still could fight if he so pleases.
Can he do it? Yeah, he can. And in this situation, even if Addison doesn't get the gold, it is completely fine that Xavier Xavier claims it because he's Kindred. He's already gotten himself a Triforce, which is huge. Once Kindred gets her 4 stacks and Triforce, we can really consider her a fully fledged champion, because prior to that moment she's just a little bit weaker, but now she has scaled to a point where the strength at her disposal is
going on to
huge.
Lee
Slash doesn't matter.
He's still the mark for Kindred. He's going to die, and it's the 5th mark.
They are ganking the mid lane, and they got the kill without Vienna even getting an assist. It was 4 members of Team ESCA Gaming that participated in that kill. It was Grzybek with the call of the Forge Guard, it was Effectless with nice engage, Xavier with some damage, and then Addison finishing everything with his Super Mega Death Rocket. So Vienna, he wasn't needed there.
Yeah, sadly enough for Vienna, he wasn't really needed on his own lane, but oh well. What can he do? He already has the Rocket Bell, he already has 2 kills and an assist. This is Akali, who is in a pretty good state. Would like to have Sonya's maybe on top of that to jump a little bit more relentlessly into the enemies, but even without that, she's fine and she is a good fighter. Right now we have a minute before the next Drake is going to be up. Inferno Drake. Very nice one to have, but Effectless, this is not your jungle. He is going down, he is going dead. Xavier has to flash away, didn't have the cooldown of Q to jump over the wall. This is pretty big pre-Drake.
That is actually huge, because Xavier right now could be subject to a lot of forms of initiation. Can he get the ward? Not really. No trinket, no sweeper left. And ESCA, slowly but surely, they are extending their lead, they are scaling up into the later stages of the game, and they are shielding just a tiny bit. I'm looking into the inventories of certain players. Addison feeling super happy with 3-0-3, then you have Vienna with 2-0, and of course Xavier with 2 kills to his own name. So you've been worried about Team ESCA Gaming having 3 carries and how to make it work. And Team ESCA Gaming, I think that they have answered your questions.
Pretty much so. Kindred is in a very good spot. Wayne has the kills, Addison has the kills. Right now it's going to be a kill for KNF, most probably because they're going on to own, dropping in the Nightmare from Nocturne. It's an easy kill, it's an easy turret, but ESCA are not wasting any time. They are taking the Drake. It is another Drake for Kindred. She has 6 marks right now, 6 stacks on her passive. That's a lot, but also the 2 boinks of the Herald on the top lane are going to be quite a lot. KNF are trying to find their ways on the map, and to be fair, they're quite successful at doing so. The gold is dead even. It's going to be a 3rd boink! It's going to be a 3rd boink! Yes! It did it! It did it!
It is important that Vienna killed the Herald, because not only does he get the gold, he also gets the EXP. And I think that he got it. He's halfway to level 13, but the Herald, a lot of value out of it. Usually Herald is not that crucial, it's not that devastating, because you either use it to break the first tower in the mid lane or to get some plates of the enemy towers, but this time around it did the damage.
It did the damage, but you know who else will damage right now? Everybody on the side of Komil Friends. I'm seeing the first items in the inventories. I'm seeing half of the second item, for example on Lee Sang, for example on Miko. They need to start dealing quite some serious damage to ESCA, because while they got a lot from this top lane, and it is really a lot, the bot lane is still a very big question mark for Komil Friends, and the bot lane is where all the dragons lie. Their soul is not that big, so at least that's something for KNF to be happy about. But the dragons, they still provide the gold, they still provide, you know, the bonus style points for slaying the dragons and being the dragon slayers, being the little Dovahkiins on your Summoner's Rift. And they also help you control the bot lane, where there is a lot of split pushing potential open for ESCA.
Split pushing, it will be, I think with this team composition, split pushing is, you know, is not going to be a major strategy because you have Ornn that likes to group with the rest of the team. You have Akali that is a melee AP champion, so it's much harder for her to control the wave and then also to get to the towers and destroy them. Team ESCA Gaming, they have a good team composition for longer fights, I believe, but yet again, scaling. So even after losing the last skirmish in the top side of the map, with the gold dead, even with 2 dragons, with Ornn on their team, they are feeling comfortable and they are chilling.
Yep, they are chilling. They are going to be chilling right now with 2 minutes before the Drake. Not really much to do on the map, to be honest. You can try to open it a little bit. This turret on the mainland really looks delicious for both of the teams. Opening it up will ease the access to the upcoming dragons and the upcoming parents, because we have one up and running, the first one of the game right now. The 20th minute mark has been hit. What is going to be the next step? Because right now, the game is in a little bit of a dead and stalemate state. What I find the most intriguing is that the gold is still absolutely dead even. It is 35.1k for both of the teams. They're going head to head, toe to toe in this fight, and it's really hard to determine who exactly has more advantage in their pockets. You could look at ESCA and say that Kindred actually in a very good spot, and because of that ESCA are in a good spot because she is in the lead compared to Nocturne. She has an item and a half, but Kindred is not even really about the items, she's about the stacks, and she has plenty of those thanks to the help of her team. So I would say ESCA are in a good spot, and they're still scaling up with the Jinx, with the Akali. Can we say the same about Genef?
They have Syndra that is scaling well into the later part of the game, as well as Xayah. I think that Nocturne will fall off eventually, and Rumble may not be as influential as Ornn, but you've always got to respect his equalizer. So while Team ESCA Gaming has superior scaling, it is not like Komil Friends completely fall off towards the later parts of the game. And in the end, it's all about the execution. It's all about the decision that you take and how you play the game. But it should be easier for ESCA in the later parts of this match.
Especially because they are pretty much boosting themselves into the later parts of the match. But right now, it's all about the Dragon. Very nice stun coming in from Syndra. Near side, it goes everybody flash from the rail to try to get away from the enemies. Kerim is flying in immediately, but the times free Spider is going to keep the teammates for the time being alive. Lee Sang is going to slay. In fact, Jibek looks exceptionally low. A lot of flashes exchanged here and there. Yeti is trying to find a kill. Doesn't find absolutely anything. Another good stun coming in from Lee Sang, and Jibek is going to become a double kill for her. Ruda goes, who was it even? It was Wayne, and he's going to be a triple kill. There is 1 kill for Addison in return, but this is a fight won by Komil Friends.
They just make it happen. You can never count them out, but Team ESCA Gaming, maybe they are strong enough to pick this dragon up. I don't think that's worth taking the risk. Just give up the dragon and wait for the better days. That's a correct decision by Team ESCA Gaming members. Maybe Xavier will stick around to try and get the steal. No, he's just running away. Komil Friends, right now, they are in the driver's seat. Right now, they are using this team composition, which should be stronger around this month, around this time, right? You have 2 items in Rumble. Nocturne still is a menace. You've got 2 items for your Syndra as well as...
No, Addison! We all saw that! Disgrace.
And well, it is really important for Team ESCA Gaming to be first on the river, because if you are face checking into Rumble, into Syndra, into Nautilus, what do you expect besides an equalizer and a lot of CC and damage on top of your head?
That's a good question. I don't even know how to answer it, to be fair. But look at that. This is the time when we see the fight for the vision around the Baron, with Komil Friends and ESCA both wanting to have some control of it, and ESCA still need to cut through the outer turrets, especially because of the state of their top lane, which is pretty much dead by this point. Wayne, Shibek. they don't have to fight with Yeti. The thing that they need to fight with is this turret. They are going to crack it open. This helps them out a little bit on this part of the map. They still would like to have the mid lane turret, of course, especially because they lost their own. But the pressure around the Baron is super high right now. Both of the teams are measuring each other, seeing if they can at least get some teleports out of the enemies, ideally maybe even provoke them for a fight. But as you said, right now the fights are going to be won by Komil Friends. ESCA still need more items in their pockets, so they need to keep farming, they need to be on the side lanes, but they cannot be on the side lanes because KNF are the ones who also can pressure the Baron.
Wow, and with this game being so close, it's really a worrying sign for Team ESCA Gaming coming into the matchup tomorrow. I mean, they still have not secured themselves a victory. They are 2k down in this one, but if they manage to do it, tomorrow it will be an even harder challenge to overcome. And right now, starting the game off with a really promising, having a promising start and leading up to this position, it's a little bit worrying for ESCA. Just
a little bit. The game is already being dragged for pretty long. For ESCA it's still fine, but we are not feeling as skyrocketed as they were just a little bit earlier. And right now, they're in a tough spot where they have really limited vision available, so they are not exactly sure how to read the movements of Komil Friends around the map. But they have words at the purchase of the Baron, and they decide that this is enough for them to go for the Baron in the end. When he's actually in a really good spot because there is a ward standing from Komil Friends that he's going to remove, thus removing any possibility of teleport from Yeti or Lisang. The Baron is going to go down, very quick one, but this is secured for ESCA, and KNF cannot answer because they completely lost the everything. Oh no, they can answer. The ultimate. No, they can't. Was hoping for a fight.
What was that? How is Team ESCA Gaming allowed to get a Baron for free? Komil Friends, they completely slept on that one.
They completely missed every single warning sign, and right now they're the ones who would pay very much, but KNF Miko is on the killing spree. KNF are feeling good, not so much because Addison is getting a kill in the end. Yeti has another one. He has slain Wayne. It is a standoff between both the teams. Lisang has the damage, but cannot land it on Xavier. Grypciocraft is suffering from Kerim, but Lisang and Kerim are closing up with him. Xavier is dancing around, trying to heal himself up, trying to deal damage, trying to clear the camps, all at the same time. One-man army he is. And that's it. Everybody's retreating. That's it.
Team ESCA Gaming, they're just not on the same page when it came to that team fight, which was really disorganized for them. Vienna trying to 1v1 Yeti, and he somehow didn't do it. I thought that surely Akali is going to be a stronger champ in the 1v1 than Rumble is, but she falls. And then you have Feckless, who is engaging on top of 3 enemy members, but has no follow-up, so he just dies for free. Right now, Komil Friends, they don't have the summoner spells, which may allow Team ESCA Gaming in the future for a better team fight.
The dragon is up. The dragon is up. 10-9. Gold is not even anymore. KNF are the ones leading despite the recent Baron for Team ESCA. But ESCA are taking the dragon. They're going to take it super quickly because Xavier and Addison, 2 AD carries in their team, provide a lot of damage. A lot of it, especially towards the big objectives on the map. What is next for both of these teams? KNF are still pushing in. Feckless is also pushing it onto Yeti. Not sure if it's a good idea because here comes Nocturne right into you, right onto Wayne. Wayne is dancing. Everyone has the E available to him, but Feckless is already dead. Wayne is calling into the Shroud. He needs to survive, but his health bar. But this is the Super Mega Death Rocket from Coilers from Arcane for you, and they're going onto Lisang. They want a little bit more blood. Addison is still firing away onto the support, but what does it matter? It is just a target that he sees, and he is slaying it, and Jinx is excited. Jinx is going further. Wayne is going to avoid the Featherstorm from Miko. Still dealing a lot of damage to the enemies, but Grypciocraft is very low. Wayne is recalling, just take the turret and be happy.
Oh yes, Jinx, she has finally hit free item power spike and also got her item upgraded by Ornn, and she is dealing damage right now. Almost 5k in that fight, but they will leave the inhibitor. It is too late and they've got to back down.
Still pushing through the bot lane. Grypciocraft is there. Grypciocraft is maybe not the quickest split pusher because it's Ornn, but the problem with Ornn is that he's really hard to kill. So you need to rotate a lot of people. Addison is excited again because of the turn. He's going to call it and kill Miko on the spot. Excited, but everybody's sticking together, so it doesn't really matter what Kenem is trying to do. They still see what they need to be seeing, and that's the moment when they disengage.
So 3k ahead, Team ESCA Gaming, and the later this game goes, I think it is clear that the higher chances of them winning, even despite losing the first member so quickly in that fight and without Rel having the possibility to engage. What allowed Team ESCA Gaming to have such an impactful team fight was the fact that from the previous fight, most of the members from Komil Friends did not have their summoners ready, and now it was much easier to pick those, to pick up the scraps after the fight. Addison, he's almost finishing his build, nearing his 6th item.
Ooh, 6th item, that is going to be a full stack Jinx very soon. Plus with the Gale Force upgraded, as he mentioned before. Yeah, nobody wants to be meeting this Addison up close right now. 804 goes the man. Absolutely crazy. The Baron is the next crazy thing though on the menu. A minute and a little bit more before it's going to be up on the map, and ESCA are already preparing the terrain for it. The Baron buff is no more for them, but they can still push in because remember, 2 AD carries. They can also still fight the fights in the jungle because they want to make this jungle their own jungle.
It will be a little bit harder making it their own jungle, going against Rumble and Syndra, because they are still threatening with the combination that's usually just deadly.
Yeah.
But Team ESCA Gaming, they are making their way into the top quadrant of the map, preparing for the Baron that will spawn in the next 40 seconds. While Vienna, he can actually use his sweet time in the side lane due to the fact that he still has the TP ready. I would actually prefer to see him on the bot side of the map, where he can be on the longer lane than in the mid, especially if you look at the map state, there's no mid tower. However, there's one up for grabs in the bot lane, but Vienna just pushed the wave in, and he will be grouping up with the rest of the team because they know that the upcoming fight on the Baron will decide most likely about the fate of this game.
And the fate of ESCA quite possibly. Not just yet, but it's going to mean quite a lot for them in this round for the playoffs. They are the Baron, near side goes everybody, in goes the unstoppable Kenem right onto the enemy, and his Addison shut down. Oh no, this is a disaster for ESCA immediately with their AD carry down. Xavier is still around though, Xavier is still firing away on the Jura, has a lot of damage, going to be knocked up. The Feather Spark is going in, Xavier has a kill, Xavier wants to have a little bit more, everybody's fighting. Wene is still super useful, fighting back at him, barely escapes together with Mika. Look at the health bars, they're almost non-existent, you can almost not see them.
That was a perfect spot for Jinx. She gets 1 kill and then she cleans them up. But Addison, he made his first mistake, his major one in this game, because he's flashing away from Xavier. When Ketty is ulting on top of him, you've got to stay next to the Kindred because she will use Lamp's Respite and not allow you to die. I think that Addison must have panicked in that situation and just, pushed all of his buttons trying to survive, while it only required him to keep the cool head and understand you are standing next to Kindred. Just trust your teammate. He will use the ultimate on time.
It is the ultimate support moment for Xavier there. Imagine you're trying to save your teammate. You have the tools that are going to save literally your teammate's life, and your teammate goes, hey, I'm going to completely disregard you. This makes every support so mad. I can tell you, as myself being a fellow support main, quite often people just run away from me, but look at Academies again, having an ultimate, and he's going in. Guess onto who? Right onto the back lane of the enemy. Xavier is firing away. Addison is alive. Addison is going to get a shutdown. Gerald with a very nice hook coming in, but it's a double kill already for the Jinx. She's very excited. Wendy is excited as well. Onto the back lane of the enemy. It's kind of the weakest link. We just got anybody. It's a triple kill for Addison. Wena, he's not going to be able to get this kill just yet. Lee Sang is running away. Will he run away from Wena because still closing up? She really wants to find Lee Sang, but look at that. Xavier is around as well. Jump, jump, hop, and it's an ace for Team ESCA.
Well, and there's a huge difference when Addison is alive and
yes.
in team fights. He collects a triple kill, he tops the charts when it comes to the damage, and he will be the person responsible for the destruction of those two towers, the person that leads Team ESCA Gaming to win, and that still keeps them in fight for the playoffs.
It's a very tough fight, and it's not going to get any easier with the tomorrow's game, but at least ESCA are still here. They still have something to keep them going on. They can still try to contest this very last spot against Iron Wolves tomorrow, but for now, we can only congratulate them, and I have to personally congratulate them separately, because finally, we see the team who understands what they need to be playing around. The way they were trying to accelerate Kindred so much was honestly very nice to see. And on top of Kindred, they also have Addison. If anything doesn't work with one of the AD carries, you can always count on the other one, because Addison is a very reliable one. You just know that he is going to deliver the damage to your fights, and boy oh boy, he did exactly that.
Yeah, if he doesn't flash away from the Lamb's Respite, then he will be able to do it, but he's always been a player with the preference towards the champs like Jinx, like Aphelios, that can be a long-range hyper carry, and he scaled up. I feel like Team ESCA Gaming built this team composition a little bit around him, because you have Ornn, then you have Rel, and of course Jinx for Addison himself, who made just one tiny mistake that almost cost Team ESCA Gaming a little bit too much, but then he swiftly recovered and made a redemption for himself in the very next fight. And you know, well, I was a little bit skeptical about Jinx, because you usually don't see her that often, that much around nowadays. But nowadays, I mean on patch 13.13, so throughout last 3 weeks, whatever. But he made a statement, and he really showed us that Jinx still can be a really strong champ in the meta.
It's not even about the champion itself, it's more about the hands that are piloting this champion. And Addison is a very good Jinx player, he is a very good AD carry player in general, so he definitely delivered the result. He could, I believe, deliver it even on a weaker champion, but Jinx is such a good team fighter in sense of you could see how much she was getting excited and how much value the team was getting out of her excitement with the additional movement speed, the attack speed, the damage, everything was there for Addison the moment anything happens in the fight, and he would be the one to take either a kill or an assist in this one. But while we are congratulating ESCA with this victory, it was far from the cleanest victory from them. They allowed themselves a lot of mistakes. So if they are getting into the playoffs after tomorrow's match after tomorrow's beef with the Iron Wolves, the question is going to be how well they're going to fare into the best of fives. Is this weak shape of ESCA just a result of them not feeling too comfortable with best of ones, or is it going to be an issue that's going to be translated into the best of fives too?
Well, the best of five is definitely a new type of beast for some of these players from ESCA Gaming. Not all of them had a chance to play best of fives in their careers yet. I mean, not on such a level of competition or of such importance. But I think that sixth place team in playoffs will never be considered as a favorite or as a team that's gonna shake playoffs up, you know? If the choice is between ESCA and Iron Wolves, because Exceed is out of the playoff contention, of course more people will probably point towards Iron Wolves, with them having more experienced players, with them having Yashiro or Heshero in the roster. But there has to be a time that players like Addison, Efekles, will make their mark on playoffs in their careers. So maybe, you know, just barely getting to playoffs will be enough for them to also have a great showing in the best of fives.
I hope so. To be honest, the one thing that we know for certain right now is whoever is getting into the playoffs, all of these teams are going to show us some really good best of fives, and Addison, any surprise to anybody, is going to be the MVP of this game with a very nice 85% kill participation. I would say Xavier is also another contestant for the MVP in this game, but Addison obviously did just so much and his damage was there. And apart from that one flash that I know you are going to track him down for, everything else was just really on point for him.
Oh, it really was, and I'm so happy to also announce and inform you, dear viewers, that Addison, he will be joining us on the interview. So let's jump into that. Addison, congrats on the win. You guys still are in the playoff contention, and with this victory, you've also kind of denied exeed from a chance for top 6. So it's all up to you tomorrow in the games against Iron Wolves. How are you feeling after getting that one on Jinx?
I mean, it's really good feeling after we won, but we're not really happy. We're not really playing good League of Legends right now. Our score isn't perfect, and I mean, we're trying our best. We play versus Iron Wolves for the playoff spot, I guess, tomorrow, and we'll see.
Can you tell us a little bit about what was happening in this game? Because you got the win and we are super happy for you and for your team, but that game was going back and forth for you and it didn't look like for the majority of it ESCA were in control.
And I'm not really sure, like we kinda didn't do much since like after minute 15 we waited for the Drakes and we trolled the 21-minute mark fight and the enemies got Drake, so the game got kinda out of control. And it wasn't perfect, but the enemies didn't play that good in the mid game as well, I think.
Well, they didn't, but still challenged you to a certain extent. Addison, tell me a little bit more about Jinx, because in 13-13 she's not that popular. I guess there are some other champs that are being picked more often. What do you think about her? Is she just your comfort pick, or does she still have a strong place in the current meta?
I mean, in current meta probably no. Like, she's not really played much. I think like it was only one game in LCS, but not much. I mean, we could go for like something like Aphelios or some other AD carry, but I already played Aphelios into Xayah and it wasn't perfect. And felt like Jinx is much more simpler, I would say.
Yeah, to be honest, we were a little bit surprised to not see you picking Aphelios in this game, but thank you for explaining that to us. Now, final one from me. What is the feeling in the team going into tomorrow's decisive match with the Iron Wolves?
I think it's like, not sure, like the atmosphere isn't best. I mean, we're kind of watching the Iron Wolves versus Alior Bank game because we knew it's very important for us. We wouldn't have chances if Iron Wolves won. I know we're still looking for the next game. I mean, we don't really play best League of Legends, so we'll see.
Well, I'd love to say some words in order to give you more confidence and more hope, but well, I think you guys can definitely make it tomorrow against Iron Wolves, make it to the top 6. Playoffs are still within your reach. Just have more confidence in you. Come on, man. Of course, and as usual at the end of the interview, if you have any shoutouts, please go ahead with them.
I don't know, shout out to my family, my brother who maybe watches this. I guess that's all.
Okay. Well, thanks, Adrian, for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow in the match that will decide upon your fate and the playoffs chances. Take care and goodbye.
See ya, see ya.
See you. What a day. And it's just Wednesday. And we still have one more day of Ultraliga action. I can't believe I'm feeling very lucky and very blessed. But today is going to be the day that is going to decide the fate of the school board pretty much. Because right now we know 5 out of 6 teams who are getting into the playoffs. We know 3 out of 4 teams who are not making it any further. We don't exactly know the places yet, and we don't know the last team, and this is going to be the biggest question for tomorrow.
And I'm happy that we still have this question ahead of us, because if everything was decided today, tomorrow would not be that interesting. But now we still have some surprises left, most likely, for the tomorrow. Well, Adrian wasn't most confident about their current form, but I believe that Team ESCA Gaming still can challenge Iron Wolves tomorrow. However, today, any surprises, any upsets? I don't think so.
I am upset because of the first match. I am upset because of the first match. I was voting for Exceed. I was thinking maybe they can take this one, but no, it looks like the boys are out of the playoff spot, and you can see because of that I'm lacking this first game point.
Well, with the predictions, who is still on top? Silvan. Okay, so not Czarny Piotruś. For a moment I thought that he might be. But of course, the best of fives, they give you a much better space to get your points down. So don't worry, Solaris. We can still bounce back. We can still make it to the top of the scoreboards, because predicting the correct outcome, the correct score of the series is as important as predicting who is going to win the series in the end.
My pet peeve is people who call me Solaris. I'm Solari, like the item, like Leona. Don't do that. I'm so angry.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. It's just getting late. So I'll blame it on me being a little bit exhausted. But looking at the standings, the worst outcome in the history of Ultraliga was 2-16. So Komil Friends, unfortunately, but it's gotta be said, tomorrow have a chance to set a new record with 1-17.
It is going to be a full-on Ultraliga record?
Yes, like out of all seasons, it will be the first time that anyone has played with 1-17, possibly.
They're gonna be playing against Grypciocraft, so maybe they're taking this one and not making the history this way, because that would be a little bit unfortunate.
Could be another fun game, you know?
That's true. Actually, that's true. But look at that, tomorrow we have Illuminar going against Zero Tenacity, just a little friendly beef there. In the end, we have Exceed and Orbit Anonymo, Alior Bank Team and Maturalni Forsaken, but the game in the very middle at 8 PM tomorrow is going to be the most important game that everybody needs to have their eyes on, because this is going to be Iron Wolves against Team ESCA, 2 teams who want to get into the playoffs, and this game is going to decide which of them is doing it and which one, unfortunately, we are waving goodbye to.
And Alior Bank Team against Maturalni Forsaken. The battle for the 3rd place also continues.
Yes.
Of course, the 3rd place is not granting you the upper bracket like the first 2 places do, but it still allows you to choose whoever you want to play against. So it could be important. We have talked with Bezum today, telling us about Iron Wolves and that he has a preference not to play them in the best of 5. So them winning a game tomorrow might result in Alior Bank Team choosing someone else. I'm not saying that Iron Wolves make it to the playoffs because they still have to win tomorrow, but if they do and Alior Bank Team also does win their game, then probably Bezum will choose to face Illuminar Gaming instead.
Quite possibly, but we don't know yet. We can speculate quite a lot about what's going to happen, but the one thing we know what's going to happen right now is we all go enjoy our rest of the day, and tomorrow we come back at the same place at the same time. We cheer for the teams we hope to make it in the playoffs. We cheer for all of these teams, and we're meeting for the last day of the regular season of Season 10 of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. That's a very long title, but we love it this way. My name is Solari. I was joined here today by Magvayer, and don't forget, same place, same time tomorrow at Banga Games. We'll see you.
show. You either can get down and lay down in sometime wherever we go. We rock and re-roll. The people that way down the playground, we poppin', just look at our glow. Baby, we all in the game. Lately we all on the chain. Crazy, we fall from the plane. But they still calling our name. Straight from the bottom, we started with. Now we're becoming the parliament. We came in, we saw it, we conquered it. Now we welcome you to our conglomerate.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.